Chapter 2181. Bing Sai Chuan took the initiative to visit. His intention was clear. He wanted to ally with Fang Yuan to resist the celestial court. Fang Yuan did not want to waste time. He purposely said the opposite, pointing out the obstruction of their alliance. Paradise Earth's tomb was huge like a mountain. Longevity Heaven and the celestial court knew about it long ago. This was also the reason why they attacked Yellow Earth Great World earlier. Bing Sai Chuan was indeed a famous Rank 8 expert. He laughed heartily. The stiffness on his face vanished instantly. Fang Yuan, do you know where Book Mountain came from? Fang Yuan had a thought. Is Book Mountain not the original arrangement of the celestial court? Bing Sai Chuan nodded. That's right. Book Mountain was originally in the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, but the celestial court's wisdom path strength was too deep. They actually comprehended a portion of the profundities and extracted Book Mountain from the 9th layer. Oh, Fang Yuan did not deny it. Lu Weiyin's expression changed slightly at the side. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu Immortals did not know about this. After all, it happened in the depths of Green Lotus Great World. The Celestial Court actually has such a method? They have already comprehended the 9th layer and extracted Book Mountain? Did Limitless Demon Venerables countermeasures not activate yet? Lu Weiyin asked. Bing Sai Chuan sighed deeply. If they activated it, we would not have come here so urgently to seek an alliance. Fang Yuan asked solemnly, have you seen star constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sai Chuan shook his head. I have not. Fang Yuan asked again, then what is the relationship between Fairy Ming Hao and star constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sai Chuan said everything he knew. With Limitless Demon Venerables arrangements, we did not use our full strength until the time was right. We did not force star constellation Immortal Venerable out. But the Celestial Court sent 3 female immortals. They all have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Fairy Ming Hao is one of them. These 3 female immortals are Ming Hao, Yuxiao, and Fengya. They cultivate Wisdom Path and Star Path, respectively. You already have an understanding of Fairy Ming Hao's strength. Fairy Yuxiao is only stronger than her. In the battle a few days ago, Fang Zheng sent more troops to tangle with her and stall her. As for Fairy Fengya, she seems to be stronger, but she has never made a move. She has always been in seclusion to deduce the mysteries of the 9th level of Crazed Demon Cave. The Book Mountain is the fruit of her labor. Lu Weiyin could not help but sigh. The Celestial Court is indeed the #1 force in the world. Its foundation is unfathomable. After the fall of Duke Long, the Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerables. Unexpectedly, there were 3 hidden in the Crazed Demon Cave. From this, we can see how much importance the Celestial Court places on the Crazed Demon Cave. Bing Sai Chuan added, other than these 3 pseudo-venerables, don't forget about Qin Dingling's group of Rank 8 elites. Besides Divine Emperor City, Celestial Court had already exposed the immortal Gu House's Demon, Judgment Board, and Heaven Overseeing Tower. With Celestial Court's foundation, it is not strange for them to take out even more immortal Gu Houses. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. Celestial Court even moved a portion of the immortal graveyards to Crazed Demon Cave. These immortal graveyards were arranged by the Celestial Court after they collected the graveyards. At the crucial moment, the historical experts in the immortal graveyards will also awaken. This group of experts is quite terrifying. Precisely so, Bing Sai Chuan concluded. Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, we should work together. If we do not work together, how can we force out Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? How can we defeat 3 pseudo-venerables? How can we protect Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable from reviving? Bing Sai Chuan's meaning was clear. Celestial Court had too much of an advantage. If they did not work together now, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Celestial Court would have already won. Thus, both sides had to work together. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded slightly, agreeing to work together. Longevity Heaven did not seem to fear Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's revival. It seemed to have a lot of confidence in itself. It definitely had many trump cards. But for now, Celestial Court was still the strongest. They needed to restrain its advance. Savage, Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World stopped fighting. Both sides sent out their main forces to attack Green Lotus Great World. Even though they allied with Longevity Heaven, the extent of the alliance was limited. Fang Yuan suggested that both sides exchange true inheritances, using venerable true inheritances of the same value to exchange for Giant Sun's Luck Path True Inheritance that Longevity Heaven had collected. Bing Saichuan rejected. His tone was polite, but his attitude was firm. Fang Yuan suggested that both sides exchange immortal materials. He wanted to exchange for rank 9 Luck Path immortal materials, but Bing Saichuan rejected him. Fang Yuan's force had already expanded to such an extent when his subordinates moved out earlier. Even Bing Saichuan was dumbfounded. Bing Saichuan and the rest were very unhappy with Spectral Soul, Red Lotus, and the other venerables. In order to let Fang Yuan destroy Fate Gu, they had truly nurtured Fang Yuan too much. In just a few days, Fang Yuan's force had already expanded to such a terrifying extent. What about his own strength? To what extent would it reach? In this situation, how could Longevity Heaven make a transaction with Fang Yuan? This was no different from continuing to support the enemy. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's cooperation caused a huge change in the situation. However, Celestial Court had already expected this. They allowed the two sides to attack with all their might, but they were still able to defend themselves well. Occasionally, when the defensive line was about to collapse, Fairy Minghao and Fairy Yuxiu would move out personally. They would either stabilize the situation in Celestial Court and repel the invading Gu Immortals, or seize the opportunity to counterattack Savage, Wilderness Great World, and Yellow Earth Great World, causing huge casualties. Fang Yuan also witnessed Fairy Yuxiu's battle strength. Fairy Yuxiu also had an outstanding combat system. Her offensive methods were very special. They were based on the difference in attainment level between her and her enemies. The greater the difference, the stronger her attacks. Ever since the first time they reached the foot of Book Mountain, Fang Yuan's subordinates had not achieved such results again. The three sides fought like this. The situation was in a stalemate as days passed. Large numbers of Gu cultivators died. Their sacrifices made the three great worlds grow larger and more stable with more Dao marks. The more Gu cultivators that died in foreign lands, the more the regional walls of the three great worlds would dissipate, the larger the connection would be. On this day, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Yuxiu gathered the Celestial Court's immortals, saying, "Right now, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan are working together. They are giving us huge pressure. Our forces are hidden in the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan's Wu Shui clone has not moved out yet. Longevity Heaven definitely has hidden forces as well. Since the situation is in a stalemate and everyone is wary of each other, the small and small worlds outside of the three great worlds will be the key to victory. Even though these small and small worlds are weak, they have Gu immortals. If we can get them to join our side, we will have an advantage in the competition between the three sides." During this period of time, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven worked together to suppress Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's losses were even more severe. Zhou Xiongxan's side. These small worlds are easy to defend but hard to attack, even though we could attack them forcefully. Few Gu immortals chose to join us. Prince's Impatience added, "These native Gu immortals lack intelligence and are very stubborn. Most of them have enmity towards the three great worlds. They think that if their small worlds fuse with the great worlds, their homeland will be destroyed. Thus they are stubborn and stubborn." So, Fairy Yuxiu smiled. 3 days later, I will hold a Dao impartation ceremony at the peak of Book Mountain. I will teach everyone regardless of background. Any Gu cultivator, be they mortal or immortal, can participate. How do we do that? Wan Zihong asked. Fairy Yu Xiu explained in detail. The celestial court's immortals' expressions changed. Lady Yu Xiu has such a divine ability. This is truly admirable. This way, we don't have to worry about Gu cultivators not joining our celestial court. These Gu cultivators are neither fish nor fowl. They actually have the fortune to listen to Lady Yu Xiu's Tao impartation ceremony. This is too good for them. Ha! They are just cannon fodder. They will be sacrificed sooner or later. There is no harm in doing this. The celestial court's Gu immortals discussed. The atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Divine Emperor City. Qi howling painting world. A group of beggars surrounded Fang Dichang as they faced a huge elephant. The elephant was pure white in color. It stood on the ground without moving. It was like a majestic mountain. The beggars had been facing each other for a long time. They felt a chill in their hearts. Their morale continued to fall. They gradually did not dare to fight this elephant. Fang Dichang frowned deeply. This Qi monster is formed from righteous Qi. The longer we fight it, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Qi monsters were of all shapes and sizes. They were formed from all kinds of Qi. They had different natures and abilities. For example, Qi monsters formed from domineering Qi were usually domineering, and Qi monsters formed from death Qi liked to roam around places where death was the most common. Qi monsters formed from life Qi had very strong recovery abilities. Qi monsters formed from luck Qi were hard to encounter. Once they were killed, the benefits to the Gu cultivator would not be small. Even though Fang Dichang was Fang Yuan's clone and shared his attainment level, he had already lost his body. He did not even have a soul. He only had a will left, residing in the human path, Gu worm, beggar Gu. Thus, he could not resist this white elephant formed from righteous Qi. Thankfully, the white elephant formed from righteous Qi was not irritable. It did not attack and only faced the beggars. I'm here. Xin Shang finally charged over. He quickly finished off his previous opponents and rushed over to reinforce Fang Dichang. He had fought a group of blood Qi monsters alone earlier, so he was covered in blood. Fang Dichang immediately let out a sigh of relief. He gathered the beggars and let Xin Shang into the encirclement. Xin Shang fought the white elephant while using human path methods. This rank 8 Gu immortal was indeed worthy of being a human path, quasi-supreme, grandmaster favored by Paradise Earth immortal Venerable. He quickly gained the upper hand. But just as he was about to get rid of this righteous white elephant, the ground suddenly shook. Rumble, a group of over 10,000 bull-shaped Qi monsters, raised dust clouds as they galloped over. Xin Shang and Fang Dichang's expressions changed. The righteous white elephant cried out in fear as it fled frantically. Xin Shang ignored it. He directly grabbed Fang Dichang and ran in another direction. 10,000 bulls galloped like a tsunami, sweeping through heaven and earth. They were unstoppable. Xin Shang and Fang Dichang barely escaped as they watched the bulls leave. These are Qi monsters formed from fighting bull Qi. The scale is too huge. Who can stop them? Xin Shang sighed. Fang Dichang said solemnly, the route the bulls are taking is the nearest camp. I wonder how many casualties there will be, but that camp is definitely finished. Xin Shang nodded. That's right. Once the camp is lost, we can only retreat to the camp behind. It will be even more inconvenient to explore. Please remember this book's domain name. Write Pen Chinese website mobile version website. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have imagined it. This is the teachings of a sage. The sage is truly benevolent. Many Gu immortals shed tears of gratitude. Some Gu immortals knelt down on the ground, worshipping Fairy Yu Xiu, who was at the peak. These Gu immortals were all unusual, but they obtained the orthodox Gu cultivation method. They knew clearly how hard it was to raise one's path attainment level. This was an extremely rare, fortuitous encounter. In this world, other than dream realms, there are truly other methods to raise attainment levels. Human path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already deduced this. Celestial Court's development of human path is definitely not wrong. Qin Dingling was extremely excited. The members of Celestial Court, who were led by her, were also sitting down and meditating with their eyes closed. Fairy Yushio's eyes were slightly closed as she looked down. Her forehead was covered in sweat. All the thoughts in her mind were used to maintain this move. There was no limit to learning. It was a strategic level human path method. The benefits to a super force were unimaginable. Its greatest advantage was that it did not expend the true meaning of the Gu Immortal who used the killer move, but created true meaning in other people's hearts. Rule Path and Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were more proficient in extracting their own true meaning than other paths. After other Gu cultivators extract the true meaning, their attainment level would rise rapidly. But the Gu cultivator who extracted the true meaning would have their attainment level fall. The loss would be irreversible. This was the reason why true meaning was so rare in the world. Endless learning was a killer move that used Fairy Yushio's attainment level, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Book Mountain as well as Learning Gu. This move could create a new true meaning in the target's heart. The moment these true meanings were created, they would be instantly absorbed by the Gu cultivator, causing their attainment level to rise. This was the greatest advantage of endless learning. It would not expend the Gu cultivator's attainment level. But at the same time, this advantage was also its weakness, because there was a limit to how much true meaning a killer move could create. These limits were the Gu cultivators who were hit. The Gu cultivators' aptitude, talent, comprehension, as well as their personal experiences were the conditions that restricted their creation of true meaning. The same attainment level and profundity could be comprehended differently by different people. If they reached the limit and could not comprehend the profundity no matter what, the Gu cultivator would start to hallucinate. As expected, not long after, some Gu cultivators on Book Mountain started to hallucinate. Some had golden lotuses bursting out of the ground. Some had green rain falling from the sky. Some were filled with blood water and a bone forest. Some had colorful lights forming into phoenixes that cried out, I can't hold on anymore. A moment later, someone coughed out blood and fainted. More and more people fainted. But some Gu cultivators persisted. Because of this, the Gu cultivators' aptitude and comprehension, as well as their personal experience, started to differentiate. But in Qin Dingling's group, some people started to shake and sweat appeared on their foreheads. But most of the local Gu Immortals of Green Lotus Dao Field had already fainted. Even though these mutants became Gu Immortals, humans still have the most intelligence. Fairy Yu Xiu nodded to herself. After some observation, she had a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of Green Lotus Dao Field's Gu Immortals. When Qin Dingling and the rest started to falter, the other Gu cultivators on the mountain had already fainted. Bai Tsang Shui fainted. Zhou Xiong Xian also fainted. Jun Xinguang followed closely behind. Eventually, only 3 members of Celestial Court were left. They were Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and Guyue Fangzheng. Brother. Guyue Fangzheng's eyes were bloodshot. He cried out as he fainted. Not long later, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly as she lost consciousness. Che Wei lasted until the end. Fairy Yu Xiu nodded to herself, as expected of the creator of Weapon Path. How could I have misjudged him? Fairy Yu Xiu suddenly had a surprised expression. Her gaze moved away from Che Wei and landed on a meteorite at the foot of the mountain. This meteorite was huge like an elephant. It was also a Gu Immortal. It had already fallen into a semi-conscious state earlier. But even Fairy Yu Xiu did not expect that there was some kind of power accumulated inside the meteorite. Until now, When this mysterious power reached its limit, the quantity caused a qualitative change. Rumble. With a loud sound, the meteorite exploded. Golden light shot everywhere. From the dazzling golden light, a stone monkey flew out. The stone monkey landed on the ground, scratching its ears and cheeks as it jumped around, shouting, "Amazing! Truly amazing!" Plop! Che Wei could not hold on any longer. He fainted. Fairy Yu Xiu's expression became even more surprised. This stone monkey was nurtured by heaven and earth. It is extraordinary. Its aptitude and comprehension actually surpassed Che Wei. With such potential, it will definitely become someone great in the future. Amazing, amazing. What a pity, what a pity. Fairy Yu Xiu sighed repeatedly. She said amazing because she was praising Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable created Crazed Demon Cave and deduced New Heaven Path Tao marks for over 1,000,000 years. The results were huge. The stone monkey in front of him was proof. This stone monkey's potential and aptitude actually surpassed the members of Celestial Court. It defeated Che Wei. If this stone monkey could be nurtured and grew up, it might be able to create its own path in the future. But this stone monkey was destined to have a tragic ending. It would not live for long. It was destined to become Limitless Demon Venerable's sacrifice. Celestial Court could not contain it. Because it was a variant, it was not a pure human. This was also the reason why Fairy Yu Xiu said, "What a pity." The stone monkey lasted for a few minutes before it fell to the ground, fainting. Fairy Yu Xiu stopped her killer move and started to rest. Even though she did not expend her attainment level, the price of using this move was very high. Be it thoughts, immortal essence, or lifespan, they were all expended. Not long later, the Gu Immortals woke up. They cheered uncontrollably. Their attainment levels rose. The problems of killer moves or immortal Gu remnant recipes that troubled them in the past were all solved. Many Gu Immortals created new methods to modify old killer moves. Thank you, Sage, for your Tao teachings. Sage's Tao teachings are immeasurable. The Gu Immortals knelt down. Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. Her voice spread throughout Book Mountain and out, shaking the whole of Green Lotus World. 3 days later, I will teach at the peak of Book Mountain again. The Immortals were stunned, but at the next moment they cheered loudly. 3 days later, not only on Book Mountain, even the foot of the mountain was filled with Gu Masters. The Gu Masters could only surround Book Mountain. They could not ascend it. At the foot of the mountain, many new Gu Immortal faces appeared. These Gu Immortals came from all sorts of small worlds. They heard that a sage was teaching on Book Mountain. It would be a waste not to come. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. Fairy Yu Xiu activated endless learning again. Illusions started to appear. Each person was different. I see it, so many flowers. So many pig heads are flying. Fairy, don't run, you can't escape. He he he. That lad is dead. I said that even Gu Immortals cannot save him. My lover is an unparalleled hero. One day, he will step on a rainbow cloud to marry me, even though I am a man. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese mobile version. Chapter 2183. The illusions were endless. Soon, the Gu Masters outside the mountain collapsed, fainting in large numbers. Next, on the mountain, the Gu Immortals who had experienced the first Tao imparting also fainted. They had already reached their limits when they first imparted the Tao. In just 3 short days, the extent to which they could improve their foundation was very, very small. Even the members of the Celestial Court were no exception. Finally, the remaining ones were the mutant Gu Immortals from the small worlds. They had deep foundations, and it was also their first time experiencing a preaching of the Tao. Fairy Yu Xiu was astonished once more. Among these mutant Gu Immortals, she found another genius. This was a dark green hurricane. He persisted until the end. His talent and comprehension abilities were on par with the stone monkey from before. When this tornado Gu-immortal fainted, Fairy Yu Xiu stopped her killer move. When these Gu-immortals woke up, she announced again. 3 days later, the third Tao imparting would be held. For the third time, even more Gu-immortals came. Not just the variant humans of the small worlds, even Gu-immortals from Savage, Wilderness Great World, and Yellow Earth Great World came. Eventually, a lizard Gu-immortal emerged. This immortal came from Savage, Wilderness Great World. His aptitude was on the same level as the Stone Monkey and Hurricane Gu-immortal. He was extraordinary. Fairy Yu Xiu had preached a total of 3 times. Her influence had not only covered the 3 great worlds, but it had also spread to the other small worlds. Not only were there small worlds attached to the outer walls of the 3 worlds, but there were also many small worlds that were being drawn to the center. Fairy Yu Xiu achieved her goal, and the effects were extremely clear. Green Lotus Great World's impression in the minds of the Gu-immortals greatly improved. A large number of Gu-immortals joined them. Yu Xiu chose 3 leaders from them. There were the stone monkey Butian Kong, who jumped out of the meteorite, the hurricane Gu-immortal Nyakwang Fong, and the lizard Gu-immortal Duan, who came from reckless Savage Great World. But most of the Gu-immortals still chose to watch. Most of these Gu-immortals came from small worlds, and these small worlds were still migrating. They had not landed on the 3 great worlds yet. Since the void has mutated and the merging of the worlds is unavoidable, I'll have to choose a good home. That's right. We are the rulers of our respective small worlds. We can influence the landing location of the small worlds to a certain extent. The sages of Yuanlian Great World are preaching. I wonder if the sages of the other 2 great worlds are doing the same? These Gu-immortals could not help but feel anticipation. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Even though they were native Gu-immortals and did not look like humans, they were intelligent and astute. From Fairy Yu Xiu's act of imparting the Tao, they acutely sensed that she was trying to recruit them. The battle between the 3 great worlds was like a raging fire, and the consumption of energy between them was extremely fierce. This was the stage for them to display their prowess. They even directly spread the news. If the sages of the other 2 great worlds don't give us any benefits, we can only rely on Green Lotus Great World. The 3 great worlds have been united for a long time. The sages of the Green Lotus Great World are really broad-minded to be able to teach everyone without discrimination. I believe that the sages of the other 2 worlds are not inferior. We'll go to whichever great world offers better treatment. These Gu-immortals wanted to gain as many benefits as possible. As for where it would land and which great world it belonged to, let's take advantage of him first. With the situation changing like this, Lu Wei-yin hurriedly went to discuss with Fang Yuan. Lu Wei-yin thought for a while before adding, "Since Lord has already used lingering poisonous ant plague, we should take the initiative to attack and exert direct pressure. Heavenly Court side will be exhausted from dealing with them. They will not have enough time and energy to resist this move." Fang Yuan, however, had already closed his eyes. "I will leave this to you. I still need to deduce Paradise, Earth's true inheritance." Lu Wei-yin took his leave. He thought that it would be better to contact Longevity Heaven. It would be more suitable for both sides to attack together. After receiving Lu Wei-yin's invitation, Longevity Heaven cooperated without hesitation. In fact, their pressure was even greater. There were many Gu-immortals who defected from Savage Wilderness Great World to Green Lotus Great World, much more than in Yellow Earth Great World. The most famous was Duan Hu. This rank 8 expert was very famous in Savage Wilderness Great World. He took the lead to defect to Celestial Court. This had a bad influence on Longevity Heaven. After many days, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan's side sent their armies to invade Green Lotus Great World again. In the sky, Gu-immortals fought intensely. Kill. Golden Fur, immortal monarch, held two large hammers as he charged around fiercely. His body was covered in golden fur. He had many immortal goo and killer moves ready. His defense was tight, and he had no worries when charging into the formation. The mutant goo immortals on Celestial Court's side were disrupted by him many times. Don't be arrogant. A childlike wood-path goo immortal with grass growing on his head gritted his teeth in anger, blocking Golden Fur, immortal monarch. Golden Fur, immortal monarch, stopped his charge and fought with this immortal. Both sides fought for more than 10 rounds. They were evenly matched. Humph. I am Grasshead Baby. I was born with immortal goo. I have great luck. You have immortal goo. My number of immortal goo does not lose to yours. This wood-path goo immortal shouted with great momentum. Suddenly his expression twisted as his body tilted. Itch, itch, itch. Suddenly, Grasshead Baby felt an unbearable itch all over his body. Waves of ants came out of his body, drilling through his turf skin. How can this be? What the hell are these things? Grasshead Baby was pale with fright. He quickly retreated. Ha ha ha, where are you going? Golden Fur, immortal monarch, saw an opportunity and chased relentlessly. Grasshead Baby was hit by the killer move lingering poisonous ant plague. He was in a mess, and after resisting for a few rounds, he was smashed by Golden Fur, immortal monarch's hammer. His soul perished. Similar scenes happened to the other mutant goo immortals. The lingering poisonous ant plague immediately changed the situation of the battlefield. Originally, Celestial Court's side had many mutant goo immortals. They were in a deadlock with Fang Yuan's subordinates, who were well equipped. But now that these mutant goo immortals' immortal apertures were on fire, their morale was gone. They no longer had the will to fight. Run! Why are there ants on my body? Don't kill me! I surrender! A huge defeat occurred. Fang Yuan's subordinates chased after them. They had great results. This is the result of joining Green Lotus Great World. All the goo immortals who join them will be punished by lingering poisonous ant plague. Kill all the captives. Master has ordered us not to take these things. Ice Crystal, immortal monarch, and the rest cheered loudly in the battlefield. They fought with Longevity Heaven's group. The mutant goo immortals of Celestial Court could not put up any resistance. The mutant goo immortals who were defeated found that they could not deal with lingering poisonous ant plague. They could only run to the foot of Book Mountain and pray to the sages to save them. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling frowned. Fang Yuan used this killer move after all. If we do not deal with this move, our great advantage will crumble. Many of the mutant goo immortals were watching. If Green Lotus Great World was too weak, no matter how many benefits they received, they would not join. After all, no matter how many benefits there were, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Right now, Fairy Yu Xiao was guarding Book Mountain, while Fairy Ming Hao went to the front lines to prevent Longevity Heaven's army from causing any trouble. Fairy Yu Xiao was also troubled. Regarding lingering poisonous ant plague killer move, you have already brought information about it. This move is incredible. It contains poison path, enslavement path, refinement path, wood path, food path, and even heaven path profundities. There are heaven path profundities as well. Qin Dingling was shocked. No wonder Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance can only alleviate this move. They cannot cure it completely. Chapter 2184. Peak of Book Mountain. Against Fang Yuan's lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Fairy Yu Xiao continued. Thankfully, Fang Yuan has already used this move in Eastern Sea. You also placed Zue Xianweng in the Righteous Qi Alliance and obtained first-hand information. Thus, I was prepared for it. But the current lingering poisonous ant plague killer move has already been modified by Fang Yuan. My original method is no longer suitable. I need to modify it further. When Qin Dingling heard this, the serious expression on her face immediately dissipated a little. That's good. Fairy Yu Xiao smiled lightly. I only need 3 days to complete the modification. During this period of time, Celestial Court will publicize lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Qin Dingling received her orders and left. Not long after, the mutant Gu immortals learned of this. They were furious. Yellow Earth Great World Sage is too despicable. I heard long ago that Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortals are united and harmonious. To think that Yellow Earth Great World Sage is so vicious, we are truly disappointed. In comparison, Green Lotus Great World Sage is truly generous. He has the demeanor of a sage. Savage Wilderness Great World Sage is only SOSO. The spectating Gu immortals were very disappointed. They were waiting anxiously, but be it Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan, they did not react in the way they wanted. Without gaining any benefits, Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World directly mobilized their armies and started a war. While these mutant Gu immortals were disappointed, they also started to feel anger. The sages of these two great worlds are acting like this. Are they not afraid that we will join Green Lotus Great World? The sages of these two worlds are too arrogant. Forget it. Let's join Green Lotus Great World. The mutant Gu immortals who were spectating almost all decided to join Celestial Court. Celestial Court's Wisdom Path method is truly amazing. The emotions of these mutant Gu immortals are all secretly influenced. According to what I know, many Gu immortals decided to join the Celestial Court out of anger. Lu Wei-yin sighed to Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court first promoted Fang Yuan's viciousness and ruthlessness. Next, they use a killer move for free to alleviate the lingering poisonous ant plague of the mutant Gu immortals. Finally, they secretly used a method to influence the emotions of these mutant Gu immortals. Through this series of attacks, not only did they get rid of lingering poisonous ant plague's negative effects, they even retaliated. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven were in a bad spot. Right now, the Celestial Court has gathered a large number of mutant Gu immortals. They have a clear advantage in numbers. Should we withdraw the army at the front? Lu Wei-yin asked again. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his hand. The Celestial Court is truly formidable. According to my deductions, this mysterious Wisdom Path killer move also contains Heaven Path profundities. It can interfere with the thoughts of all living beings like Providence. Lingering poisonous ant plague has been troubling the Righteous Chi Alliance for a long time, but the Celestial Court easily neutralized this move. In fact, I have already modified this move again. However, Longevity Heaven has already made a move. Let's observe for a while before making a decision. Gu Gulwan was one of the mutant Gu immortals who joined the Celestial Court. After forming an agreement with the Celestial Court, she passed through the void and returned to her small world. For several days, she set up an immortal formation. This immortal formation was naturally the support of the Celestial Court. After activating it, it could influence the trajectory of the small world and make it land on the boundary of Green Lotus Great World. The Sage of Green Lotus Great World is truly unfathomable. This immortal formation is incredible and has great power, but it expends little immortal essence. Gu Gulwan praised in her mind as she activated the immortal formation. The immortal formation burst out with a faint, profound light that spread out from the small world. The small world had been flying towards the center of the void, but under the effect of the immortal formation, it started to change its trajectory. After activating it for a few breaths of time, Gu Gulwan suddenly showed a shocked expression. What's going on? I clearly activated the immortal formation, but the small world is not under my control. It is flying towards another direction. Is the immortal formation ineffective? Gu Gulwan quickly inspected and found out to her shock. It was not that the immortal formation was ineffective, but there was a profound and grand force that was affecting her small world. Compared to this grand force, even the immortal formation could not match it. The Bone Wand could only watch helplessly as its home flew down and finally landed on the savage wilderness great world's boundary wall. Her situation was not unique. Most small worlds were affected. They either landed on the savage Great World or were on their way to the savage Great World. Gu Gulwan and the other mutant Gu immortals were dumbfounded. They joined Green Lotus Great World, but their small world landed on Savage Wilderness Great World. It would definitely be absorbed by Savage Wilderness Great World in the future and fuse with it. This is the method of Savage Wilderness Great World Sage. Unbelievable! That sage has already taken action. He can actually absorb all of the small worlds. Only those small worlds at the periphery are spared. What do? Many Gu immortals started to regret it. If they knew this, they would not have joined Green Lotus Great World in such a hurry. Peak of Book Mountain. This is Giant Sun's Heaven and Earth luck method. Qin Dingling sighed. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Longevity Heaven did not hesitate to send luck suppression Heavenly Palace down. It has already started to interfere with the heaven and earth luck of Crazed Demon, Cave's 8th layer. That's why these small worlds landed on his side. It is a venerable method after all. Fairy Yushio sighed. Even though they saw through this method of Longevity Heaven, they could not break it. Not mentioning luck path methods, Longevity Heaven was superior to Celestial Court. This method was activated by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. To break it, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had to be destroyed. And Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was hidden deep in Savage Wilderness Great World. In the current situation, even pseudo-venerables could not use their full strength. How could they attack it? Celestial Court could not think of anything, they could only watch. This way, Celestial Court gathered most of the mutant Gu immortals. They had the advantage in numbers. Longevity Heaven took in most of the small worlds. Savage Wilderness Great World continued to expand. Only Fang Yuan's side was the weakest. After losing this round, not only did they not recruit many mutant Gu immortals, they also did not obtain many small worlds. Celestial Court commanded the mutant Gu immortals to counterattack. The battle line that had penetrated deep into Green Lotus Great World was pushed back. Gu masters gathered into an army and slaughtered all over the mountains and plains. Immortals fought in the sky. It was an intense battle. Stone Monkey Butian rampaged in the sky. It suddenly gave a loud roar as it vanished far away. This move again! Bing, Zhua's eyelids twitched. He looked around nervously. Where is he? Where did he appear? But Butian Kong did not continue to attack Binghua. It teleported behind Shirzong. Eat my fist! Butian Kong shouted. Shirzong quickly defended, but his defensive killer move was instantly broken. Butian Kong's fist pierced through Shirzong's chest, coming out of his back. Butian Kong laughed sinisterly. Its body shook as it activated its killer move. Shirzong exploded into pieces. Rocks flew everywhere. Bing Zhua and Shirzong were rank 8 Gu immortals. Butian Kong also had rank 8 cultivation level, but it still managed to kill Shirzong in a 1 versus 2 fight. No matter what formation this is, scatter! On the other side, Nyakuang Feng's scream came from the Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud formation. The 6 Eggman Gu immortals from Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven had created the ancient battle formation Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud. It had already trapped Nyakuang Feng for a long time. It could not hold on any longer. It was destroyed from the inside. The 6 Eggman Gu immortals spat out blood. They were either injured or dead. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Duan, who fought against Lu Tonglan. Lu Tonglan was one of the 8 extremities, desolate extremity, but she was at a disadvantage. Duan, who attacked fiercely, his body was tough like a mountain. When he charged, it was like heaven and earth were collapsing. Lu Tonglan's Blue Phoenix totem killer move was almost destroyed by him. These 3 immortals were born from luck. They are the luck children of Crazed Demon, Cave's 8th layer. Yellow Earth Great World should have produced such an expert as well. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan saw through the 3 immortals. His gaze turned towards Paradise Earth's tomb. under his luck inspection killer move. This Paradise Earth tomb's luck was like a mountain of yellow earth. It did not move at all. It was extremely grand. These last days, the front lines had been suffering losses. Many of Feng Yuan's Gu immortals had died. But Feng Yuan was still as calm as ice. The casualties were just a number to him. Stalling for time was also beneficial to him. Feng Yuan comprehended many profundities of Paradise Earth Tomb. In the past, he could not create a tomb, but now he could create a huge tomb in the sovereign immortal aperture. It could be used as an earth vein node. Feng Yuan spent most of his time and energy on comprehending the refinement path profundities here. Ordinary Gu immortals, refined Gu immortals, but limitless demon, venerable refined worlds of heaven and earth. This gap in refinement path was quickly filled by Feng Yuan. He had made great progress in it. At the same time, Feng Yuan gained a deeper understanding of limitless demon Venerable's arrangements. "It's time," Feng Yuan muttered softly, his gaze gazing afar with a dark and eerie gaze. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the battlefield. The immortals were shocked. In the blink of an eye, lightning rained down. The immortals quickly stopped and retreated. Next, calamities and tribulations of all sizes appeared like rain and smoke, appearing in every corner of the three great worlds. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling was shocked. What is going on? Fairy Yu Xiu deduced for a while and understood. This is limitless demon Venerable's method. When the worlds fuse to a certain extent, calamities and tribulations descend. At the same time, Feng Yuan's gaze pierced through the surroundings, observing these calamities and tribulations. Waves of understanding surged in his mind. All calamities and tribulations are actually excellent methods to refine heaven and earth. When Gu immortals manage their immortal apertures, under normal circumstances, the main source of Tao marks are calamities and tribulations. When Gu immortals pass tribulations, they will obtain a large number of Tao marks. These Tao marks will modify the immortal aperture, causing the environment of the immortal aperture to change continuously. This is refinement of heaven and earth. Broadly speaking, all calamities and tribulations were refinement path methods. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. At this point, he had already understood most of the refinement path profundities of refining heaven and earth. Earlier, the luck hinted at this moment. It is time to use that move. Feng Yuan activated Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. Chapter 2185. The sky was in chaos. Gu immortals were fighting intensely. Intense winds howled, wind blades shot everywhere. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch paused for a moment. Wind blades surrounded him from all directions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's square face was covered in frost. He snorted coldly as countless ice crystals shot out, blocking the wind blades. But at the next moment, Niaquang Feng appeared in front of him. Niaquang Feng was a green tornado to begin with. Now that it was condensed into a ball, it burst out with a terrifying suction force. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already thought of dodging, but he could not make it in time. He was sucked in by Niaquang Feng. He could not escape. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression changed. It was too late to use extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move now. Normally, the stronger the Immortal Killer move, the longer the activation time. While fighting against Niaquang Feng, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not find an opportunity to use this move. In a dangerous situation, he could not use this move in time. In a deadlock, using this move would expose a weakness. The enemy would be able to take advantage of it. Even if he used it, Niaquang Feng would be guarded against it. He could not end the battle in one move. This is my famous killer move, Sucking Life Strangulation. It took me more than 30 years to build it with great care. I spent 100 years to modify it. No one has ever survived this move. You will not be an exception. Niaquang Feng laughed sinisterly. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a grim expression. He could not dodge now, he could only activate his defensive killer move. Ah! Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, screamed in pain. His arms were first absorbed into Nya Kuang Feng's body. Even though there was a thick layer of ice on the surface of his arms, they only lasted for a few breaths of time before breaking apart. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch's arms were twisted into pieces. Next was Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch's body. This is the end of me. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch was in despair. But suddenly a black lightning bolt struck down. Nya Kuang Feng was struck by it. It suffered a huge blow. The suction force stopped for a moment. Nya Kuang Feng's wind ball strangulation fell in speed. The green wind ball was corroded by a large amount of black ink. It looked like ink. Damn it! Another calamity has appeared. Nya Kuang Feng gnashed his teeth. Since a few days ago, calamities and tribulations had been appearing frequently in every corner of every major world. Especially in the vicinity of Gu Immortals, calamities and tribulations were more common. Right now, there were many Gu Immortals fighting intensely in the battlefield. It was not strange for tribulations to appear here. Nya Kuang Feng's attention focused on Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch again. Die! Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch tried his best to break free, but he could not resist Nya Kuang Feng's suction force. He was sucked into Nya Kuang Feng's body inch by inch. My life is over. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch was in despair again. But suddenly a dark lightning bolt struck down. With a cracking sound, the black thunderbolt struck Nya Kuang Feng. The Nya Kuang wind became sluggish once more, and the pitch-black color within the green ball of wind grew even more intense. The power of this calamity is so strong. To think that it could cause such deep damage to me. Nya Kuang Feng sighed. He shouted at Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch. But you cannot escape. Your life is mine. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, was slowly absorbed by the wind again. It seems that I, Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, am going to die here. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch sighed. Right at this moment, another dark lightning bolt struck down and struck Nya Kuang Feng. Nya Kuang Feng stopped moving. The wind ball distorted as if it was going to explode. What is going on? What is going on with this calamity? Why did it strike me 3 times in a row? I was so close to Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, but he was not struck even once. Is his luck so good? I don't believe it. I'll absorb. Crack! The black lightning struck Nya Kuang Feng. Nya Kuang Feng did not believe it. I'll absorb again. Crack! I still want to absorb. Crack, crack, crack! Nya Kuang Feng could not take it anymore. The black thunderbolts struck down continuously, all of them aimed at his head. It was completely unreasonable. Nya Kuang Feng's body almost broke apart. It could not absorb Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch anymore. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch took the chance to retreat, getting away from Nya Kuang Feng. I actually survived? What the hell is going on? Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch was still alive. He was filled with disbelief. Far away, the black lightning was still striking Nya Kuang Feng. No matter where Nya Kuang Feng went, the black lightning seemed to be targeting him. No, not just the black lightning. Blood dragons, gray ghosts, and other calamities and tribulations also came for Nya Kuang Feng. Nya Kuang Feng was going crazy at this moment. He felt like he was being targeted by the entire world. Of course, there were calamities and tribulations that took care of other Gu Immortals. But Nya Kuang Feng had the most calamities and tribulations. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, healed himself as he observed. He soon found another person in the same situation as Nya Kuang Feng. That was the stone monkey Bu Tiankong. This unlucky monkey was fighting against Stone Warrior and several other rank 8 Gu Immortals. Countless bats and white sparrows were pecking at him. The stone monkey's attacks were disrupted and disrupted. Even though Stone Warrior and the rest were also affected by the calamities and tribulations, they were much less affected. Seeing an opportunity, these Gu Immortals retaliated. The stone monkey was very depressed. In this situation, he could only defend. Peak of Book Mountain. What is going on? Qin Dingling stood up, her expression changing. Book Mountain was an information path, secluded domain of heaven and earth. Celestial Court's methods allowed it to collect information on the two battlefields at all times. Thus, even though Qin Dingling was at the rear, she could quickly sense all sorts of abnormalities in the battlefield. Right now, Celestial Court's troops had already advanced into Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. Savage Wilderness Great World's calamities and tribulations were few in number and power. Green Lotus Great World's calamities and tribulations were normal. But Yellow Earth Great World's calamities and tribulations were not normal. Not only were they much more severe, they were also targeted at Nyakwangfong and Butiankong. What is going on? Qin Dingling was shocked and uncertain. Fairy Yu Xiu had already started deducing. Now that she finished, she replied, "This Fan Yuan is truly amazing. This is his handiwork. This mysterious killer move can amplify the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, targeting the most talented and talented living beings. Nyakwangfong and Butiankong represent many small worlds in the outside world, while Green Lotus Great World. They're two of the people with the greatest luck in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thus, they're being targeted. Saying so, Fairy Yu Xiu's expression suddenly changed. This killer move is moving so quickly, it has already engulfed us. Oh no. Qin Dingling's expression changed again. She raised her head and looked at the sky. She saw that above Book Mountain, tribulation clouds were rumbling, covering the sky and the sun. They were layered and thick, covering the surrounding 10,000 li. The calamities and tribulations are intensifying. What is going on? Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Even someone like her could sense a trace of terror from the tribulation clouds above her. Fairy Yu Xiu's expression was grim. This calamity and tribulation is targeting Fairy Fengya. She has talent gu and has been in closed cultivation, deducing limitless demon Venerable's arrangements. When wisdom path gu immortals make their deductions, they would also expose themselves. Thus, heaven and earth sensed Fairy Fengya's existence and immediately prepared a calamity and tribulation to eliminate her. Fan Yuan used this mysterious killer move. He is actually using limitless demon Venerable's arrangements to attack my celestial court. Damn it. Qin Dingling was furious. Lady Yu Xiu, please allow me to lead Divine Emperor City to the front lines and find trouble with Fan Yuan. He will not have time to use this move. No. If you do that, Fan Yuan will be happy to see that happen. Fairy Yu Xiu shook her head with a firm attitude. The most important thing now is to protect Fairy Fengya. We need to quickly form a formation and resist the calamity and obtain the best environment for Fairy Fengya. Almost at the same time, inside Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also sensed Fan Yuan's method. He praised. This move contains Heaven Path profundity. It is beyond my expectations. Fan Yuan seems to be cultivating Heaven Path. But I wonder what this move is called? Desolate extremity, Jiao Hui said in dissatisfaction. Fan Yuan has already allied with us, but he is still allowing this move to spread to Savage Wilderness Great World. Even our subordinates are starting to be affected. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled. When he made the alliance agreement with us, he had clearly considered this. Thus, it was only a minor move. It is not a violation of the alliance agreement. Thus, this move is mainly targeted at that Gu Immortal, Duan Hu. But it is also true that our Gu Immortals are weakened by the calamity and tribulation. Jiao Hua added. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded with a deep gaze. He is also forcing me to take action. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting. Then I will take action personally and take on this move. Master, the Gu Immortals in the hall shouted in unison with concerned expressions. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun waved his hand. Don't worry, the fate war has already ended for a long time. My strength has been recovering continuously. Moreover, I am not only taking action now to deal with Fang Yuan's killer move, I am also taking part in the operation of the world and gaining a deeper understanding of limitless demon Venerable's arrangements. At the next moment, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace shot out a pillar of light that soared to the sky. It was grand and golden. Good, Longevity Heaven is also taking action. Fang Yuan soon sensed the commotion in savage, wilderness, great world. He looked over, his gaze traversing a long distance as he gained a deeper understanding of savage, wilderness, great world. Longevity Heaven was indeed hiding a trump card. At this time, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has activated, creating a wave of luck path. The wave is in line with the operation of the world, complying with limitless demon Venerable's arrangements and promoting the fusion of the small worlds. No, there is also the method of all living beings' luck. Those mutant goo immortals under Longevity Heaven are being taken care of. The power of the calamities and tribulations that fall on them is greatly reduced. Fang Yuan observed for a while and gained a lot of insights. At his level, he could already comprehend other things by analogy. Although he was only observing immortal zombie giant suns move, Fang Yuan deduced many profundities of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. This move that Fang Yuan activated was called Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses. Using Heaven's Envy immortal goo as the core, it was specially used to deal with those with outstanding talent. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted to use this move on Venerables, but now that he used it, the timing was extremely ingenious. It was completely in line with limitless demon Venerable's arrangements. Using limitless demon Venerable's strength, this move could envelop all the great worlds and greatly increase its power. Chapter 2186. It had just rained a while ago. Northern Plains sky was blue and extremely clear. A goo immortal was flying at a low altitude, only a few meters above the ground. His gaze was constantly scanning the ground, as if he was searching for something. This goo immortal's chest was exposed, his body was well-proportioned, and his muscles were firm. He had an ordinary face, his nose was straight, and his lips were tightly pursed, giving off an impression of unwavering determination. The ground he was inspecting had lush grass. It was a field of green. But if one observed carefully, they would find that the ground that was covered in grass was cracked everywhere. There was something fishy about it. The Northern Plains goo immortal had sensed some clues and started to investigate. Right now, he had already explored 100 li of land. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed past the cracks on the ground. "Found you!" The Northern Plains goo immortal's gaze brightened. He pounced down with a gray shadow, like an eagle pouncing on its prey. His momentum was swift and fierce, filled with determination. Rumble! The Northern Plains goo immortal directly crashed into the ground. The ground instantly cracked. Rocks and grass flew everywhere. The goo immortal's attack hit the target. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk. The ground cracked open, revealing a huge body hidden in the shallow layer of the ground. It looked like a huge yellow dragon, but looking closely, it was not the body of a dragon, but a huge ginseng trunk. The ginseng trunk was yellow and full of wrinkles, giving off a feeling of strength. After suffering a heavy blow, the ginseng trunk erupted with terrifying strength, like a huge dragon turning over. Rumble! The surrounding ground cracked again. Grass and mud flew everywhere. The Northern Plains goo immortal was also sent flying by this force. He flew into the air and saw the full appearance of the ginseng, only to see that in the surrounding 100 li, there were yellow ginseng roots growing out everywhere. It was like a forest had grown out. Hundreds of ginseng roots were like yellow dragons, dancing and attacking the Northern Plains goo immortal. The goo immortal breathed in deeply. A gray shadow appeared around his body. Under the shroud of the gray light, his figure became blurry, indistinct. When the ginseng roots hit his body, it was like they were passing through a layer of illusion. There was no effect. The northern plains Gu Immortal was like the moon's shadow in the water. No matter how the water rippled, the moon's shadow was not damaged at all. The Gu Immortals thus set their footing and started to prepare their offensive methods. Once the killer move was activated, grayish-green wooden spikes, each as thick as an ancient tree, stabbed into the ginseng roots and nailed them to the ground. As the Gu Immortal continued to attack, the number of ginseng roots attacking him decreased. Good stuff! The Northern Plains Gu Immortal's name was Wu Guang. He was a rank 7 Wood Path Gu Immortal called Wood Statue Lord. The longer he looked at the ginseng, the more fervent his gaze became. This withered yellow ginseng was a mysterious species. Even Wu Guang, who specialized in Wood Path, did not know much about it. However, this situation was quite common recently. The 5 regions merged into one. The earth veins surged, chi tide swept, and a vast amount of cultivation resources appeared. There were a lot of strange things in it. This ancient, desolate plant was the same. Coincidentally, it was discovered by wooden statue Lord Wu Guang. This ginseng was extremely valuable. If Wu Guang could successfully raise it, it would definitely be a profitable long-term business. However, it was not easy to subdue these wild, ancient, desolate plants. They were not like those desolate plants that were grown from seedlings. Subduing ancient, desolate plants involved enslavement path methods. Wu Guang was not proficient in this. He did not want to ask for too much now. He only wanted to kill this ginseng and obtain many immortal materials. Undue delay could lead to trouble. This was the territory of the Huang Jin bloodline. If these Gu Immortals found him as a lone immortal, Wu Guang would not be able to gain any benefits. Immortal killer move, decaying with dead ashes. After the number of ginseng roots attacking Wu Guang decreased to a certain extent, Wu Guang pushed with his palms. With a loud sound, a gray pillar of light tore through the sky and hit the ginseng's trunk. The ginseng's trunk was pierced by the gray pillar of light. A huge hole was formed. The ginseng roots that were still attacking Wu Guang seemed to have lost all their strength and instantly fell to the ground. They were like soft caterpillars, no longer as strong and firm as before. It's over. Wu Guang smiled lightly, but his expression changed immediately. Rumble. At the next moment, the ground shook, heaven and earth turned upside down. Over 1,000 ginseng roots appeared at the same time. Each root was at least 30 meters long. The roots covered the sky, casting a shadow over Wu Guang's body. Wu Guang was shocked to find that the ginseng's trunk that he had identified earlier was not the main body. It was just a larger branch. This ancient, desolate plant might have over 10,000 years of history. It is already close to rank 8. It is at the peak of ancient, desolate plants. Wu Guang's heart shook. Countless ginseng roots smashed down. Wu Guang quickly dodged. But at this time, a wild immortal Gu residing in a certain part of the ginseng activated, causing Wu Guang's speed to fall sharply. Wu Guang was hit by the ginseng roots again and again. At the crucial moment, the gray shadow appeared again. Over 1,000 ginseng roots were like violent whips, whipping and stirring the air, causing air currents to surge endlessly. Wu Guang's body was shaking. His immortal essence was being expended rapidly. Oh no! Wu Guang could smell the aura of death. At this rate, his immortal essence reserves would not last for long. He relied on his defensive method to preserve his life. But this defensive killer move had a huge flaw. Once it was activated, the Gu Immortal could not move at all. They could only stay on the spot. Wu Guang was in danger. The situation was changing too quickly. It was a moment of life and death. Wu Guang felt bitter internally. He had been too careless this time. He did not investigate more carefully. The truth was the ginseng moved underground. It was not easy for Wu Guang to chase it. It was not easy to catch it. If he had the time to investigate it thoroughly, the ginseng would have escaped long ago and gone underground. It is too late to say anything now. To think that I, Wu Guang, would die in the hands of an ancient, desolate plant. Immortal essence started to dry up. Wu Guang gradually fell into despair. Roar! Right at this time, a fierce tiger pounced. The tiger's body was pitch black. It gave off a metallic luster. It was huge like a mountain. Its claws and teeth were extremely powerful, easily tearing the ginseng roots apart. What ancient, desolate beast is this? No, that's not right. This is a killer move. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes, surprised and curious. The black tiger fought against the ginseng roots. The two were in a deadlock. They were evenly matched. Rumble! At the next moment, the ground shook fiercely. The ginseng roots suddenly straightened, and then fell to the ground with a thud, never to move again. What? This is an immemorial, desolate plant, mysterious ginseng. It was actually killed in one move. Wu Guang was shocked. His face was filled with worry and solemnity. Many times humans were much more terrifying than wild beasts and plants. Wu Guang did not need to think to know. The Gu immortal who killed this ancient, desolate plant was very strong, extremely strong. Wu Guang escaped and saw a green-robed Gu immortal. Wu Guang recognized this person. He cupped his fists. So you were the one who saved me, Qin Cheng. Gu immortal Qin Cheng waved his hand. I only assisted you. The one who truly saved your life was my master. Master, whose servant did you become? Wu Guang was shocked. Right at this time, the ground split open. A figure flew into the sky. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes. He saw that this female immortal was wearing a half mask. The mask covered her nose and chin. Her brows were sharp. Her eyes were shining brightly. She wore a black gold armor. A domineering aura lingered around her, intimidating people's minds. It was He Lulan who had just entered the ground and killed the mysterious ginseng. Roar! The black tiger roared as it returned, turning into a tattoo that landed on He Lulan's body. It was the totem killer move. Dark capital strength tiger. Wu Guang had never seen or heard of this killer move before. Seeing this scene, he was even more shocked. He Lulan looked down at him. I saved you. How are you going to repay me? Wu Guang's body shook. He quickly bowed and thanked. I will never forget the favor of saving my life. I wonder if I can do anything for you, Lord? As long as you say the word, I will do my best to fulfill it. He Lulan laughed, looking at Qin Cheng. It seems you know him. What can he do? Qin Cheng said, Master, we're going to Half Moon Hill to challenge Yin Wu of Quebec. This person has a close relationship with Yin Wu K. He can lead the way for us. Wu Guang quickly said, I do know Brother Yin, but the challenge, Qin Cheng laughed, explaining. Master's cultivation was successful this time. She came out of seclusion to challenge all the experts in the world. I lost to Master. According to the bet, I became her slave. Wu Guang took a deep breath. So that's it, he was hesitant. He and Yin Wu K were good friends. If he led this expert to fight with his friend, regardless of the outcome, Wu Guang would feel troubled. But He Lulan did not care about Wu Guang's feelings, she said. Then lead the way. Wu Guang's heart shook. He Lulan's tone was filled with unquestionable dominance. Wu Guang was certain that if he went against this person, he would end up like that ginseng. Benefactor, please follow me, fellow Taoist Qin Cheng. Wu Guang led the way under his strong will to live. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, milky white seawater rose and fell. The surface of the sea was covered in fog. One could not even see their own fingers. In this milky white fog, there were tens of thousands of figures walking and flying. Sherzong's mind was in chaos. He was in a daze, sometimes in the seawater, sometimes in the white fog. He could vaguely hear a voice calling out to him. Sherzong, since you are awake, why aren't you coming out? Thus, following this voice, Sherzong walked out of the seawater, stepping onto the shore. He was naked from head to toe. After he left the crowd, he suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the thick white fog and sea around him, He inspected his body. He shouted in disbelief. Didn't I die? You have successfully revived in Master's secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, sure zone. But your cultivation level is gone. You are immortal now. You need to cultivate again. The Gu immortal who guided him smiled. Shirzong was speechless. After a while, he knelt down on the beach. I can revive because of Master's benevolence and kindness. Shirzong raised his head and shouted. Tears flowed down his cheeks. Chapter 2187. Before Feng Yuan entered crazed demon cave, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, had already been completed. In order to create the complete human sea, Feng Yuan ordered the slaughter of countless humans. The sin of killing was unimaginable. His hands were stained with blood. But he also got what he wanted. He was getting the desired result at this moment. One could imagine if the news of the dead Gu immortals reviving in human sea spread, the morale of Feng Yuan's subordinates would rise greatly. In fact, in Feng Yuan's 500 years of memories, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, was used by Eastern Sea's Xia clan. In Feng Yuan's 500 years of memories, Xia clan's Gu immortals would not die completely when they died. They could revive in human sea. Even though the immortal Gu and immortal aperture's accumulations would vanish, Xia clan's Gu immortals could retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea's Xia clan thus displayed their prowess and even attacked Southern Border for a period of time. Southern Border's Gu immortals fought against Xia clan. As time passed, they learned and comprehended from Xia clan, causing Chai clan to imitate human sea and create human mountain's secluded domain. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Fate Gu was only damaged, it was not completely destroyed. The current situation was that Fate Gu was completely destroyed. The difficulty of using human sea to revive Gu immortals was greatly reduced. But Feng Yuan did not let the dead Gu immortals revive with Gu immortal cultivation level. Firstly, reviving Gu immortals with their cultivation level was a huge expenditure on human sea. It would not take long before countless human and variant human lives were slaughtered. It was not that Feng Yuan could not bear to do so, but he was afraid of trouble. Secondly, if these Gu immortals could return to the mortal realm and cultivate again, it would be of great value to Feng Yuan. Firstly, these revived Gu masters were Gu immortals to begin with. They had abundant cultivation experience. They were almost certain to succeed in the crucial part of immortal ascension. These were all good opportunities to resolve Feng Yuan's doubts. Secondly, when these Gu immortals cultivate again, every time they undergo tribulation, Feng Yuan could help them obtain heaven path Dao marks. Finally, after these Gu immortals cultivate again, they might be able to innovate and modify killer moves. In the process of recultivating, they would be more dependent on Feng Yuan, which meant that they would be under Feng Yuan's deeper control. But at this time, when Feng Yuan activated the killer Move Human Revival C, his heart pounded as inspiration flashed in his mind. At this moment, he made a crucial breakthrough in refinement path. So the human body Gu refinement method is like this. Feng Yuan's eyes shone brightly as a faint joy emerged in his heart. The so-called human sea revival method was essentially using Gu cultivation methods to refine a human body and human soul. This was indeed a human path method, but it was also using Gu to refine people. Feng Yuan was lacking in human body, Gu refinement. When he researched the Ni clan earlier, he noticed that the human body Gu refinement technique was related to blood path and so on, so his conclusion was not wrong. Using humans to refine Gu and using Gu to refine humans, the two are essentially the same. The two were two sides of the same coin. Like looking into a mirror, they reflected each other. The true core was the fusion of human and Gu. Like sovereign immortal fetus Gu, it was a Gu worm that could turn into a human body after activation. But it did not provide a soul. Instead, it allowed the Gu cultivator's soul to turn into the sovereign immortal body that was most suitable for a particular soul. She even obtained the true inheritance from Feng Huan's soul. By Ningbing's immortal materials were almost all sold. Only the final portion was left. How are you selling these immortal materials? At this time, a divine sense came and asked for the price. Bai Ningbing told her the price. Little immortal Xing Luo heard the price and shrunk back. She gritted her teeth and wanted to bargain. Can you make it cheaper? Next, little immortal Xing Luo gave a price and added, If it's this price, I will buy it directly. Bai Ningbing planned to refine Gu herself. She created the killer Move Breath Concealment Ice Pearl. If she could refine an ice pearl immortal Gu, it would be greatly beneficial to this move. Right now, the immortal materials were almost all gathered. Bai Ningbing was not good at doing business. She was just about to nod and make the deal when another divine sense approached her. There is actually a mala duck's neck here. This food path ancient desolate beast is very rare. Where did you get it? The divine sense asked. Bai Ningbing did not want to expose any clues related to her. She asked directly, Are you buying or not? What price? After Bai Ningbing gave her price, the divine sense said, I will buy it. I will accept all of it. Do you need immortal yuan stone or other immortal materials? Bai Ningbing reported the ice and snow path immortal materials she needed. The divine sense smiled. I have all of them. Please wait a moment. Eastern Sea. Zue Xianwen retracted his divine sense and contacted the Righteous Qi Alliance. The Righteous Qi Alliance had a rich, immortal material storage. Zue Xianwen used his contribution points to take out a batch of ice and snow path immortal materials. After sending these immortal materials to Jewel Yellow Skies, Bai Ningbing and Zue Xianwen completed the transaction. After getting the immortal materials she wanted, Bai Ningbing immediately left Jewel Yellow Skies. Central Continent's little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense was still lingering. It is such a pity. She had lost the immortal material she wanted the most. Little immortal Xing Luo was a lone cultivator. She had always fought alone. She only had rank 6 cultivation level. Her wealth could not compare to Zue Xianwen. Not to mention that Zue Xianwen could take out the ice and snow immortal materials that the seller wanted. Let's wait and see. Little immortal Xing Luo was very disappointed. She was unwilling to give up. She used her divine sense to explore Jewel Yellow Skies. What is this? Not long later, she was shocked to find that a valley had appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies. Who placed an entire valley here? Sensing this situation, little immortal Xing Luo stared with wide eyes. This was the first time she had seen such a huge transaction. The valley's appearance immediately caused a small commotion. Many divine senses came over, and many Gu immortal wills also gathered to observe. Who is so talented as to sell an entire valley? It is not easy to do this. It requires deep earth path attainment. This valley is not bad. It has abundant moon path Dao marks. But such a large-scale resource point has high value. Can it be sold? If we want to sell it in Jewel Yellow Skies, we will need to pay Xian Yuan Stone. These discussions had just started when the valley vanished. Someone really bought it. It seems that this transaction was made beforehand. That valley earlier seems to be Southern Border's Moon Bowl. It was indeed Southern Border's Moon Bowl Valley. Fang Yuan had left behind a group of Gu immortals in Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and other places. After negotiating with Wu Clan, Moon Bowl was sold by Wu Clan and transported into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture through Jewel Yellow Skies. Moon Bowl is here. Catch it, catch it. Good. Good. A little to the left, a little to the right. Rumble. The earth trembled as the moon worshipping bowl fell to the ground. Chapter 2188. Northern Plains. An intense battle had just started for a few rounds. Yin Wu Kei continued to retreat while pointing his finger at He Lulan. Immortal killer move, crescent stab, clang. At the next moment, there was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. A translucent, light, blue crescent shot out of the ground like a blade, slashing towards He Lulan. He Lulan was prepared. She jumped up at almost the same time, dodging it. Yin Wu Kei's pupils shrunk. This attack was very fast. Ordinary Gu immortals could not dodge it. But He Lulan dodged it successfully. This showed that she had an exceptional investigative killer move. This method of mine has only failed on Tianxia Xian and Tian Yuzi. The former is a wisdom path Gu immortal. He has the ability to make deductions. The latter cultivates time path and has investigative methods that can predict the future. To think that I would fail on this mysterious female immortal again. Even though she cultivates strength path, she cannot be underestimated. Several thoughts flashed past Yin Wu Kei's mind. At the same time, he was still retreating. Rumble. He Lulan exerted strength. Her body was like a meteor. She tore through the air and got close to Yin Wu Kei in a few breaths of time. Yin Wu Kei gritted his teeth. He raised his hands and used a killer move, Moonrise. A trace of moonlight appeared above his head and floated up, but before he reached the top, He Lulan's fist had already arrived. Bam! With a loud sound, Yin Wu Kei was sent flying by He Lulan like a rubber ball. His thin body flew far away. He crashed on the ground and was dragged more than 10 steps away by the inertia. A deep trench was left on the ground along the way. When he raised his head again, Yin Wu Kei saw He Lulan's figure again, as well as her fist. Yin Wu Kei's heart jumped. That punch earlier. Even though Yin Wu Kei had defensive methods, he was still heavily injured. He did not want to take a second punch. You fell for it. Yin Wu Kei suddenly smiled. He stretched out 5 fingers and aimed at He Lulan. Chong, 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 chong. In an instant, 5 light blue, translucent moon blades appeared out of thin air and aimed at the center from all directions. He Lulan stabbed forward. He Lulan's eyes shone with a cold light. She didn't dodge or evade, and continued to throw her fists forward. Yin Wu's smile froze. He watched as the fist grew bigger and bigger until it finally landed on his eye. Boom! Yin Wu Kei was originally lying on the ground with his head slightly raised. After receiving this punch, his head smashed into the deep pit below him with terrifying momentum. The earth trembled and rocks flew everywhere. Wooden statue, Lord Wu Guang, and pure sincerity, immortal Qin Cheng's eyes twitched. Just seeing Yin Wu being beaten up made them feel pain. Yin Wu was directly smashed into the ground by this attack, and he was a few meters away from the ground. Smoke and dust billowed, but He Lulan did not give chase. Instead, she quickly retreated. Clang, clang, clang. Endless moon blades seemed to have gone crazy. They were created continuously and slashed at He Lulan. He Lulan had a calm expression as she continued to dodge. Her movements were simple and extremely nimble. Most of the crescent blades were dodged, and a few were shattered by her 2 fists. Yin Wu's crazy attacks finally gave him a chance to catch his breath. He flew out of the deep pit and into the sky. Right now, his face was covered in dust. One of his eyes was cracked, his eyelid was swollen and was purple. His vision was extremely blurry. His gaze flickered with lingering fear. Those 2 punches, just now, almost made me lie on the ground. So dangerous. Thankfully, I succeeded in moon ascension. Yin Wu let out a breath of turbid air. The moon aura that had emerged from the top of his head had already condensed into a crescent moon that hung high in the sky under the bright sun. The moon blade killer move was still being used. He Lulan dodged as she split a portion of her attention to look at the crescent moon in the sky. Previously, the moon blades could only be created from the ground, but now they can be created from thin air. Is this the effect of this crescent moon? He Lulan thought rapidly. Her thoughts collided in her mind like sparks. But this kind of amplification is not worth Een Wuk paying such a huge price. He would rather take 2 of my punches head-on in order to activate this crescent moon first. He Luolan's mind was as calm as ice. Previously, she was attacking, now she was defending. She could advance and retreat as she pleased. Een Wuk was still activating the crescent moon killer move. Crescent moons continued to be created. His attacks were relentless. But He Luolan defended stably. At the same time, she used her fist force to attack the crescent moon in the sky. The crescent moon in the sky was attacked by the fist force, but it only shook like a mirage. The crescent moon is growing? A bright light flashed in He Luolan's eyes. She acutely discovered something. So that's how it is. He Luolan understood. She stomped on the ground as she charged out, enduring the crescent moon's attack as she attacked Een Wuk. Een Wuk's heart jumped. This female immortal's battle consciousness is too strong. She seems to have seen through my combat system. Een Wuk had an immortal opportunity in his early years. He inherited the inheritance of a certain Gua path, Gua immortal great expert. Thus he had a stable and complete combat system. The crescent moon in the sky would amplify all of Een Wuk's moon path killer moves. At the same time, Een Wuk's moon path killer moves would be broken. The shattered moon path Tao marks would be absorbed by the crescent moon, gradually filling up the crescent moon. The crescent moon would turn into a half moon before becoming a full moon. Once it becomes a full moon, Een Wuk's offense and defense would be amplified to their strongest state. He Luolan saw through this. She started to attack fiercely again. Een Wuk had already noticed that he was not He Luolan's match. He wisely chose to stall for time. He moved while parrying her attacks. He Luolan chased after him with all her strength. The 2 immortals chased as they fought intensely. Everywhere they went, rocks flew and humans died. Immortal killer move. 8 directional strength battle. He Luolan shouted. Her body flickered as 8 figures appeared, surrounding Een Wuk. Een Wuk was caught off guard. He was surrounded in the center. Oh no! Een Wuk was shocked. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to spread out in the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. It was not easy to scan it. He needed to extend his divine sense for a long time before he could see the entire immortal aperture. There were still strange things happening everywhere. But with Star Collection City's control, Gua immortals were everywhere. This was no longer a problem. Fang Yuan was focusing on the Earth vein this time. Originally, the Earth vein had been constructed, but it was very crude and simple. It was just a line formed by a dozen or so points. This line made a circle in the mini 5 regions, connecting from end to end. But after this period of operation, even though the Earth vein was still a single loop, there were already many branches growing from this loop. It was no longer as thin as before. After some time, the nodes at the ends of these branches will connect to form a second, larger outer loop. The entire Earth vein will then have 2 layers of loops. Right now, in the 5 regions, not only were southern borders super forces transacting with Fang Yuan, Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance was also preparing for this under Qi Si ancestors' orders. 2 islands had already been sold to the sovereign immortal aperture through jewel yellow skies. They were used as the nodes of mini Eastern Sea's Earth vein. Eastern Sea's righteous path forces were still in the dark. They did not know that the target of this transaction was Fang Yuan. They had a lot of profits to make, thus they were very proactive. Fang Yuan had a lot of capital. He had been lacking resources earlier, but that was no longer the case now. Fang Yuan had a vast amount of immortal materials. He used these immortal materials to purchase the islands and mountains. The immortal materials in the first 6 layers of Crazed Demon Cave had chaotic Tao marks. They could not be traded. But the 7th layer's Tao marks were all stolen by Fang Yuan through Thieves' Den. They turned into pure rank 9 immortal materials. Each of these rank 9 immortal materials had extraordinary value. They were hard to calculate. Fang Yuan's wealth rose sharply. He was very confident. In fact, if they were not used to refine goo, these rank 9 immortal materials could only be sold to rank 8 goo immortals or these super forces. Rank 6 and 7 goo immortals could not reach the level of rank 9 immortal materials. These immortal materials were too high level. Even most rank 8 goo immortals could not use them. Only those super forces would want to hoard some. After inspecting the earth vein and seeing that there were no mistakes, the development was going well. Feng Yuan retracted his divine sense, turning his attention back to himself. Feng Yuan willed. Cooking luck pot shook slightly. Feng Yuan started to inspect luck. At this moment, his silver pillar of light had changed quite a bit. The silver pillar of light had become more solid. Its size was half of its previous size, but it was at least 5 times more solid. Be it the earth vein structure or Feng Yuan's refinement path attainments, they were the reason why the silver pillar of light had become solid. The 3 clouds that represented star constellation, spectral soul, and giant sun were still covering the top of the pillar. They were suppressing and obstructing it. At the bottom of the silver pillar of light, the surrounding dust had already condensed into the shape of a graveyard, wrapping around the silver pillar like it was supporting its foundation. I have been comprehending Paradise, Earth's tomb. Recently, I have made some progress. I now have the ability to construct a graveyard. Through the graveyard, goo immortals can be reborn. Even the immortal goo of the goo immortal, when they were alive, can be reborn. Looking at this luck, if I can comprehend Northern Plains, Paradise, Earth, true inheritance, it will be of great help to me. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking, there was a huge change in luck again. At the top of the silver pillar of light, a bright star appeared between the 3 clouds. This star's silver-white radiance penetrated the clouds and shone on the surface of Feng Yuan's silver pillar. It was also a silver radiance. It seemed to be greatly beneficial to the silver pillar. What is going on? Feng Yuan's body shook. So it was like this. I understand now. He looked far away, piercing through the distance of 10,000 li, towards the central area where the 3 great worlds intersected. There, a small world appeared, emitting the strong aura of thieving heaven, demon, Venerable. This was thieving heaven's space. There was probably a thieving heaven true inheritance inside. P.S. Congratulations to Eating Melon for becoming the leader of this book. My eyes are watery with tears. I still need to update 12 chapters. The pressure is huge. In the past, I could update 7 chapters at once. But update 12 chapters at once? I can only vent my anger and vomit blood. I can't update anymore. The difficulty is too high. Everyone, take it easy, take it easy. I'm a little afraid. I want to have a good Christmas and a good New Year. Chapter 2189. Bam, 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 bam. A series of fierce attacks sent Yin Wu Kei to the ground. Yin Wu Kei hugged his head and curled into a ball, activating defensive killer moves with all his might. But under all sorts of punches and kicks, his defensive methods crumbled rapidly. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Yin Wu Kei shouted anxiously. Fairy Black Moon, it's best to forgive and forget. Wu Guang hurried over to persuade her. He Lulan was only sparring. She did not have much killing intent. Hearing this, she stopped. She turned to Qin Cheng. Yin Wu Kei has lost. Who is his next opponent? While she was asking, 2 goo immortals flew over from the sky. 2 immortals, 1 male and 1 female. The male was tall. He had a shoehorn face and bean-sized eyes. He gave off the aura of a rank 7 light path, goo immortal. The female immortal had the appearance of a young girl. Her eyes were round and bright. She had a petite and cute body. She was a rank 7 wood path goo immortal. They were Lu tribe's goo immortals, Lu Chang and Lu Luo. Chun Chang, Wu Guang, and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak. But Lu Luo asked first, "What is going on?" No one answered her. Lu Luo looked at Yin Wu Quebec. Yin Wu Kei was still lying on the ground. being healed by Wu Guang, he smiled bitterly. This fairy black moon came to challenge me. She has powerful methods. I am not her match. Lu Chang heard this, and his eyes brightened. He smiled. Fairy Black Moon? May I know your name? To think that Northern Plains' Gu immortal world would have such a heroine. Luo mocked In Wu Kei. In Wu Kei, now you know the pain of being a lone cultivator, right? Our Lu family recruiting you as a guest grand elder will also be of great benefit to you. At least, after you join our tribe, any Gu immortals who challenge you will have to consider the consequences of angering our Lu tribe. In Wu Kei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thank you for persuading me so many times, but I am used to living a carefree life. I have no intention of joining any super force. Luo frowned. You still don't know how to appreciate favors? Ever since the Fate War ended, in order to prepare for the 5 regions chaotic war, Longevity Heaven ordered the Huangjin tribes to unite Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Many Gu immortals were recruited by these Huangjin tribes, while many demonic cultivators were also killed. On the other side, He Lulan had no intention to answer Lu Zhang's question. She said to Qin Cheng, "Let's go." "Wait." Luo shrieked and tried to stop her. Then she looked at He Lulan. "Female immortal, you're too daring. Don't you know that Yin Wuk was recruited by my Lu family? Now that you've injured him, you want to walk away? Sister." Lu Chang tried to persuade her, feeling a little helpless in his heart. Luo had just advanced from rank 6 to rank 7. The rise in her strength also caused her emotions to be somewhat restless. If she was alone, perhaps her attitude would not be like this. But now that her brother Lu Chang was by her side to rely on, Luo's attitude became somewhat casual. But Lu Chang had always loved this sister of his. He did not scold her. Instead, he stared at He Lulan. "Fairy, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you interested in joining our Lu family? If I become the Lu family's supreme guest elder, shut your dog mouth." He Lulan said plainly. "Huh." Lu Chang was stunned. Luo stared with wide eyes. She was shocked and furious. "How dare you? You shrew!" Before she finished, He Lulan interrupted her. "2 dogs blocking the way. If you bark again, I will kill you." Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, Chen Cheng quickly stopped her and tried to mediate. Luo shrieked. "I will not let today's matter rest. I want to see." Boom! He Lulan attacked fiercely. A strength path phantom suddenly appeared in front of Luo and punched the latter's face, sending her flying. "Sister." Lu Chang was furious. He was about to attack. With a loud sound, he was also sent flying by He Lulan. Lu Chang was a famous rank 7 expert in Northern Plains. His strength far surpassed Luo. He quickly stabilized himself. "You dare to attack my Lu tribe's Gu immortals? You!" Boom, boom, boom. He Lulan was surrounded by 8 strength path phantoms. She activated the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem at the same time, causing the Lu tribe's siblings to flee. This. Chun Cheng was dumbfounded. There is no way to resolve this. Wu Guang was tongue-tied. He looked at In Wu Kei and smiled bitterly. "So, Fairy Black Moon's personality is like this. Brother In, you are really lucky to be alive from this person." In Wu Kei snorted. "If this Fairy Black Moon really killed the Lu tribe siblings, do you think Lu tribe and Longevity Heaven will let us go?" Wu Guang was stunned. His expression turned extremely ugly. "Do we still have to help the Lu tribe siblings?" Wu Guang asked in a daze. In Wu Kei gritted his teeth. "You want to lick Longevity Heaven's boots?" Ever since Giant Sun Immortal set up the Imperial Court contest, Northern Plains has become his territory. For the last 300,000 years, how much suffering have the lone cultivators of Northern Plains suffered? The truth of the Imperial Court contest was known to all Gu immortals. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators had a bad impression of Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, 5 Elements Grandmaster, who thought that he was alone immortal, invaded Longevity Heaven. That was the proof of this attitude. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, but it was very difficult. Many Gu Immortal experts did not want to submit to the Huang Jin tribes. They did not want to listen to these people that they hated in the past. Unless there were 2 situations. One was when the 5 regions' chaotic war started. Northern Plains Gu Immortal World faced huge external pressure. These Gu Immortals had no choice but to unite. The second was when Giant Sun Immortal revived successfully and subdued these demonic cultivators and lone immortals with irresistible strength. In fact, even in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains Gu Immortal World because of Ma Hongyan. Ma Hongyan was strengthened by fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. On the surface, he looked like a rising star of humble origin. Thus he united many of Northern Plains' lone and demonic immortals. But the truth was he was a pawn of Longevity Heaven, an arrangement made by Giant Sun Immortal. Because of this indirect method, Longevity Heaven was able to unify Northern Plains Gu Immortal World after a period of 5 regions' chaotic war. Now that the 5 regions' chaotic war had yet to start, and Ma Hongyan was killed by Fang Yuan, it was extremely difficult for Longevity Heaven to unify Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. Fairy Black Moon, I will definitely return the humiliation of today's defeat. Lu Chang brought Lu Luo and escaped angrily. He was very strong, but he could not use it. He Lulan was always targeting Lu Luo. Lu Chang was very wary. He could only take a beating most of the time. He felt very sullen. They finally escaped. Chun Cheng let out a breath of air. He had been very worried earlier. They can't escape. After I defeat the lone and demonic immortal experts, I will challenge these Huang Jin tribes one by one. I will let the whole of Northern Plains know of my name. He Lulan smiled coldly. Chun Cheng felt a headache. He did not expect his master to have such great ambitions. Not just those lone and demonic immortals. She also wanted to challenge the overlords of Northern Plains, those super Huang Jin tribes. Fairy, if you have such intentions, then I, Yin Wu Kei, am willing to travel with you, to strengthen your reputation. Yin Wu Kei walked towards He Lulan with Wu Guang's help. Oh! He Lulan raised her brows slightly. Yin Wu Kei smiled bitterly. To speak the truth, if I do not travel with you, when Lu tribes Gu Immortals come to settle the score, they will not let me off. I do not want to become a member of the Huang Jin tribes. All right. He Lulan nodded. In the past, Chu Du had fought against these Huang Jin tribes. I cultivate strength path with him. Why can't I defeat him? Let's go together. I will come too, Wu Guang said. This is such an interesting matter. I want to witness it personally. Thus, He Lulan's group grew stronger again. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer, 300,000 years ago. In the void, worlds were being created and destroyed like bubbles. Suddenly, iron chains appeared one after another. With a clattering sound, they formed an area where chains intertwined with one another in the blink of an eye. I was actually discovered. Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable, was surprised. He was forced to show himself. Limitless demon venerables will appear. Stop new venerable. There is no space door here that you are looking for. Saying so, countless chains shot towards Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable from all directions. Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable moved like lightning. He moved through the chains like a nimble flying fish. Limitless demon venerables will? His eyes shined with excitement. How do you know that I am looking for space door? Are you saying this because you do not want me to destroy your arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave? You have hidden the 9th layer too deeply. I cannot figure it out immediately. Why don't you invite me in, as long as there is no space door inside? I will leave immediately. Limitless demon venerables will said. Thieving Heaven, Even though I do not leave Crazed Demon Cave, I know many things in the world. The current you cannot even control yourself. How can I let you enter the 9th layer? Cannot control myself? Why can't I control myself? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable raised his eyebrows. I only want to return home. I only want to see my family and friends. But all of you want to stop me. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's expression became increasingly agitated. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent. The chains attacked even more urgently. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable snorted coldly. He stopped far away and stopped dodging. A dazzling sapphire blue light blossomed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable activated a killer move. The blue light faded as a huge armor covered his body. He turned into a steel giant. The steel giant was covered in sparks. It charged towards Limitless Demon Venerable's will. The chains that filled the sky came to obstruct it, but were all destroyed by the steel giant. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable controlled the steel giant and charged forward. He reached the center of the millions of chains and grabbed Limitless Demon Venerable's will. But at the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable's will dissipated on its own. Almost at the same time, another Limitless Demon Venerable's will appeared far away. He said calmly, "This is Crazed Demon Cave. My will is endless here." "Is that so?" Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable smiled coldly. "Then try my next move." Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering battle erupted. The worlds in the void were affected. Countless of them were destroyed. Limitless Demon Venerables will had the terrain advantage. He was evenly matched with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable at first. But as time passed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stronger. He gradually gained the upper hand. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead after all. Only his will was left to control Crazed Demon Cave. Every time a talented goo cultivator appears in the world and pushes for the development of a path, the Book Mountain can receive this new knowledge and allow the mad Demon 9 void formation to grow with time. Initially, the 8th layer's void was very small, there was no world at all. But later on, as Rule Path, Phantom Path, Refinement Path, and others continued to develop in the 5 regions, the void here also continued to expand. First, small worlds appeared, then more and more small worlds appeared. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable left behind the savage Wilderness Great World, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created Green Lotus Tao Field, greatly boosting the mad Demon 9 void formation. In time, living beings will be born and destroyed in other small worlds. They will no longer be limited to these 2 great worlds. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went deeper and saw floating ice of all sizes. They were of all shapes and sizes. These are truthful floating ice. No wonder I did not find them when I explored the River of Time. So you found them and hid them here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable realized. Finally, he arrived at the lowest layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable showed a dim expression. He was very disappointed. There is no space door here after all. Limitless Demon Venerables will did not lie to him. Limitless will said, "Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, if you don't believe me, you can continue looking. There is indeed no space door here. How can I find space door? That is my only hope of returning home." Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable asked. Limitless will shook his head. "If I knew, why would I need to fight earlier? Oh, Thieving Heaven, please return. There is nothing you are looking for here." Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was stunned. He was speechless for a long time. No, maybe this is what I am looking for. Suddenly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable laughed strangely. His expression was distorted, his eyes were bloodshot. Even his tone changed, it became hoarse and deep, as if another person was speaking. Oh no, Limitless Will's expression also changed. The thing he was worried about the most had happened. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable continued to speak in a hoarse and deep voice. If I am not wrong, this is the weakest place in the goo cultivation world's boundary. Oh, limitless Demon Venerable, your mad Demon Nine Void formation is using this place to pierce through the boundary of the world, allowing the things outside the world to enter as raw materials. That is why there are 8 layers of worlds, right? Say, if I break this place and leave the goo cultivation world, will I be able to find my hometown? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable said this as his eyes opened wide. The excitement on his body intensified. Limitless will said in a deep voice, impossible. You are already a goo venerable. How can you not know the power of the things outside the world? You have already experienced their power, haven't you? How long do you think you can last outside the world? Venerables are the strongest people in the world. No matter how long you last, there will be a limit. Can you guarantee that you will coincidentally find your hometown within that limit? You should know you are not the only otherworldly demon. The world outside the goo cultivation world is not just your hometown. But Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable suddenly raised his head and raised his arms, shouting, But do you know? Do you know how much I want to return home? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable lowered his head. His fingers were in a daze as he muttered, Do you know how tormented I am? When I was a mortal, I told myself that I might be able to find the way home after becoming a goo master. When I became a goo master, I told myself that I would definitely find the way home after becoming a goo immortal. And when I became a goo immortal, I told myself that I would be able to return home after becoming a venerable. But I am already a venerable now. I cannot find Space Door. Space Door. Where is Space Door? Even if I find Space Door, can Space Door really bring me home? Goo venerables are already the strongest. There is no path in front of me. Sometimes I will dream of Space Door. I will dream that I have found Space Door, but I will find that Space Door is useless. Every time I wake up from such a nightmare, I will be covered in cold sweat. I admit that I am afraid. I am afraid that I cannot find Space Door. But I am also afraid that I will fall into despair after finding Space Door. Can you understand this feeling? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's breathing became heavier. He looked at the deepest part of Crazed Demon Cave, the place where the world boundary was the weakest. He suddenly laughed. His eyes were shining as he said in a hoarse voice, So let me take a risk. I will break through this world. Stop! Limitless Will shouted. He was already on guard. He stopped him with all his strength. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was instantly bound by the chains. But at the next moment, another Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable appeared in front of him. He raised his arms and slammed them down. Boom! With a loud sound, the world boundary was broken. The most terrifying tribulation in the world descended. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable charged out of the hole. Limitless Will had no time to chase him. He tried to seal the hole with all his strength. But the tribulation that spewed out of the hole was terrifying. Limitless chains were forced back. They could not even get close. After a few breaths of time, the hole expanded to twice its original size. The situation is urgent. If we do not seal the hole now, the entire world will be destroyed. Fellow immortals, please lend us a hand. The Limitless Will shouted loudly. Reckless savages will flew out of savage wilderness great world, bringing along countless wild beasts. Genesis Lotus will flew out of green lotus great world, bringing along countless plants. The combined power of the 3 venerables could only maintain the situation. They could not seal the hole. The hole did not expand, but the 3 venerables were already dead. There was no hope of victory with just the power left behind by their main bodies. The 3 venerables' power weakened rapidly. Their expressions were ugly. To think that the world will be destroyed because of this. Genesis Lotus will smile bitterly. Limitless Will sighed. I was not willing to take the risk and let him in. No, Reckless savages will said solemnly, in that situation, even if the three of us attacked together, we were not thieving heaven's match, because we could not keep him alive. Even if we forced him back 2 or 3 times, he could charge in again and again until we expend all of our strength. This is all my fault. Limitless, let me go, I can help you. Thieving heaven demon, Venerable, said hatefully. One thieving heaven demon, Venerable, left through the hole. There was still another thieving heaven demon, Venerable, trapped by limitless chains. You, Genesis Lotus, was slightly stunned. Who was the one who left earlier? Reckless savages will asked. That was Sha Shao. Thieving heaven demon, Venerable smiled bitterly. My Tao guardian. At the same time, the situation was urgent. Limitless will interrupted him, asking, What method do you have? Thieving heaven demon, Venerable said, Do you know why Fate Gu's restriction on otherworldly demons is limited? That is because every otherworldly demon that comes to this world carries the mark of their homeland. Those are the Tao marks of otherworldly demons. Next, I will use the otherworldly space path Tao marks in my body to create space and forcefully seal the hole. Use this chance to make up for it. Without hesitation, Limitless will took back the chains. Please. Chapter 2191. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th Layer. Big and small worlds were merging rapidly. All sorts of calamities and tribulations were wreaking havoc in the world. The battles between Gu immortals were also extremely intense. The weak died innocently in the aftermath, while the stronger ones were in a precarious situation. They were like small boats in a raging sea. If they were careless, they would capsize and lose their lives. Weak, too weak. Who can stop me? Die. Ha ha ha. Butian Kong continued to clamor. It was unstoppable in the battlefield. It was originally favored by Crazed Demon Cave's luck. After using the killer move Endless Learning, its attainment level rose sharply. Next, with the help of the Celestial Court's Immortal Gu and killer moves, its strength rose sharply. Like him, Nia Kuang Fong and Duan, who were the same. At once, the three of them became the strongest Gu immortals in the battlefield. Evil beast, don't try to show off your might. Fong Yuan's 4 rank 8s surrounded the stone monkey Butian Kong. Butian Kong felt pressure. It stuck out its tongue and licked its lips, its eyes shining with excitement and ruthlessness. Good. You have a lot of people. Who are you? Du Lei Warrior said as he activated a transformation path killer move, turning into a Du Lei lion with a lion head and a human body. Remember, my name is Duo Luo. Duo Luo Warrior also used Duo Luo Lion transformation, turning into a lion head and a human head. Steel Rush Warrior turned into a rhinoceros. Frost Butterfly Warrior shrunk to the size of an adult's fist. It had butterfly wings in human shape, emitting cold air. Battles between Gu immortals were usually fought alone. But these 4 Gu immortals cultivated transformation path. Their Tao marks did not conflict, and they were familiar with each other. They came from Beast Calamity, Grotto Heaven. They had rank 7 cultivation level, but with Fong Yuan's help, they advanced to rank 8. Immediately, the 4 warriors surrounded Butian Kong and fought. They fought until the sky turned dark. The sun and moon lost their light. Butian Kong was surrounded. Its injuries increased, but it fought fiercely. Its fists, legs, head, body, elbows, knees, and others became Butian Kong's weapons. Fist shadows flew everywhere. Every time they clashed, Butian Kong would be sent flying. But the 4 rank 8s cultivated transformation path. Their bodies were tough and strong. Even though they were sent flying, they would quickly attack again, maintaining the encirclement and giving Butian Kong huge pressure. The 5 fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground back to the sky. Everywhere they went, the other Gu immortals dodged them. Awesome. Come, come, come. Butian Kong's killing intent was aroused. It felt its mind becoming clearer. All sorts of killer moves flowed in its mind. The bottleneck that had troubled it in the past also started to loosen. He was one of the 3 children of Providence, and his talent and aptitude were even more extraordinary. The powerful pressure from the outside world was actually an opportunity for him, squeezing out even more of his potential. The more the stone monkey fought, the more ferocious it became. Initially, it wasn't very proficient in the killing moves it had obtained from the heavenly court, but now it was already very proficient in using them. In fact, it even started to fuse them into its original style. Goo 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 even with, and of goo goo, of we cannot he, linking of Su, Tian, and One-Immed. Although they were still surrounding the stone monkey, they felt as if they were suppressing a volcano. The volcano was constantly accumulating power and brewing, turning the external pressure into internal power. Once it reached its limit, the volcano would erupt. It would definitely shock the gods and shock the immortals. It would set off a fatal counterattack. Quick, kill him. With the help of the Lord, let the calamities and tribulations wear him down. The 4 immortals quickly conversed in secret, their coordination becoming more and more adept. From start to finish, Fang Yuan's Heaven Envy's heroic genius's killer move was in effect. The tribulation was used to attack Butian Kong, Nyequang Feng, and the others. Of course, most of the calamities and tribulations were a kind of refinement path method, constantly refining various small worlds, as well as the tangled Tao marks in the large worlds. This was especially so when calamities and tribulations occurred frequently inside and outside the small world. Under the bombardment of the various calamities, the small worlds were destroyed and completely integrated into the 3 great worlds. During this process, the savage great world naturally benefited the most. However, there was still a small world that was unique. Compared to all the other small worlds, it was fresh and refined. No matter how the catastrophe raged, it remained unmoved. It was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Ordinary small worlds were round or oval-shaped bubbles, but Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space looked like a squarish block with sharp edges from the outside. No matter how the calamities and tribulations tempered it, it remained in its original state. Within Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace, immortal zombie giant Sun's gaze was already on this Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Otherworldly demon. He snorted lightly. Memories that appeared in his mind made him slightly unhappy. In the past, Giant Sun became an immortal Venerable and entered the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. He learned about the inside story of the 4 Venerables mending the heavens. Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable, disregarded the goo cultivation world for his own selfishness and almost destroyed the 5 regions. Even though at the final moment, Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable extracted his own space path, Tao marks, to create a Thieving Heaven space and block the hole. The hole was too big to be mended. The other 3 wills did their best and paid a huge price. Other than Limitless Will, Genesis Lotus Will, and Reckless Savages will had no choice but to go into hibernation afterwards. Giant Sun Immortal thus took the chance to exterminate Reckless Savages' will and obtain the ownership of Savage, Wilderness, Great World. Thieving Heaven left behind this true inheritance back then. Other than suppressing the whole, there was a deeper motive. It was to leave it for the crucial person 300,000 years later. Guyue Fang Yuan. However, I have already made a move in advance and destroyed a portion of the true inheritance. I obtained the killer move Perfect Pair and Imitation Goo. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space paid a price to block the hole back then. The hole that appeared was not perfect. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun calculated the situation. Since Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is here, Fang Yuan has myself Luck True Inheritance. He can definitely inspect Luck and know that this place is his fortuitous encounter. He will definitely go, and Celestial Court will definitely send troops to obstruct Fang Yuan. The enemy is still Celestial Court. Celestial Court had the upper hand and maintained their advantage. Immortal zombie giant Sun cultivated luck path. He was not as proficient in deductions as wisdom path. Immortal zombie giant Sun decided to watch Fang Yuan and Celestial Court fight. He would reap the benefits later. The main point was to deal a blow to Celestial Court. Peak of Book Mountain. Fairy Yu Xiao, Qin Dingling, and the rest were also looking at Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space has appeared. Since it could block the hole back then, it will not be destroyed by the tribulations in these worlds. We need to resolve it. It has already become our obstacle. Fairy Yu Xiao said. Qin Dingling suddenly received an important piece of information. She quickly said, "The spy in Yellow Earth Great World reported that Fang Yuan has already gone to Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. But Longevity Heaven is very quiet. There is no movement." Fairy Yu Xiao was not surprised. Of course he will go. Thieving Heaven Demon, Venerable set up this true inheritance back then to leave it for him. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he will definitely come. Saying this, Fairy Yu Xiao smiled. Qin Dingling, subordinate, is here. Qin Dingling had a solemn expression. Let's go. Come with me to meet Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Fairy Yu Xiao slowly stood up. Qin Dingling revealed an excited expression, but was also a little suspicious. We don't need to be wary of Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures. Don't worry. This Thieving Heaven space is not Limitless Demon Venerable's original arrangement. He needs us to destroy this small world or wait for Fang Yuan to inherit the true inheritance and destroy the space. This Thieving Heaven space is also an obstacle for limitless deductions. We will destroy it. That is what he wants. Fairy Yu Xiao answered. Celestial Court's army moved out. Divine Emperor City carried Fairy Yu Xiao, Qin Dingling, and the rest and set off from Book Mountain. At the same time, Demon Judgment Board moved out. Fairy Ming Hao, Guiyue Fangzheng, and the rest were also mobilized from the front lines. Even though Green Lotus Great World was being attacked by Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan. Thanks to Fairy Yu Xiao's previous contributions, Celestial Court gained many mutant Gu immortals like Butian Kong, Nia Kuangfeng, and Duan Hu. These Gu immortals caused Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World to fall into a disadvantage. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Green Blade Leaf. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless flying leaves were like blades, flying towards Nia Kuangfeng from all directions. Nia Kuangfeng laughed loudly. His figure moved around agilely as he dodged the flying leaves. If he could not dodge, he would crash into them. He had turned into a whirlwind. The wind blades around the whirlwind were like sharp teeth. They were extremely sharp. Xiao Hejian gritted his teeth as he looked at Nia Kuangfeng getting closer. The pressure in his heart intensified. He and Nia Kuangfeng had been fighting for several minutes already. Even though Heaven Envy's heroic geniuses could restrain Nia Kuangfeng, it could not kill him. Nia Kuangfeng obtained Celestial Court's help and quickly recovered. It treated Xiao Hejian as its prey. Die for me! Nia Kuangfeng shouted. You fell for it. At the crucial moment, two figures appeared beside Xiao Hejian. One was also a mini-man Gu immortal, Green Forest Great Sage. The other was Black Locust, the owner of Great Locust Grotto Heaven. He also cultivated Woodpath. Chapter 2192. Ah! Nia Kuangfeng screamed. Its voice became louder and louder as its aura surged, reaching a terrifying level. Boom! With a loud sound, the vines exploded into countless pieces. Nia Kuangfeng regained its freedom. But now, it was not a dark green tornado. It had turned into a reddish-brown demonic wind. The wind howled. It instantly crossed thousands of steps and arrived in front of Green Forest Great Sage. Green Forest Great Sage had already activated a defensive killer move, but after being devoured by the reddish-brown demonic wind, his aura weakened rapidly. After a few breaths of time, he no longer had any signs of life. The demonic wind paused for a moment. Then, like a demon shark that smelled blood, it charged towards Black Locust, who was closest to it. "Be careful!" Xiao Hejian quickly helped. But after a few rounds, the demonic wind still managed to kill Black Locust. The demonic wind finally pounced at Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian could not match Niaquang Feng. He retreated while fighting. After a few rounds, his tiny face was extremely grim. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. The aura of defeat was getting thicker. Rumble. Lightning tribulations continued to descend. But Niaquang Feng ignored them. It was so strong that it made people feel despair. At another location. "Stop!" Lu Wei-yin shouted. But Butian Kong still punched, smashing Steel Rush Warrior's head into pieces. Next, Butian Kong growled and shattered Steel Rush Warrior's soul. Steel Rush Warrior's soul dissipated. His headless body fell down from the sky like a broken sack. Be it his body or a mortal aperture, they would be absorbed by the great world as nourishment. Who else? Butian Kong raised its head and roared. Its battle intent surged into the sky like a beacon, shaking heaven and earth. At this point, the 4 rank 8 Gu immortals that attacked it were all dead. They were brutally killed by it. Lu Wei-yin sighed as he flew towards the stone monkey. The stone monkey stared at him fiercely. "Are you the next one? Very good. Even if you are a sage of Yellow Earth Great World, I will kill you." Lu Wei-yin shook his head. "I am not a sage. Butian Kong, your killing intent is too strong." Lu Wei-yin had no choice but to attack Butian Kong. Butian Kong had killed too many Gu immortals. If it was not stopped, this Gu immortal level battle would gradually end. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Wei-yin and Butian Kong fought. This time, Butian Kong was finally suppressed. Although he was strong and could kill many rank 8 Gu immortals, he was not a pseudo-venerable. In contrast, even though Lu Wei-yin's overall strength did not reach that level, his defense was at pseudo-venerable level. Lu Wei-yin withstood Butian Kong's fierce attacks with ease. "You're not a real sage, but you're already so powerful." "Very good, very good. Attack me. Kill me. It's been a long time since I've experienced killing intent. Why not? Why only defense? Is your attack so weak and powerless? What a disappointment." The stone monkey kept on bellowing, its figure shooting through the air like a bolt of lightning. Its attacks were like furious thunderbolts, and its prowess kept on rising. Lu Wei-yin was distracted, because he knew that Feng Yuan had already left for the thieving Heaven True inheritance space at the center. Not good. "Lord Feng Yuan, please stop." Even though that small world might contain thieving Heaven's true inheritance, it will definitely be attacked by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Celestial Court has already sent out their main force, their many immortal Gu houses and Gu immortals. Longevity Heaven has also sent Calamity Luck Altar. It is not time for the decisive battle yet. What if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Paradise Earth Tomb while you are not here? Lu Wei-yin transmitted his voice, but Feng Yuan did not even reply. Lu Wei-yin gritted his teeth, his expression turning ugly. No matter how strong Feng Yuan is, he is only a pseudo-venerable. He is not a venerable. I need to help. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appears and kills him, who can protect Paradise Earth Tomb and stall for time? Just as he thought of this, Lu Wei-yin's vision turned dark. Bam! At the next moment, Stone Monkey Buchenkong's fist landed on Lu Wei-yin's face. "You dare to be distracted? You are looking down on me. You will pay a terrible price." Butian Kong roared. Butian Kong flew towards Lu Wei-yin. Both sides got closer again. Lu Wei-yin was sent flying. He immediately activated a killer move. Suddenly, rain started to fall from the sky. The tribulation rain landed on Bu Tiankong's body, greatly slowing its speed and corroding its defenses. At the same time, Lu Wei-yin's killer move showed its effect. Yellow-brown smoke quickly appeared on Bu Tiankong's body. The smoke rumbled and sealed it. "Get lost, get lost!" Bu Tiankong roared. It activated all sorts of killer moves, sweeping away the tribulation rain and the yellow smoke. However, these raindrops and dust increased in number, and finally he was sealed. A lump of soil wrapped around Bu Tiankong. It fell to the ground like a meteor and turned into a yellow mountain. "Just stay inside." Lu Wei-yin immediately rushed to Thieving Heaven's space. "No, I am not resigned to this. These things can't trap me." "Roar!" Bu Tiankong roared. Its voice was like thunder that shook the battlefield. With a loud sound, the mountain was blown away. Dust and rocks flew everywhere as it flew out like lightning again. "What?" Lu Wei-yin was surprised. Bu Tiankong's performance was out of his expectations. How could it escape so quickly? Bu Tiankong resisted all sorts of tribulations while flying to catch up to Lu Wei-yin. Boom! The two killer moves clashed. Lu Wei-yin was restrained again. This monkey's killer move has become much more powerful, so that's why. Lu Wei-yin realized. The tribulations were taking care of Bu Tiankong. But as long as it could not be killed, it would continue to undergo tribulations and increase its Tao marks. Thus, Bu Tiankong became stronger as it fought. "I want this heaven to no longer be able to cover my eyes." Bu Tiankong roared. A rainbow light pierced the sky and swept away the dark clouds within 500 li. "I want this land to no longer be able to bury my heart." Bu Tiankong roared. It stomped on the ground, and the mountain collapsed, revealing Lu Wei-yin, whose defenses were shattered and who had a shocked expression. Bu Tiankong had already fallen into a frenzy. It discovered Fang Yuan, who was not far away. It gave up on Lu Wei-yin and charged at Fang Yuan. "Be careful," Lu Wei-yin quickly warned. "This monkey is not simple." Fang Yuan did not turn around. As if he did not hear it, he only focused on the space in front of him. Bu Tiankong teleported and appeared behind Fang Yuan. "I want all living beings to understand my intentions. I want you, a sage, to vanish into thin air." Bu Tiankong roared, using the strongest killer move in its life. Wind and clouds rumbled. Heaven and earth changed color. Fang Yuan turned around slightly and waved his hand behind him. At the next moment, Bu Tiankong traversed the entire battlefield like a meteor, crashing through several mountains along the way. With a series of loud explosions, it created several 1,000-feet long gullies on the ground. Finally, it laid on the ground. Its eyes were wide open. It did not move. He died. The chaotic battle continued without end, and the battlefield that was in full swing became silent. The unstoppable Nyakwang Feng saw this. His reddish-brown demonic wind suddenly froze. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at him. Nyakwang Feng shuddered. At the next moment, boundless fear gripped his entire body. "I will die, I will die, I am going to die." He exited the demonic state. He regained his clarity. Escape! He quickly escaped, leaving behind his opponent, Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He had no strength to retaliate. Just one attack and his head would be gone. He watched with a dumbfounded expression as Nyakwang Feng left the battlefield in a frenzy. Fang Yuan turned around slightly, facing Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, space again with a calm expression. His gaze turned towards Celestial Court's army. Divine Emperor City and Demon Judgment Board flew over like a mountain. He looked to the other side. Longevity, Heaven's calamity, luck, altar shined with golden light as it rushed over. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He turned into a white ray of light and entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space first. Charge and we will fight inside. Fairy Yu Xiu quickly ordered. Celestial Court's immortal Gu House also entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was not convenient to use their full strength outside. If they used too much strength, limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures would be triggered. At the same time, it would be easier to destroy Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space from the inside. Fang Yuan's vision changed. He looked around and saw that he had already entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. Every true inheritance space left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could be seen as an artificial, secluded domain. This was a strange space. The light inside was gentle. There were no mountains or rivers. There was no wind or land. It was completely empty. But this place was slightly different. Pitch-black lines spread and covered almost every inch of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. These black lines were thick and thin. They all gave off auras that made Fang Yuan's heart palpitate. At the same time, Fang Yuan felt a sense of familiarity with these auras. He quickly thought of the mysterious black fire in the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Even though Fang Yuan did not know what happened 300,000 years ago, he quickly understood after seeing this. It seems that this Thieving Heaven true inheritance space is about to collapse. I need to comprehend the profundities within and find out where the true inheritance is hidden. The last time he entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, he inherited ghostly concealment. At that time, Fang Yuan used open door gu and closed door gu to enter. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was very stable. There were many winds of assimilation. Only when otherworldly demons touched it would the winds of assimilation disappear. Fang Yuan accidentally saved Fengjoga because of this. After the tornadoes of assimilation disappeared, Fang Yuan successfully inherited ghostly concealment. It was a smooth process, but this Thieving Heaven space was clearly different. Chapter 2193. Why are there 5 regional walls mixed together? Is this an arrangement in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space? No, this is Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light qi, but he modified it. It is like the 5 regional walls have been reborn. Fairy Yu Xiu quickly deduced. Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light qi and 5 regional limit formation were exposed in the Fate War. With these clues, it was not a problem for a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Ming Hao. Boom! Fang Yuan suddenly appeared. A killer move slammed onto Demon Judgment Board. The Demon Judgment Board was instantly blasted deeper into the fog. We cannot fight here. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body. He is not restricted. Guyue Fangzheng shouted. Originally, the 5 regional walls had completely vanished. To think that they would reappear in Fang Yuan's hands. It seems that he has prepared a lot for this battle. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth, ordering, "Find the 5 regional limit formation and destroy it." Southern restriction, purple-black miasma light qi. Central restriction, white-gold sacred light qi. Northern restriction, jade licorice light qi. Western restriction, scarlet raging fire light qi. And Eastern restriction, blue water light qi. These 5 were no longer the same as before. They had all been enhanced. They were almost the same as the 5 regional walls of the past. Back then, Tao Zhu researched the 5 regional walls and created 5 restriction profound light qi and the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan made a breakthrough on the basis of his life's research. He reached a height that even Tao Zhu could not reach in his life. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. He was not restricted by the 5 regional walls. In contrast, other Gu immortals were suppressed by the regional walls. No matter what Gu worms they used, they would suffer backlash. As a result, Fang Yuan's advantage was too huge. This was something the Celestial Court immortals did not want to see. In the past, they would not be suppressed by central restriction, white gold, sacred light qi. But it was different now. After the 5 regions merged, Chi tide swept through the world and cleansed it. After the 5 regions merged, Go Immortal's auras were no longer differentiated. And this aura was the combination of the 5 regions. It did not belong to any of the previous 5 regions. Thus, no matter which region Go Immortals came from, they would face 5 layers of suppression in 5 restriction, profound light chi. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Yuan aimed a vicious attack at the city of God Emperor, causing the green radiance on the surface of the majestic city to tremble violently. But the divine Emperor city was too big. It was hard for Fang Yuan to shake it in a short period of time. A female immortal rushed out from God Emperor city. She had the appearance of a young lady and was pretty. It was Fairy Yuxiu. Her fighting spirit was strong, and she took the initiative to face Fang Yuan. Guyue, Fang Yuan, do you dare to fight? Right at this time, another immortal Gu house entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was the Calamity Luck Altar of Longevity Heaven. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan transmitted, Immortal friend Fang Yuan, why don't we work together and destroy this divine Emperor city? Fang Yuan smiled and replied, No, the Demon Judgment Board has already been smashed into the 5 regional walls. The God Emperor city is too majestic and cannot be easily shaken. You stall divine Emperor city. I will go in and destroy the Demon Judgment Board. Immortal friend Fang Yuan. Bing Sai Chuan wanted to persuade him again, but Fang Yuan turned around and entered the 5-colored fog without hesitation. Ignore him. Our target is divine Emperor city. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was sitting on the main seat of Calamity Luck Altar as he ordered. Yes, Master. Bing Sai Chuan immediately activated Calamity Luck Altar and charged towards divine Emperor city like a golden meteor. Fairy Yuxiu gritted her teeth. She had no choice but to defend. Lu Wei-yin also entered at this time. Lord Fang Yuan. He only saw the final scene of Fang Yuan's figure disappearing into the 5-colored fog. Sigh. Lu Wei-yin sighed deeply. He did not dare to enter the 5-colored fog. He could only inform Bing Sai Chuan, who was inside Calamity Luck Altar, to attack Divine Emperor City first. The 5 regional limit formation continued to activate. The 5-colored fog continued to spread. Within the fog, Demon Judgment Board roamed around, trying to find the location of the formation. And outside the fog, there was an intense battle between Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar. Found it! Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fairy Ming how suddenly opened her eyes. She was a pseudo-venerable wisdom path great expert. Her full strength was no small matter. But this deduction caused her to suffer a lot of damage. After all, she was using a wisdom path killer move inside the 5 regional walls. Good. Destroying this formation is equivalent to destroying one of Fang Yuan's trump cards. Guyue Fangjing's morale was high. He controlled Demon Judgment Board to fly forward with all his strength. The 5-colored fog became denser. Demon Judgment Board's radiance became dimmer. Guyue Fangjing was enduring a huge backlash. His expression soon turned pale. Blood started to seep out of his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Yuan found them. He continued to use killer moves with terrifying power. Demon Judgment Board resisted with difficulty. It staggered forward. Ignore him. Destroy this formation first. Fairy Ming Hao's childish face was filled with determination and decisiveness. Demon Judgment Board paused for a moment before shooting out a blood-red pillar of light. The blood light was extremely grand. It shot towards the formation with the momentum of wind and lightning. The 5 regional limit formation's surface shined with 5-colored light. It shook slightly, but it did not fall. How can this be? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zhang was very shocked. He knew the power of this move. Even in the 5 regional walls, it should not be like this. But Fairy Ming Hao saw through it. Her pupils shrunk. Fang Yuan invested a lot in this formation. There are at least 5 rank 8 immortal Gu houses. Its defense is very strong. We won't be able to destroy it in a short period of time. The 5 regional limit formation originally used boundary and limit goo as the cores, with a vast number of mortal goo as support. But later, Fang Yuan added earth vein immortal goo, followed by 2 immortal goo, formation spirit and formation flag. During the Fate War, most of these immortal goo were rank 7. But Fang Yuan was different now. During this period of rest, not only did he modify the 5 regional limit formation, other than increasing its defense, he even raised all of the immortal goo in the formation to rank 8. He was so rich that it made people's hair stand on end. Demon Judgment Board's full-strength attack could not even scratch a layer of the 5 regional limit formation skin. Instead, because the killer move was activated too fiercely, the backlash was even greater. This famous rank 8 immortal goo house was covered in cracks. It was showing signs of breaking apart. What do we do now? Guyue Fangzhen was panicking internally. Fang Yuan was bombarding it from outside. He felt great pressure. The goal of destroying the 5 realm limit formation had also been declared a complete failure. I suggest we retreat. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, suggesting to Fairy Ming Hao. Fairy Ming Hao nodded. We are at too much of a disadvantage if we fight here, but it is fine. Destroying this formation is just an attempt. If we fail, it will not affect the overall situation. Let's go. Fairy Ming Hao came out of Demon Judgment Board, opening her Immortal Aperture's entrance, and quickly storing this house. Next, under Fang Yuan's shocked gaze, she vanished on the spot. Soon, Lu Weiyin, who was fighting outside, transmitted to Fang Yuan that Fairy Ming Hao suddenly appeared beside Fairy Yuxiu. He asked about Fang Yuan's situation. Ming Hao and Yuxiu, these 2 pseudo-venerables, can they teleport to each other and reinforce each other instantly? Fang Yuan guessed. Fairy Ming Hao and the rest did not destroy his 5 regional limit formation, while Fang Yuan did not dismantle Demon Judgment Board. In essence, both sides were evenly matched. Fang Yuan might have a slight advantage, but the battle was still in a deadlock. As long as the 5 regional limit formation continues to work, the 5-colored smoke will spread and fill the entire Thieving Heaven True inheritance space. But if this takes too long, be it Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they will not allow themselves to stay in the smoke. Fang Yuan thought rapidly. The 5 regional limit formation was not a battlefield killer move. It could not restrain these people. They could still move in and out freely. The 5-colored smoke would take too long to fill the entire Thieving Heaven True inheritance space. During this period of time, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance might be discovered by someone, or the space might collapse due to the intense battle. Fang Yuan flew out like lightning. Leaving the 5-colored smoke, he rushed towards the battlefield of Divine Emperor City and Calamity, Luck Altar. On one hand, he was wary of Celestial Court's deduction ability. It was like his refinement path attainment. Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment had a huge advantage over him. Fang Yuan had to restrain these people. They could not deduce the location of the true inheritance. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had to fight while making deductions in his mind. Divine Emperor City floated in the sky. Green light spread. It was majestic and unmoving. Calamity Luck Altar was like a golden meteor that was pushed to its limits by Bing Sai Chuan. It flew around Divine Emperor City while launching all sorts of attacks. And between the 2 immortal goo houses, Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, Yuxiu, and Ming Hao for pseudo-venerables fought. Both sides were in a deadlock at first, but not long after, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin's side fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Ming Hao and Yuxiu both had extremely outstanding and mature combat systems. Fairy Ming Hao's Flying Star attacks looked like a single attack, but they were actually consecutive moves. Under the situation of consecutive hits, Fang Yuan suffered higher and higher damage each time. Meanwhile, Fairy Yuxiu's methods were very profound. She used her attainment level to suppress others. Ordinary Gu immortals could not defend against it. Under Fairy Yu Xiu's care, Lu Wei-yin fell into a tough battle. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had a taste of Fairy Ming Hao's pride Gu. The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind collided. There was a huge problem. Many powerful and complex killer moves could not be used by Fang Yuan. The risk was too high. And most importantly, Ming Hao and Fairy Yu Xiu had great teamwork. This level of teamwork was extraordinary. This was the first time in Fang Yuan's life that he had seen something like this. In this aspect, Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin's teamwork was completely suppressed by the two fairies. Yu Xiu and Ming Hao's teamwork has already undergone a qualitative change. If I fought them alone, I would have lost already. Lu Wei-yin had a heavy heart. The other side had incredible teamwork. This level of teamwork was beyond the realm of mortals. It gave off a feeling that it was natural and natural. Other than fighting against Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin, Yu Xiu and Ming Hao even had the strength to help Divine Emperor City deal with Calamity Luck Altar. Fang Yuan, you want the thieving heaven true inheritance. Fairy Yu Xiu smiled. Then do you know that giant sun immortal had once come here and destroyed thieving heaven's world, forcefully taking out a portion of the true inheritance? Thankfully, you are allies now, you can ask for it. Fairy Yu Xiu smiled sweetly, sowing discord. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He said to Lu Wei-yin, "Go deal with Divine Emperor City. I will deal with these two." Lord Fang Yuan, without me you are alone. Lu Wei-yin hesitated. Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly. "Go, you are hindering me." Lu Wei-yin gritted his teeth. He had to fly away from Fang Yuan. Fairy Yu Xiu and Ming Hao immediately saw their weakness. They looked at each other before attacking Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out a young Gu immortal. It was rank 8 transformation path, Gu immortal Zhanbudu. Immortal killer move. Incomplete freedom transformation. The young man shouted. A blood-red cloak fluttered behind him. I became more handsome and stronger. Zhanbudu clenched his fists, staring at the two female immortals with a bright gaze and surging battle intent. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2194. In Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, the battle between the two immortal Gu houses had been going on for some time. The battle was intense. "Come and fight!" Zhanbudu shouted. He was like a rampaging dragon, charging towards the two pseudo-venerables of Celestial Court, Ming Hao and Yu Xiu. Yu Xiu and Ming Hao split up, retreating at the same time, hiding far away. Zhanbudu missed again. He snorted coldly, feeling a little angry. He was one of Fang Yuan's clones. He cultivated Transformation Path. His cultivation level was rank 8, and he had totem killer moves. But his battle strength was still far from peak rank 8. He was not the match of experts like Qin Dingling and Wu Yong. But once he used incomplete freedom transformation, he rose to pseudo-immortal, venerable battle strength. Incomplete freedom transformation was not a small matter. It was extremely profound. This move was made up of 3 moves. They were Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation, and Internal Breath Green Fish Transformation. After Zhanbudu used incomplete freedom transformation, he immediately gained the advantage of the 3 killer moves. He did not have any shortcomings in other aspects. He could move like lightning. He could breathe out lightning bolts. He had strong recovery and regeneration abilities. He could also devour all attacks. Even though he had a human body, his movements were filled with monstrous strength that could scare even ghosts and deities. He directly suppressed all immemorial desolate plants and immemorial desolate beasts. He turned into a human-shaped dragon that fought heaven and earth, rampaging unhindered. Even Yu Xiu and Ming Hao did not dare to fight Zhanbudu head-on. They only fought while moving around. However, all sorts of killer moves flew toward Zhanbudu. He would either devour them or endure them. His injuries would heal rapidly. After the first few rounds, Yu Xiao and Ming Hao lost their temper towards Zhan Budu. This opponent's skin was too thick, but he was extremely fast. Fortunately, he was slightly weaker in Wisdom Path, but Yu Xiao and Fairy Ming Hao were the most proficient in this path. Thus, Yu Xiao and Ming Hao used Wisdom Path killer moves to weaken Zhan Budu, while helping themselves to deduce and evade Zhan Budu's attacks. It was undoubtedly a wise decision for Fang Yuan to hand over incomplete freedom to Zhan Budu. He himself was a pseudo-immortal Venerable, so it was a bit of a waste for him to use his incomplete freedom. Handing it over to Zhan Budu immediately gave him another pseudo-immortal Venerable to assist him. After Zhan Budu made his move, the situation changed. Fang Yuan and Zhan Budu joined hands and fought fiercely against Yu Xiao and Ming Hao, regaining control of the situation. The Celestial Court lost their previous advantage, and both sides fell into a stalemate again. Zhan Budu frowned deeply. These two are very slippery. They play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. They're not letting me use my advantage at all. Moreover, their coordination is too good. My main body and I are the closest, but our coordination is actually not as good as theirs. This is likely related to the fact that they are both Wisdom Path great experts. Rumble, while moving and turning, both sides exchanged killer moves again, creating a dazzling display of fireworks. Fang Yuan's main body had a cold expression from start to finish. Yu Xiao and Ming Hao were also secretly scheming. From the start of the battle, Fang Yuan has not used his full strength. He is deducing while fighting. He wants to deduce the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Fairy Yu Xiao had a deep understanding of the enemy's situation. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. He still has the Qi-Si clone that also has pseudo-venerable battle strength. If he lets it out, it will be troublesome. If we work together, we can block the three of them, but the crafty Fang Yuan will definitely make use of his advantage in numbers. He'll let us go and focus on Divine Emperor City. The Celestial Court actually knew about Qi-Si ancestors' true identity. It turned out that Qin Dingling had already found out about the secret, but she pretended not to know. During the pursuit of Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court did not notice it. But after the pursuit, Qin Dingling learned of this truth from the Celestial Court Grotto Heaven. After all, the Qi-Si clone was formed in the Celestial Court. He even used the Qi harvest fruit that the Celestial Court produced. The Celestial Court had stood for 3 million years without falling. It naturally had its methods. Precisely because of this, the Qi-Si clone used the name of the Righteous Qi Alliance to invite the Celestial Court to send Gu Immortals to deal with Fang Yuan, but Qin Dingling brushed it off. Fairy Yu Xiao transmitted. Qin Dingling is a qualified leader of the Celestial Court. Back then, the Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. If she did not act, Fang Yuan would misjudge the situation and not expose the Qi-Si clone. In this battle, we will benefit from it. Fairy Ming Hao nodded to herself. In a hurry, Fang Yuan cannot be killed. We cannot let Fang Yuan obtain the Thieving Heaven true inheritance here. We need to focus on this Thieving Heaven space and destroy it from the inside. The battle was intense, but strangely, none of the Gu Immortals in the battle treated the other party as their main target. Fang Yuan had been deducing in secret. He did not use his full strength. Zhan Budu was released to restrain the two pseudo-venerables of the Celestial Court. After all, his clone's cooperation was much better than Lu Weiyin's cooperation. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court's main goal was to destroy the Thieving Heaven true inheritance. As for Longevity Heaven's side, Calamity, Luck Alter had been looking for trouble with Divine Emperor City. It used all sorts of killer moves without restraint, not caring about the Thieving Heaven true inheritance space. Evidently, no matter what Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's main motive was, he definitely wanted to destroy this space in advance, so that Fang Yuan could not obtain anything. Even though Longevity Heaven allied with Fang Yuan, it was only because of the pressure from the Celestial Court. They did not want to see Fang Yuan receive funding again. especially when this funding came from the Venerable thieving heaven. Outside Divine Emperor City, the jade green light was still dense, firmly protecting it, no matter how the outside world attacked. Divine Emperor City was not just defending, it had both offense and defense. Immortal killer move, Divine Bean Soldiers. The yellow bean soldiers charged at the front, the green bean soldiers rained down arrows, the red bean soldiers self-detonated, and the black bean soldiers were the core of the army. There were also blue bean soldiers and white bean soldiers mixed in. Each of them had their own role. Every time Lu Wei-yin charged towards Divine Bean Palace, he would be attacked by these Divine Bean soldiers. Lu Wei-yin used an offensive killer move. These Divine Bean soldiers suffered heavy losses. Only 1 out of 10 survived. This result shocked Lu Wei-yin. Even though he was more skilled in defense, his offensive methods were definitely at the peak of rank 8. To think that he could not completely eliminate these Divine Bean soldiers. The reason was Divine Emperor City's other move, Graft Wood. This move allowed the Divine Bean soldiers to connect with each other. The damage they suffered would be shared among them. Most of the damage would be shared with Divine Emperor City, while the rest would be distributed to these Divine Bean soldiers. Thus, the Divine Bean soldiers were very tenacious in this battle. Lu Wei-yin spent some effort to break out of the encirclement. When he got close to Divine Emperor City, countless lightning bolts attacked him. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Lifespring Lightning. Countless lightning bolts moved like snakes and dragons. There were also jade green lightning balls that bombarded him. After the lightning balls exploded, the scattered wood path down marks remained in the surroundings, gradually transforming this battlefield. Thankfully, this was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was not the ordinary 5 regions. This move's prowess could not be fully displayed. And when Lu Wei-yin endured the lightning bolts and got closer, the jade lights outside Divine Emperor City would turn into whirlpools that shot out painting path killer moves. These paintings were complex and varied. They involved flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. They were extremely flexible and gave Lu Wei-yin a lot of trouble. Painting path is a whole of its own. My attacks cannot block them. My defensive methods cannot conceal them completely either. This is truly troublesome. Painting path was hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable after all. Lu Wei-yin was at a loss in this battle. Lu Wei-yin could not break Divine Emperor City's defenses. Calamity Luck Altar was the same. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 luck path Immortal Goo House. It was personally created by Giant Sun Immortal when he was alive. It displayed unparalleled might during the Fate War. But now it was hard to gain any results against Divine Emperor City, because Divine Emperor City would shoot out a faint white light from time to time. Calamity Luck Altar would have to evade it every time, not daring to be hit by it. This was the human path killer move, Ruined Family. This move countered Immortal Goo Houses. Back then, during the Fate War, Immortal Goo House Chicken Dog Coop was only hit once before the entire Immortal Goo House was destroyed on the spot. None of the Goo Immortals inside survived. This was a human path offensive killer move created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Calamity Luck Altar was restricted because of it. At once, Calamity Luck Altar only dared to patrol outside. This 3-layered round altar had many pillars, white jade railings and golden light. But right now, it gave off the feeling of a powerless and irritated fly. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Calamity Luck Altar displayed its might earlier, but it was mostly fighting against Goo Immortals. In fact, its most valuable method was the killer move, Tribulation Operation Freedom Wheel. This move could transform all sorts of calamities and tribulations into something that did no damage to the immortal aperture. It could even turn into a rain dew that nourished the immortal aperture. Longevity Heaven relied on Calamity Luck Altar to safely survive calamities and tribulations and grow stronger. This was Calamity Luck Altar's position. Giant Sun Immortal left it in Longevity Heaven before his death for this reason. Divine Emperor City's Painting World. Fang Dichang and Xin Shang worked together to comprehend the profundities within. There must be some problems in the outside world. A huge battle is likely to occur. Divine Emperor City has Emperor City and Divine Bean Palace's various methods. These methods are being used frequently now. It shows that the goop cultivator attacking Divine Emperor City has extraordinary battle strength. Xin Shang said, to them this was a great thing. The more these methods were used, the clearer they could see and comprehend the profundities of wood path, painting path, and human path. Could the one attacking the Divine Emperor City be his main body? Fang Dichang guessed. Or is it trying to save the existences in Qi Howling Painting World and Beast Howling Painting World? At this time, Xin Shang and Fang Dichang's expressions changed drastically. They stood up in shock. Their gazes penetrated the secret room and looked at the sky in the painting. In the sky, wisps of golden light suddenly gathered and condensed into two large hands. These two giant hands covered the sky and covered the earth. They were unimaginably large. The left hand grabbed the roaring Qi mural, and the right hand dug out the roaring Beast mural. Genesis Lotus will roared furiously. The power of the painting path erupted, suppressing these two giant hands with all his might. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. The battle reached the final juncture. The entire thieving sky was covered in black cracks. It was on the verge of destruction. Jean Boudou gritted his teeth anxiously. My main body has yet to deduce the location of the true inheritance. I'm afraid it's really too late. The time has come. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun glanced at Fang Yuan and stepped out. In the next instant, he appeared on the battlefield. P.S. Congratulations to Sanchen Dazzling World and Yusin Daoist for becoming the two new Alliance Masters of this book. Cough, cough. Dumbfounded. Can anyone tell me how many chapters 10? Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2195. Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Even though he had guessed it, he was still shocked internally. Golden light shone in the battlefield. Divine Emperor City shook intensely as if something was about to break out of it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. Inside the painting world, countless citizens stared at the sky with dumbfounded expressions. They saw two giant hands flying through the air and creating two huge black holes in the painting world. The two giant hands flew out of Divine Emperor City and disintegrated on the battlefield, revealing Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Liqiu. I'm saved. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was overjoyed. Master. Mao Liqiu saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and started crying. I knew you would come to save me, woof. Mao Liqiu shrunk rapidly, becoming small and exquisite as it entered Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's embrace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun revealed a doting smile as he patted Mao Liqiu's head. You are still the same, barking like a dog when you are happy. Woof, woof, woof. Mao Liqiu looked up at its master, barking as tears rolled down its face. Giant Sun Immortal? He has already recovered to this extent. Fairy Ming How was shocked. Ignore him. Stall Fang Yuan with all your strength. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space is about to be destroyed. Fairy Yu Xiu reminded. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Qi Si Ancestor flew out. Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Qi Si. At once, a grand and boundless aura surged over. Ming Hao and Yu Xiu were obstructed by this move. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape into the five-colored smoke. This is the place. He found the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. The five-colored smoke had already corroded it. Fang Yuan instantly broke through and took away the remaining Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Almost at the next moment, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space collapsed. Quickly leave. Lu Wei-yin and the rest quickly retreated. After Fang Yuan kept the 5 regional limit formation, he was the last to come out. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, space, vanished at almost the same time. In the end, he still succeeded. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. Fairy Yu Xiu laughed. Half of this true inheritance has already been destroyed. It is fine. We have already achieved our goal in this battle. Let's go. The next part is the key. Fairy Yu Xiu put away Divine Emperor City, and the 2 immortals instantly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan revealed a thoughtful expression. Lord Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin hurried over and met up with Zhan Budu, Qi-Si ancestor, and Fang Yuan. On the other side was Calamity Luck Altar and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Both sides did not speak. Although they were allies, both sides were well aware of the reliability of such an alliance. For pseudo-venerables, Bing Saichuan, who was in Calamity Luck Altar, was speechless. In such a short period of time, Fang Yuan's strength actually rose to such a level. Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals were not fools. Once Qi-Si ancestor appeared, they guessed that this was Fang Yuan's clone. Giant Sun immortal. Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun with narrowed eyes, remaining silent. Even though the other party was clearly an immortal zombie, he had extraordinary strength and profound methods. He immediately broke Divine Emperor City and saved Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Qiu, who were sealed in the painting world. Right now, Mao Li Qiu was curled up in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arms, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Where was the majesty of a legendary immemorial beast? As for Demon Immortal Qi Ju, he was hovering at the side with a hesitant and doubtful expression. He was saved by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. But right after he was saved, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan fought, and then Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. But when they used up all of their knowledge and reached the end of the ink text path, they did not see Wisdom Gu. Rin Zu's 3rd attempt failed again. Great strength, true marshal shrugged, saying in disappointment, "What do we do? We have already tried our best, but our knowledge is not enough. But we can't bring any more knowledge." Rin Zu sighed, feeling helpless. At this time, Hope Gu flew out. "Oh, human, don't be disappointed. I am here." Rin Zu was curious. "What can you do?" Hope Gu replied, "Oh, human, I can help you awaken your aperture." Hope Gu could awaken one's aperture. Hope Gu exerted its strength, opening an aperture for Rin Zu. Modesty Gu laughed. "Then let me help you as well, human." "Oh, human, with humility you will be more open-minded. You will be able to store more things." Thereupon, the aperture became much larger. Rin Zu obtained this aperture and was very happy. "This is so huge. I can store countless knowledge. This is amazing." Rin Zu and his children returned to Book Mountain again, refining knowledge and collecting ink texts. Rin Zu stuffed a lot of knowledge into his aperture, to the point that he did not even know how much he had. Rin Zu and his children set off for the 4th time. They walked on the ink text path and went deep into Qian Kuin Crystal Wall. They went very deep, they searched many places and changed directions, but they could not find Wisdom Gu. They had no choice but to return to Book Mountain again. Because this exploration took too long, the ink text path that they set off could not withstand the flood of information. Many of them had already disappeared. Ren Zu found an Inkman elder and asked, "Why can't we find Wisdom Gu?" The Inkman elder said, "Sometimes when we Inkmen go out to explore, we will see Wisdom Gu by chance. But the 3 of you have searched almost the entire Qian Kuin crystal wall and did not see Wisdom Gu. It is likely that it is hiding and does not want to see you." Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly asked, "Then where is Wisdom Gu hiding?" The Inkman elder pondered. "Oh, humans, you have searched almost the entire Qian Kuin crystal wall. But if Wisdom Gu is still in Qian Kuin crystal wall, then it can only be hiding in one place. This place is called Primordial Domain. It is the most mysterious place in Chien Kuin Crystal Wall. Chien Kuin Crystal Wall reflects everything that happens in the world. It contains endless information. And Primordial Domain contains the information of the beginning of heaven and earth. It also contains the information of the end of all living beings. It is the starting point and also the end point. It has nothing, but it contains everything. Great Strength True Marshal was overjoyed. We have never been to Primordial Domain. O Inkman Elder, please tell us how to go to Primordial Domain. The Inkman Elder shook his head. It is not that I do not want to help you, but we Inkmen have only heard of this place. We have never been there. O humans, we Inkmen admire you. The knowledge that you possess has long surpassed ours. So, if you want to go to Primordial Domain, you can only rely on yourselves. Renzu and his children could only research on their own. Carefree Wisdom Heart had a discovery. She cried out in joy, I found it! I found it! Oh, my daughter, what did you find that made you so happy? Renzu asked curiously. Carefree Wisdom Heart spread out her 2 palms. I found the pear goo in my right palm. I found the error goo in my left palm. These 2 goo grew out of your body. They look ordinary. They're not as good-looking as my authority goo. How can they help us? Great Strength True Marshal was very proud. He did not mind. Carefree Wisdom Heart replied, These 2 goo can allow us to differentiate knowledge. Look at this knowledge. Many of them are correct now, but after some time they will be wrong. There are also many that are correct here, but wrong there. I feel that if we find the knowledge that has always been correct and use it to create our path, we will definitely be able to reach Primordial Domain. Renzu nodded. You are right. Let's give it a try. But no matter how they searched, they could not find such knowledge. Great Strength True Marshal Strong Goo said proudly, Oh humans, it is futile to search like this. Because in this world, there is only strength and weakness. There is no right or wrong. Only people like you are doing unnecessary things. There is no right or wrong. Chapter 2196. Venomous Goo Master is taking a day off. Currently typing. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2197. Chien Kuin Crystal Wall reflects everything that happens in the world. All of the information is real. There is no fake information. Using right and wrong cannot filter them because they exist, or rather, they existed before, then they are all logical. Carefree Wisdom Heart was criticized, but her eyes were shining brightly. I understand the existence of all things in the world, be it right or wrong. They are all logical. They have their true meaning. This is true meaning, be it information or knowledge. They are a form of expression of true meaning, a form of confession. If we can grasp true meaning, not only can we explain what is right, we can also explain what is wrong. We can understand everything. Let us find it together. The 3 of them began to dig out the true meaning from the sea of knowledge. Great Strength True Marshal was impatient. Renzu also could not persevere. Only Carefree Wisdom Heart was still meticulous. She had a solemn expression. After a long time, Great Strength True Marshal suddenly pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart, saying in surprise, Look, another goo grew out of your body. The newly born goo was called Serious Goo. Carefree Wisdom Heart was very happy after hearing this. With this goo, I can recognize true meaning better. After a long time, Renzu also pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart. Look, another goo grew out of your body. The second goo was called Learning Goo. Carefree Wisdom Heart started to learn knowledge, transforming it into her own understanding. Instead of using memory goo to memorize it, she understood more and more knowledge. A third goo grew out of her body. The third gu was called talent gu. I found it, I found it. On a certain day, carefree wisdom heart cheered. With the help of serious gu, learning gu, and talent gu, she finally found true meaning from the knowledge. Quickly tell me, what is true meaning? Great strength true marshal was very happy. He quickly asked, but carefree wisdom heart shook her head. There is true meaning in it, but I cannot decipher it. Then use ink to express it. Great strength true marshal thought about it and reminded her, but carefree wisdom heart shook her head again. It can only be understood, it cannot be written. Renzu waved his hand. Forget it. Since you have a true intent, let's go. Free and unfettered wisdom heart was filled with true intent. Setting off from Book Mountain, the ink runes sprinkled down along the way formed a path of ink runes that was far more spacious and sturdier than before. The human ancestor and his children stepped onto the great Tao and reached the origin realm. In primordial domain, they saw Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was helpless. It had already hidden so deeply. But Renzu still came to find it. It could not avoid it and was eaten by Self-Gu. Crazed Demon, Caves, 8th floor, at the center of the Green Lotus Grand World. The high seats at the peak of Book Mountain were rarely full. Che Wei was 5th. Qin Dingling was 4th. Fairy Minghao was 3rd. Fairy Yuxiu was 2nd, and Fairy Fengya was 1st. This Fairy Feng had her hair coiled into a bun. She was rather old, but her beauty was not waning. She was graceful and gorgeous. Her whole body was shrouded in a layer of light. It was the sign of having talent gu. This time, it was precisely because of her that the primordial realm finally showed signs of appearing above Book Mountain's head. After thieving heaven space was destroyed, Fairy Yuxiu and Fairy Minghao brought all the troops and returned to Fairy Fengya's side. Fairy Minghao sighed. To think that giant sun immortal's painting path attainment would be so deep, he could save Mao Li Qiu so easily. The Celestial Court wanted to use Mao Li Qiu and the rest to lure Giant Sun Immortal. The Celestial Court was very clear about Giant Sun Immortal's protective nature. But out of Celestial Court's expectations, Giant Sun Immortal actually succeeded and saved the captives. The other party is a former immortal Venerable after all. It is not strange that it is unexpected. Qin Dingling said. Furthermore, we are the ones who benefited the most from this battle. Fairy Yuxiu, however, was hesitant. We cannot tell which side benefited the most now. We expanded our advantage. Giant Sun Immortal took back Mao Li Qiu, while Feng Yuan obtained the remaining thieving Heaven True inheritance. For some reason, I feel uneasy in my heart. Fairy Feng, you looked at the primordial domain in the sky. The situation is clear now. Feng Yuan and Giant Sun will definitely attack us with their armies. Our side will wait patiently. As long as we defend, we will grasp the key to this battle and return victorious. We will regain the glory of Celestial Court. Are you confident? The other Celestial Court Gu Immortals heard this and spoke excitedly. It is all thanks to Lady Feng Ye's planning that we have such a good situation. We must defend this time. We cannot make the same mistake again. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will not hesitate. In my opinion, even though they have many enemies, Feng Yuan and Giant Sun will not work together. They will be wary of each other instead. Yellow, Earth, Great World. Lu Wei-yin saw Feng Yuan and frowned. Primordial domain is showing signs of progress. Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment is truly amazing. We cannot compare to them. This situation is truly terrible. Primordial domain had already been leaked, but only half of it had been taken by Celestial Court. It had not truly fallen into Celestial Court's hands yet. Even so, Celestial Court's advantage was huge, because primordial domain was more important and crucial than Book Mountain. As long as a Venerable reached primordial domain, they would immediately replenish their attainment level and become a Tao Lord again. Whoever could enter primordial domain first would be able to turn their advantage into victory, and become the final victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Not only that, after the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the Venerables who became Tao Lords would return to the 5 regions and dominate the world. They would likely become the final victor of the 5 regions' chaotic war and become the ultimate master of the world. Lord Fang Yuan, Celestial Court is about to obtain primordial domain. We need to attack with all our strength. If we cannot stop Celestial Court, we will taste defeat this time. Lu Wei-yin had a resolute expression. He had originally planned to defend first and then attack, but now he had no choice but to take action. How do we attack with all our strength? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Wei-yin had a difficult expression. Celestial Court had an obvious wisdom path advantage. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Celestial Court had always held the initiative and maintained their advantage. Celestial Court's 3 pseudo-venerables all cultivated wisdom path. This advantage was not lost under their strategies, but instead expanded. Now, Celestial Court had actually drawn out the other core of the 9th layer, primordial domain. What was more terrifying was that Limitless Demon Venerable did not use any countermeasures. This meant that Celestial Court had already understood many of the mysteries of the 9th layer and had cleverly avoided limitless methods. From start to now, Fang Yuan had not seen Limitless Will. It was most likely dead. Lu Wei-yin sighed and said with admiration, "In the past, Limitless Demon Venerable killed his way into Celestial Court, forcing star constellations to play chess with him. Both sides comprehended and deduced together, obtaining all kinds of Heaven Dao results that were secretly sent to Crazed Demon Cave to help this place deduce. However, at the same time, Celestial Court's methods also infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave. When Celestial Court drew out Book Mountain from the 9th layer, I already felt that something was wrong. Now, they want to draw out Primordial Domain. This level of wisdom path truly leaves me in the dust. Now, Celestial Court has the advantage, forcing us to attack with all our strength while they are waiting. The worst thing is that we cannot truly use our full strength." Fang Yuan nodded slightly. "This is what I am worried about. Celestial Court's wisdom path is outstanding. Don't they know that this will provoke attacks from both sides? But they still did this. This means that they have the confidence to resist the attacks. And this confidence is likely to come from this Crazed Demon Cave. Celestial Court could draw out Book Mountain and now draw out Primordial Domain to avoid Limitless Demon Venerable's counterattack. Firstly, it was because of their amazing wisdom path methods, and secondly, they had already come into contact with Crazed Demon Cave for over 1,000,000 years. They had a deep foundation. Fang Yuan clearly could not reach this level. If he truly used his full strength, limitless methods would be triggered. That was to say, Celestial Court was still making use of Limitless Demon Venerable. This is the problem of fighting against such a wisdom path expert. Lu Wei-yin frowned deeply. In fact, he had a deep worry in his heart, but he could not say it out loud. That was Guyue and Fang Yuan's strength. Fang Yuan was indeed a pseudo-venerable with outstanding strength. He was the strongest person in the world before this trip to Crazed Demon Cave. But now, he was facing Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's appearance shook Lu Wei-yin's heart intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had not appeared all this while, was giving him more and more pressure. Could Fang Yuan fight against these two existences? To speak the truth, Lu Wei-yin had no confidence. Venerables were invincible. This was the truth of humanity's hundreds of years of history, the truth that was witnessed by the vast and endless river of time. It was precisely because Lu Wei-yin had no confidence that he set up the defensive counterattack strategy earlier. Fang Yuan might be able to resist a venerable for a while, but only a venerable could deal with a venerable. This was Lu Wei-yin's true thought. Similarly, this was the thought of Fang Yuan's subordinates. Even though these subordinates worshipped him fervently, they would not be arrogant enough to think that Feng Yuan could defeat a Venerable. Venerables were invincible. Back then, when primordial origin became venerable, variant humans were the overlords of the world. Did they not have pseudo-venerable battle strength? They did, and there were many of them. But they never had any hope of defeating a venerable. Yes, Feng Yuan's strength was unfathomable. He could even easily defeat other pseudo-venerable Gu immortals. But this was not strange. Even though pseudo-venerables were at the peak of rank 8, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. If Feng Yuan fought against a venerable, no one would think highly of Feng Yuan. They would only hope that Feng Yuan could last for as long as possible. As long as Feng Yuan can last until Lord Paradise Earth revives, that will be our chance of victory. But now, the Celestial Court is forcing us to make a move. If we fight now, we might not be able to wait for Lord Paradise Earth to revive. Lu Weiyin felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Feng Yuan looked at primordial domain expressionlessly. The situation is like this, we can only attack head-on. Just follow the agreement with the Longevity Heaven and send out all your subordinates. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2198. Crazed Demon Cave 8th Layer. The illusion of the origin realm hung high in the air, growing more and more lifelike. The green lotus great world, the yellow earth great world, and the savage wilderness great world had fused more and more deeply. Now, only a small portion of the earth wall remained, preventing the three worlds from communicating. The various small worlds had long since merged with the three great worlds. Among them, the savage great world had benefited the most. It was also the largest great world. This was all thanks to the giant sun immortal's fate of heaven and earth, which allowed most of the small worlds to fall into the savage great world. Feng Yuan sent almost all of his Gu cultivators towards Celestial Court's Book Mountain. The Longevity Celestial Sect also mobilized their army. Their military might was vast and mighty. The Celestial Court was already on standby. They were led by Duan Hu and Nia Kuang Feng, respectively. As long as it's not a sage, none of you are a match for me. Nia Kuang Feng roared. His body danced in the air, stirring up gales that stretched for thousands of miles. The gales swept through the battlefield, vast and mighty. The enemy is here. We need to cooperate to have a chance of victory. Xiao Hejian looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. The latter nodded with a solemn expression. In the previous battle, these two variant human Gu immortals had fought against Nia Kuang Feng. They had both lost. Not only did many Gu immortals lose their lives, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were also in a sorry state. They managed to survive. After this recuperation, their strength had recovered to its original state. Now that they were facing Nia Kuang Feng once again, they decided to put aside their personal grudges and fight together. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hand as frost chi surged out, enveloping Nia Kuang Feng and slowing his movement, slowing his speed. Xiao Hejian, on the other hand, shot out green leaf blades that covered the entire sky with astonishing power. The violent gale swept up the long gale, blowing the sky and earth until it changed color, and the green leaves and cold wind scattered in all directions. Immortal Killer Move. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted as he concealed his aura, not letting it leak out. In the next moment, with a loud bang, his body exploded into countless rays of cold light. Cold light shot out, extremely cold. Wherever it went, the atmosphere froze and turned into pieces of floating ice, which then fell to the ground. Nia Kuang Feng's heart palpitated. He hurriedly dodged, but how could he make it in time? He was shot by countless ice crystal lights and sealed in the mountain-like ice. The thicker the layer of ice, the more powerful the cold light shot from the outside will be. Nia Kuang Feng was unable to struggle free. Under the pressure of death, he once again fell into a trance. Gotcha! From the inside out, countless cracks quickly appeared on the solid ice and spread outwards. Oh no, I cannot trap him anymore. Ice Crystal, Immortal Monarch, sensed something amiss. Xiao Hejian finally succeeded. Immortal Killer Move, Cutting Grass. Xiao Hejian's palms were like blades as he aimed at Nia Kuang Feng, who was trapped in the ice, and gently sliced downwards. Immediately, 2 blades of grass condensed and fell down leisurely. They drilled into the cracks of the ice and shot into Nia Kuang Feng's body. Nia Kuang Feng's body immediately trembled twice. Xiao Hejiao appeared again and again, causing Nia Kuang Feng's body to tremble unceasingly. The green mass of wind became increasingly sparse and weak, until its resistance became weaker and weaker. I'm willing to surrender, Nia Kuang Feng weakly shouted. Master's orders are not to be surrendered, Xiao Hejian said coldly. In the end, Nia Kuang Feng lost its life under his and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's joint attack. Once Nia Kuang Feng died, the mutant Gu Immortals lost their leader. They were heavily injured and escaped in defeat. Fang Yuan's army advanced and attacked all the way to the base of Book Mountain. On the other side, Space Extremity and Desolate Extremity of the 8 extremities in Longevity Heaven worked together to kill Duan Hu. The 2 armies met at the center of Green Lotus Great World. Celestial Court had only obtained Book Mountain for a short period of time. They could only set up a formation around Book Mountain. This formation was called Four-Way Star Formation. It had 4 subformations in 4 directions, completely surrounding Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Feng activated her killer move day and night, drawing out the primordial domain in the sky. After the 2 armies discussed for a while, they split up to attack the 4 subformations. Mao Li Qiu led the way into the western subformation. Gai Li Qiu led the way into the northern subformation. Xiao Hejian led the way into the eastern subformation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch led the way into the southern subformation. The remaining troops were led by Bing Saichuan and Lu Weiyin. They were the vanguard of the 4 groups. Mao Li Qiu entered the formation. Countless starlight beams rained down like a storm. Mao Li Qiu roared. Its body expanded and became extremely huge. Its purple fur was smooth and tough. The starlight could not penetrate it. It rampaged through the subformation. The other Gu Immortals followed behind, killing and destroying everything in its path. Evil beast, you are causing trouble again. We will kill you this time. The star formation shook. 2 Gu Immortals flew out. One was 9 Spiritual Fairy, the other was Prince's Impatience. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast, blocking Mao Li Qiu. The fake immemorial desolate beast was stronger than the real immemorial desolate beast. Mao Li Qiu was soon suppressed, its flesh was sore, and it was exhausted. Prince's Impatience used Fire Path Killer moves. All kinds of yellow bird flames flew everywhere, killing the mutant Gu Immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World. More than 10 of them died. Mao Li Qiu was impatient, it had to retreat. On the other side, Gaiga faced Zhou Xiong Xian and Jun Xinguang. Zhou Xiong Xian used an Information Path Killer move to attack, while Jun Xinguang turned into a rainbow, supporting him from the side. 1 main and 1 supplementary, they complemented each other. Yellow Extremity Jiaohua used a Totem Killer move to fight with Zhou Xiong Xian. They were evenly matched. Just as they were about to fight, Gaigo was shouting loudly. He was fleeing from Jun Xinguang's attacks. Leave, leave. Gai Gu grabbed Jiaohua's shoulder. Ignoring the latter's stare, he dragged him away. Longevity Heaven's 2 groups returned in defeat. Fang Yuan's 2 groups were in an even worse state. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were trapped. They could not escape, even if they wanted to. These two immortals collided with Celestial Court's Che Wei and Wan Zihong. The situation is dangerous. I hope you can save them quickly. The letter requesting for help had already been sent to Lu Weiyin. Che Wei created Weapon Path. His methods were becoming more mature. His status was only below Qin Dingling now. Wan Zihong was originally a Western desert demonic cultivator. She was recruited by Celestial Court. She had a good performance in the Fate War. Now that her immortal Gu Qi Bei had recovered to its peak, she was extremely powerful. Bing Saichuan and Lu Weiyin discussed urgently. This surrounding star formation belongs to Star Path. We are not proficient in it. If we want to forcefully break it, Celestial Court has elites guarding it. It will be very difficult. Lord Fang Yuan's item can even break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. This formation will definitely be easy to break. Bing Saichuan was talking about the 5 regional limit formation. Lu Weiyin nodded. He was about to speak when a Gu immortal came from Yellow Earth Great World. This female immortal had snow-white skin, rabbit ears, and blood-red eyes. It was Lady White Rabbit. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, Lady White Rabbit had genuine rank 8 cultivation level. Lu Weiyin laughed heartily, saying to Bing Saichuan, I have already asked Lord Fang Yuan for help. We will borrow the 5 regional limit formation and use it to break the formation. Lady White Rabbit, it has been hard on you. Lady White Rabbit smiled. I have to do my best for Master. I have to disregard my life. This is nothing. But Master did not bring the 5 regional limit formation this time. Master said that this formation has no status. Its effect is slow and cannot be used in an emergency. Thus, I brought some other methods. Bing Saichuan was curious. Lord Fang Yuan's methods must be extraordinary. Please let me take a look. Thus, Lady White Rabbit took out an immortal Gu house from her immortal aperture. Rising Cloud City, Frost House, Unbreakable Fortress, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, Red Heavenly Altar, and Scarlet Palace. A total of 7 immortal Gu houses. Each of them was rank 8. Bing Saichuan was dumbfounded. Master said that he could only create this many immortal Gu houses in a short period of time. Master has ordered us to use these immortal Gu houses to charge the formation. Lady White Rabbit said. As it turned out, ever since Fang Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave and collected a vast amount of immortal materials, his Time Path clone, He Chen Xiu, had been using 4 elements, Square, Regret, Blood, Refinement Pool to refine immortal Gu. After all the rank 8 immortal Gu were refined, he started to construct the immortal Gu houses. Fang Yuan originally did not intend to build immortal Gu houses because they were not practical for him. But after arriving in the Great World, he could not casually make a move at his level. Thus, he started to prepare for a rainy day and started to arm his subordinates. They were indeed pressed for time. These immortal Gu houses were modified by Fang Yuan from Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare News Dark Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, and other immortal Gu houses. Strictly speaking, they were half new and half old. If it was the Celestial Court, even with 3 Wisdom Path pseudo-venerables, they would not be able to break it easily. They would need to spend time to deduce it. That was enough. Lu Weiyin was overjoyed. He sent the immortal Gu houses to break the formation and save Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Next, 7 rank 8 immortal Gu houses entered the battlefield and destroyed the other 2 subformations. 2 groups of people charged towards Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Feng Ye's eyes were shut as she controlled her methods. Yu Xiu and Ming Hao were in charge of the situation. Seeing so many immortal Gu houses, Fairy Yu Xiu's expression turned grim. Fang Yuan is so rich, his refinement path methods are terrifying. I'm afraid he is plotting something in refinement path. Thankfully, he cannot match us in wisdom path. So these immortal Gu houses are half new and not old, we can still use them. Fairy Ming Hao said as she activated a killer move. Human path killer move. Humble reciprocation. Book Mountain shook. Countless killer moves blossomed like dazzling fireworks. In the sky, primordial domain floated in the sky. Tribulation clouds rumbled. Calamities and tribulations were everywhere. On the battlefield, countless killer moves filled everyone's vision, surging like a tidal wave, raining down from all directions. Under such a vast number of killer moves, Fang Yuan's subordinate Gu immortals hid inside the immortal Gu houses, going against the flow. Longevity Heaven had many Gu immortals. They could not all enter Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sai Chuan took out 5 immortal Gu houses. One was Broad Summer's harem. One was Heart Delight's harem. One was Red Bean's harem. One was Yearning's harem, and one was Peach Heaven's harem. These were the 5 harem that Giant Sun Immortal had set up in the 5 regions when he was alive. They were all at rank 8 level. The foundation of an immortal Venerable was on full display at this moment. My lifetime's accumulation still cannot compare to Fang Yuan. Rank 8 Immortal Gu are actually overflowing in his hands. Is he trying to become a Venerable through refinement path? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun looked at the battlefield as he deduced. Fang Yuan observed the battlefield while comprehending Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. This Thieving Heaven true inheritance originally contained Imitation Gu, the killer move Duo Pair, and so on, but Fang Yuan only obtained a small portion of the Thieving Heaven true inheritance. However, this small portion was extremely important to Fang Yuan. The true inheritance's content involved refinement path. It described how Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable forged Qian Kuin crystal wall back then, how he forged Immortal Gu, and so on. Other than the 4 refinement path domains that I calculated earlier, there is also this one. Refining fake Gu. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left this true inheritance to me with deep intentions. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2199. Surrounding the black and white Book Mountain. Gu immortals fought intensely. Their figures could be seen everywhere. Immortal killer move. Single Chi cloud explosion. Demon Immortal Chi Ju stretched out his finger and pointed. Instantly, the air in front of him surged and condensed into a lump. Hundreds of milky white Chi lumps shot out like meteors, dispersing the attacks of Book Mountain. Fairy Ming Hao had been using Book Mountain to activate humble reciprocation. Using this terrifying method, she was able to suppress the fierce attacks of Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven. These killer moves originated from Book Mountain's records. There were many types. They were human path killer moves in essence, but they imitated the power and effects of various paths. Demon Immortal Chi Ju fought attacks with attacks. After destroying the attacks in front of him, he sighed and retreated. After he was dealt with by Giant Sun Immortal, he did not interact with Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan's side. He moved freely and understood the situation. Celestial Court wanted to obtain Primordial Domain. That was something Demon Immortal Chi Ju did not want to see. He naturally wanted to enter Primordial Domain and raise his Chi Path attainment level to Supreme Grandmaster. How could he allow others to get there first? Demon Immortal Chi Ju was alone. He could not affect Celestial Court's momentum. But now that Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven were attacking him, if he did not make use of this external force, he would not be Demon Immortal Chi Ju. To think that attacking Book Mountain would be so dangerous, we can't even reach the middle of the mountain. Demon Immortal Chi Ju frowned. When he was suppressed in Divine Emperor City, he lost a lot of Chi Path Dao marks. Not to mention the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Shi Land, which he had been relying on, only had 30% of it left in the pursuit of Fang Yuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a tsunami, another wave of attacks crashed down like a waterfall from the mountain peak. Demon Immortal Chi Ju could only retreat again and again. Charge, charge! A rank 8 immortal Gu house passed by, ignoring demon immortal Qiju. That was Fang Yuan's subordinate rank 8 immortal Gu house, unbreakable fortress. The Gu immortals in the fortress saw demon immortal Qiju but ignored him. When demon immortal Qiju first appeared, he attracted a lot of attention. But seeing that he was attacking Book Mountain, Fang Yuan's subordinates understood demon immortal Qiju's standpoint. Demon immortal Qiju watched as the unbreakable Vajra fortress charged forward and forcibly resisted the waves of killer moves. He could not help but reveal a look of envy. In this battle, the importance of immortal Gu houses was very obvious. Immortal Gu houses provided the Gu immortals with ample protection. Otherwise, how could the Gu immortals move forward against the endless tribulations and killer moves? The Vajra fortress charged all the way to the waist of the mountain when a bloody figure suddenly appeared in the smoke screen of the killer move. The next moment, a huge blood shadow rushed over, revealing its true appearance. This was a giant crimson tombstone. All kinds of characters were moving about on the tombstone, and the aura of the blood path was extremely dense. This was the Demon Judgment Board. Don't even think about taking another step forward. Guyue Fangzheng was the one controlling the Demon Judgment Board. Boom! With a loud sound, the two immortal Gu houses collided directly. The unbreakable Vajra fortress's momentum stopped. Demon Judgment Board shot out a bloody light. The bloody light was like a pillar that shot towards the unbreakable Vajra fortress. The unbreakable Vajra fortress activated its defensive method. Even though it blocked the bloody light, it was pushed down the waist of the mountain by an unstoppable force. Even though the unbreakable Vajra fortress was a rank 8 immortal Gu house, it was still inferior to a peak immortal Gu house like Demon Judgment Board. Guyue Fangzheng breathed roughly. Celestial Court had few immortal Gu houses, including Demon Judgment Board, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and Divine Emperor City. It only had 6. Right now, these 6 immortal Gu houses were used to defend against the attacking immortal Gu houses. On Longevity Heaven's side, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace did not move, but Calamity Luck Altar and the 5 concubines had 6 immortal Gu houses. They were already equal to Celestial Court in terms of immortal Gu houses. On Fang Yuan's side, 7 immortal Gu houses suddenly appeared. This was out of Celestial Court's expectations. They had thought that Fang Yuan would likely rebuild Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Worship. But to think that Fang Yuan would start anew and take out 7 immortal Gu houses like the unbreakable Vajra Fortress. Not only did he take them out, but these immortal Gu houses were all rank 8. 7 rank 8 immortal Gu houses immediately gave Celestial Court a huge pressure on their defenses. The immortal Gu houses on Celestial Court's side were only half of the enemies. Moreover, Longevity Heaven's Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and Fang Yuan's Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress did not participate in the battle. This made the Celestial Court's Gu immortals feel even heavier. Under Fangzheng's control, Demon Judgment Board attacked everywhere, forcing back the invading immortal Gu houses and defending themselves. The enemies are too strong. Divine Emperor City, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and my side are the pillars that can hold on. But at this rate, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. Guyue Fangzheng's expression was pale, but he understood in his heart. He could already feel that he was reaching his limit. The battle was too intense. Demon Judgment Board not only had to attack everywhere and defend against the immortal Gu houses, it also had to resist the bombardment of killer moves and calamities and tribulations. The immortal essence expenditure was so intense that even Fangzheng was shocked. Demon Judgment Board's damage was also becoming more severe. Earlier in thieving Heaven's true inheritance space, Demon Judgment Board was heavily injured by Fang Yuan. It had already recovered. These damaged areas were all newly added. If it was just Fangzheng alone, he would be in a difficult situation. He would not be able to deal with it. Fortunately, Demon Judgment Board had the wills of the past Demon Judgment Board lords. These wills helped Fangjing repair the immortal Gu House's damage. Since when did my celestial court's foundation lose to others? At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming how maintained the killer move humble reciprocation as she sighed. As far as celestial court was concerned, the situation was not looking good. Even though celestial court's Gu immortals were fighting with their lives on the line, the defensive line was in danger. An immortal Gu house might break through at any moment and reach Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fengya was still using her killer move to get to Primordial Domain. She could not be interrupted. Fairy Ming Hao and Fairy Yu Xiu looked at each other. The latter waved her hand. Go! A tiger's roar and crane's cry resounded in the battlefield. Two legendary immemorial beasts, Shabi 95 and Wandan, charged down the mountain. Even though Celestial Court did not have an immortal Gu house, it had two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beasts had thick skin and flesh. Legendary immemorial beasts were even more so. Shabi 95 and Wandan charged towards Rising Cloud City while enduring the killer moves and tribulations in the sky. Rising Cloud City was controlled by Fairy Miao Yin. She was about to enter the battlefield when she saw the two legendary immemorial beasts pincer attack. Fairy Miao Yin quickly activated her killer move. Rising Cloud City spewed out countless cloud chi that lifted the immortal Gu house up. But Wandan flapped its wings and flew above Rising Cloud City, activating its killer move and clawing the roof of Rising Cloud City, destroying countless mortal Gu. Bam! At the next moment, Shabi 95 charged fiercely. Rising Cloud City was knocked over and rolled down the slope. Fairy Miao Yin's body staggered. She wanted to control Rising Cloud City to fly up again. But Rising Cloud City did not listen to her. There was no response when she injected immortal essence into it. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was nearby. Seeing this, he immediately flew over. He shouted as the silhouette of Shiland appeared above his head. Immortal killer move, Shi. Shiland erupted with a fierce suction force. The chi rings on the surface of Rising Cloud City were all sucked into Shiland. Rising Cloud City regained its freedom after being freed. Thank you. Fairy Miao Yin thanked him. She was about to activate the immortal Gu house to attack again when she heard Fang Yuan's command. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned, but soon she reacted and brought the other Gu immortals out of Rising Cloud City. Lord Chi Ju, my master has ordered me to gift this Rising Cloud City to you. Fairy Miao Yin said. Oh! Demon Immortal Chi Ju was stunned before laughing loudly. Fang Yuan is truly generous. I will accept it. Demon Immortal Chi Ju did not stand on ceremony. He entered Rising Cloud City as the latter flew up and attacked towards the waist of the mountain. At the waist of the mountain, Shabi 95 and Wandan worked together to attack Dragon's Soul, Dark Castle again. Lady White Rabbit led the immortals inside Dragon's Soul Dark Castle. They were not in a hurry to attack again. They landed at the foot of the mountain to receive Fairy Miao Yin and the rest. Demon Immortal Chi Ju finally reached the waist of the mountain. Seeing Shabi 95, his eyes shined. Good beast, I lack a mount. Demon Immortal Chi Ju stored Rising Cloud City as he attacked Shabi 95. After a few rounds of fighting, Shabi 95 fell into a disadvantage. It quickly called for help. This legendary immemorial beast belonged to Chi Path. It was completely countered by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Don't panic, I'm here. Wandan came to its rescue, spitting out a red pill. What path is this? Demon Immortal Chi Ju saw that the pill's aura was mysterious. He did not dare to be careless. He quickly released Rising Cloud City and entered it. Boom! The pill crashed into Rising Cloud City and self-detonated. Shockwaves from the explosion spread everywhere. A corner of Rising Cloud City was directly blown up. Even though Pill Path did not specialize in offense, it was a new path after all. Rising Cloud City could not defend against it. Ha ha ha, 95, you owe me a favor. Juan Dan laughed proudly. Shabby 95 curled its lips. It was about to reply when its expression suddenly changed. It shouted, "Be careful!" Juan Dan's heart palpitated. It quickly pounced forward. But the mysterious enemy was even faster. "Can you escape?" A voice came. Juan Dan immediately felt a small hand grabbing its neck. Compared to its mountain-like body, a normal person's hand was small and exquisite. But Juan Dan's hair stood on end when this hand grabbed its neck. It screamed in shock, because it turned around and saw a young man wearing a red cloak standing on its back. It was none other than Feng Yuan's transformation path clone Zhanbudu. At this moment, he had already activated incomplete freedom transformation. His battle strength rose to pseudo-venerable level. "Wait!" Juan Dan shouted anxiously, but Zhanbudu laughed sinisterly and exerted strength. At the next moment, boom! There was an intense explosion that sounded like thunder. The book mountain shook and black and white stones flew in all directions. In an instant, a huge crater appeared. Juan Dan was knocked unconscious by Zhanbudu's punch. Its body was embedded in Book Mountain. Its mouth was wide open as it spat out blood. Its body was motionless. But immediately, Juan Dan's body shone with resplendent light. Its wounds quickly healed. It regained its consciousness. "Thankfully, I have a killer move. Life-saving recovery pill." Juan Dan regained its senses and wanted to struggle. But Zhanbudu had already raised his fist. Bam, bam, bam. With a series of punches, Zhanbudu landed on Juan Dan's head again and again, causing Book Mountain to shake. Zhanbudu only stopped after Juan Dan's head cracked and brain matter flowed out. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2200. In front of Zhanbudu, the great legendary immemorial beast Juan Dan could not retaliate at all. But at the next moment, a bright light shone and enveloped Juan Dan's corpse. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. Under the killer move, Juan Dan's broken skull quickly healed. He soon revived. Pill path. Zhanbudu also had a strange expression. Juan Dan's healing killer move was truly amazing. It could actually revive him again. Even with Zhanbudu's pseudo-venerable battle strength, he could not break it immediately. After all, even his main body did not know much about Pill Path. "Since I can't break it, I won't. I want to see how many times you can revive." Zhanbudu showed a ruthless expression. Bam, bam, bam. He swung his fists again, punching heavily, killing Juan Dan once more. The pitiful Juan Dan had just revived. Before he could react, his skull was smashed and he died again. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. A few breaths of time later, the healing method on his body activated again. But this time, the killer move's radiance was much dimmer. "Hold on, Juan Dan, I will save you," Shabby 95 shouted, rushing to save him from another direction. Even though it did not get along with Juan Dan normally, and often quarreled, the two had a deep friendship. Especially in battles like the Fate War, they fought side by side. Their friendship was very deep. Even against Zhanbudu, Shabby 95 did not care. It only wanted to save its friend. "Humph, you want to leave now? Do you think I am just a decoration?" Demon Immortal Chi Ju snorted angrily, activating a killer move that hit Shabby 95's back. Shabby 95 suffered a heavy blow. It growled in pain as it fell from the sky. Seeing that Juan Dan died at Zhanbudu's hands again, on the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao frowned even more deeply. An opponent like Zhanbudu gave Ming Hao, Yuxiu, and Feng Yu a headache. His monstrous strength was terrifying. His skin was rough and his flesh was thick, combining all the advantages of the Thunder Rush Yellow Bird transformation, the Devouring Blue Leopard transformation, and the Internal Breath Green Fish transformation. Zhanbudu had no shortcomings at all. The three immortals had no way of attacking him. If it was a field battle, the three immortals could use guerrilla tactics to attack Jean Budu from afar, restrain him, and weaken him. But now the Celestial Court was determined to defend the Book Mountain. This was a defensive battle, and what a defensive battle feared the most was existences like Jean Budu. Once he was allowed to rampage and break through the defensive line, it would be disastrous. But luckily, the three immortals had already planned and had a plan to deal with Jean Budu. Immediately, Fairy Minghao sent a voice transmission to Genesis Lotus while in Divine Emperor City. In the next moment, a vortex appeared on the surface of Divine Emperor City. A giant flew out from the center of the whirlpool. The giant even wore a greenish gold armor. He held a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right. His aura surged violently and was full of vitality. The giant let out a long roar, 100,000 Yujihate without end, killing the enemy leader with his broken body. Divine Emperor City opened its eyes again. Qing Chou was under the karma tree. It was the legendary, immemorial, desolate beast, Qing Chou. During the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, Qing Chou killed Spectral Soul. But because of Spectral Soul's self-detonation, its body was shattered into countless pieces. But Divine Emperor City retrieved these pieces of flesh, reviving Qing Chou. The current Qing Chou was no longer the original tortoise shell, tiger claws, dragon tail, snake neck, bat wings, and human head. It had truly turned into a fully armored battle general. Qing Chou charged towards Jean Budu. Its huge body pressed down like a mountain. Its spear tore through the air as wind howled. It was like a giant dragon was attacking. Good timing. Jean Budu advanced instead of retreating. His figure vanished and appeared in front of Qing Chou's forehead. Jean Budu punched Qing Chou's helmet fiercely. With a loud sound, a huge force surged towards it. Qing Chou was pushed back. Its mountain-like body fell down from the middle of the mountain, causing Book Mountain and the surrounding ground to shake. Jean Budu pounced down. Fist shadows shot out like a storm. They were extremely fierce. If Qing Chou allowed these fist shadows to wreak havoc, it would end up like Ruan Dan. At the crucial moment, Qing Chou's green hair suddenly turned into a giant tree, absorbing Jean Budu's fist shadows. Immortal killer move, Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, the divine tree shook, countless fist shadows shot out from the leaves. It was Jean Budu's previous attack. This move had once been difficult for Spectral Soul to deal with, even more so for Jean Budu. He was forced back by the fist shadows. Qing Chou took the chance to stand up, while Jean Budu floated in the air, defending against Fairy Minghao's humble reciprocation killer move while regaining his footing. Qing Chou roared as it took 2 steps forward, arriving in front of Jean Budu in just 2 steps, waving its spear as it attacked. Rumble. 2 figures continued to fight intensely, exchanging blows and causing mountains to shake. The commotion was intense. I get it. So this was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's scheme. Qing Chou has already been subdued by Divine Emperor City. It has become the commander of the Divine Bean Soldiers. He is the strongest Divine Bean Soldier. Jean Budu realized in his mind. After a few rounds, he gained the upper hand again. Qing Chou was not an ordinary legendary immemorial beast, but Jean Budu relied on incomplete freedom transformation. Pseudo-venerable battle strength was the real deal. Qing Chou had no chance of winning. Celestial Court also did not expect it to win. Minghao and the other immortals were only trying to stall for time. Just like how Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable invited Fang Yuan to stay, it was to stall for time. As long as time passed, Celestial Court would obtain primordial domain. Their advantage would increase again. They would be able to secure victory. Immortal killer move, Unlimited Qi Si. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. The Qi Si was grand and vast. It surged forward and covered the sky. It was Qi Si Ancestor. Seeing that Jean Budu was obstructed for a while, Qi-Si ancestor chose another direction and attacked the peak of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, Fairy Yushio sighed. She had no choice but to make a move. She flew down the mountain and fought Qi-Si ancestor. Qi-Si versus Yushio. One was a Qi path pseudo-venerable, the other was a wisdom path pseudo-venerable. The former attacked fiercely, wanting to destroy Celestial Court's attack. The latter was determined. Even if it cost him his life, he would defend his foundation. Qi-Si ancestors' attacks were grand. Qi tide swept the area. White Qi pillars shot out from time to time. Fairy Yushio moved like a fairy. She dodged the attacks in the sky agilely while activating all kinds of wisdom path killer moves. She had an outstanding combat system. Her method of using attainment level to suppress others was extraordinary. Even immortal zombie giant sun was suppressed by this move. But her opponent was Qi-Si ancestor. Qi-Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. The clone shared attainment level with the main body. Fairy Yushio's methods were effective. They were not difficult to resist against for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a master in dream path, space path, metal path, wind path, cloud path, lightning path, information path, light path, and sound path. He had a grandmaster foundation in blood path, strength path, star path, dark path, formation path, soul path, sword path, human path, wood path, food path, phantom path, luck path, and ice and snow path. He was a great grandmaster in theft path, transformation path, rule path, chi path, fire path, wisdom path, water path, earth path, and poison path. And he was a quasi-supreme grandmaster in refinement path, time path, and enslavement path. How could Fairy Yushio suppress him with such attainment level? Fairy Yushio had no choice but to use other methods to deal with Qi-Si ancestor. Fairy Yushio could not display her full battle strength, but thankfully, she was familiar with Qi-Si ancestor's methods. Even though Qi-Si ancestor had primordial origins true inheritance, the killer moves in the true inheritance could not be used in front of the Celestial Court. As for his other killer moves like Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe, Yin-Yang Great Killer Move, Unlimited Qi-Si, and others that were all known to the world. Let me lend you a hand. Lu Wei-Yin flew over to help Qi-Si ancestor. Fairy Yushio used her signature killer move. Lu Wei-Yin was suppressed by their attainment level. His strength immediately weakened. But with help, Qi-Si ancestor had an even greater advantage. He gradually closed in on Book Mountain. Right at this time, Calamity Luck Altar suddenly spewed out a golden light. The golden light surrounded Book Mountain, spreading over the battlefield like vines. Everywhere the golden light went, calamities and tribulations changed and attacked the peak of Book Mountain. Meanwhile, Book Mountain was also penetrated by the golden light. It shook continuously. Fairy Minghao's body became unstable. Her expression turned pale as her pupils shrunk. This is definitely Giant Sun Immortal's handiwork. To think that humble reciprocation killer move was only used once, it was actually broken by the enemy the second time. She gritted her teeth. Even though she was unwilling, she had no choice but to cancel her killer move humble reciprocation. If she continued, she would only lose her life. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-Yin had just entered Yellow Earth Great World and led the army to attack the base of Book Mountain, they were stopped by Fairy Minghao's humble reciprocation killer move. Giant Sun Immortal was extremely talented. In a short period of time, he thought of a method to break it and used it in front of him. Without the obstruction of the calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's immortals could see clearly. Many immortal Gu houses shouted excitedly as they attacked from all directions. Fairy Minghao gritted her teeth. Fairy Feng, you did not have the strength to fight. While Fairy Yushio was fighting outside, she could only rely on her in this situation. Immortal killer move, People's United Hearts. Immortal killer move, People's United Hearts. Immortal killer move, Heroes Among People. The scene from the karmic war replayed itself. Light spread and attached to the celestial court's immortals, causing their strength to soar. But this was not enough. Celestial courts, Gu immortals, and immortal Gu houses were too few in number. Then wake up. Fellow immortals of the heavenly courts, fellow Taoists, the humans of the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you. Celestial court needs you. Fairy Ming how shouted loudly. An immortal graveyard appeared at the northwest of Book Mountain, shining with endless light. 2 figures walked out of the light. One was an old man with a kind expression. His eyebrows were very peculiar. They were like 2 small dark brown roots that extended from his eyebrows to his chest. The other was a middle-aged man with a muscular body. His skin was like brass, emitting a cold metallic luster. I heard the summoning. The old Gu immortal Duke May squinted. Where are the enemies? The middle-aged Gu immortal Duke Tong's gaze pierced through tens of thousands of li, locking onto Calamity Luck Altar. Chapter 2201. All the relevant information instantly flowed into the minds of Duke May and Duke Tong. When the 2 of them saw the battlefield with their own eyes, they knew the whole story at the same time. Duke May sighed. Duke Long, back then, when he first saw Duke Long, the other party had black hair and a young appearance. Duke Long had just joined the Celestial Court. He paid his respects to Duke May. Even though Duke May was old, he quickly returned the greeting. You are a Tao guardian. The welfare of the people of the world rests on your shoulders. Duke Long had a solemn expression. I will do my best. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate. With the passage of time, when Duke May woke up and returned to the 5 regions, Duke Long had already died. He had already left. Duke Long, you died a worthy death. You never went back on your words in your life. Duke May sighed as he flew forward. And now it is our turn. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan's eyes shined with bright light. Immortal graveyard, so it was hidden nearby. Celestial Court has good methods. We searched many times but did not find it. Be it Longevity Heaven or Fong Yuan, they both knew about the immortal graveyard's information long ago. Thus, the awakening of the Gu immortals in the immortal graveyard was within their expectations. Look, Fong Yuan's side is making a new move. Chang Bai, one of the 8 extremities, reminded. Bing Saichuan quickly shifted his gaze. He saw that Frozen Frost House, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, and Red Heavenly Altar. These 4 immortal Gu houses had turned around and flew down the mountain. Bing Saichuan could not help but feel bewildered. It seems that Fong Yuan's side already has a plan, but isn't it too much to mobilize for immortal Gu houses at once? Fong Yuan had a total of 7 immortal Gu houses, now that Rising Cloud City was given to demon immortal Chi Ju, and 4 were gone. Only Unbreakable Steel Fortress and Scarlet Palace were left on the mountain. The most important thing now was to get to the peak of Book Mountain and destroy Celestial Court's killer move, to prevent them from obtaining Primordial Domain. Right now, Fong Yuan had sent most of his forces to kill the Gu immortals in the immortal graveyard. It was too reckless. But at the next moment, the 4 immortal Gu houses split up. Frozen Frost House and Red Heavenly Altar charged towards Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. Bing Saichuan realized at once. He praised in his mind, Immortal Fong Yuan. Bing Saichuan realized at once, Zhan Budu, Immortal Gu means Zhan Budu. Zhan Budu had incomplete freedom transformation. He had monstrous strength and thick skin. He was the crucial battle strength for Fong Yuan's side to reach the peak. Immortal Sai, Fong. Zhan Fong. Fong was divine. Zhan had Ming, with within in. Divine Emperor City at the waist of the mountain was even more of a problem. It had the killer Mu family destruction. It countered these immortal Gu houses the most. Thus, letting Zhan Budu charge forward was the wisest tactical arrangement. Dragon's Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar were extremely fast. They soon arrived in front of Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Duke Mei breathed in deeply. He stretched out his arms and aimed his palms at the two immortal goo houses. Suddenly, vines grew on the surface of Dragon's Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar. These vines were dry and tough. They coiled around the two immortal goo houses. Oh no, the immortal essence stored in the immortal goo houses are being absorbed by these vines. Fang Yuan's subordinates realized this and shouted in anger. The two immortal goo houses started to retaliate. Red light shined on the surface of Red Heavenly Altar. The dry branches within the light melted. Dragon roars could be heard from Dragon Soul Dark Castle. The branches around Dark Castle broke and fell. But after being delayed for a while, Duke Tong had already prepared his killer move. Two huge bronze rings of different sizes quickly condensed and bound the two immortal goo houses. They rotated rapidly and emitted loud buzzing noises. The bronze rings flew extremely quickly, leaving behind afterimages as they restrained the immortal goo houses at the center like two bronze balls. The heavenly courts could be said to have learned from their mistakes. During the Fate War, because of the method left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, Longevity Heaven had directly charged into Celestial Court and caught Celestial Court unprepared. During that battle, even though Celestial Court's goo immortals woke up, they could not display their full strength because they did not have enough immortal goo. But here, Celestial Court had already prepared all the immortal goo for the slumbering goo immortals. Thus, Duke Tong and Duke Mei took action and restrained the two rank 8 immortal goo houses. However, good times did not last long. Dragon souls suddenly emerged from immortal goo house, Dragon Soul Dark Castle. The dragon souls failed several times and broke the bronze rings. Next, Fairy Meow Een and Lady White Rabbit flew out of the immortal goo house and attacked Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Fairy Meow Een activated her killer move Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. Her 8 arms stretched out as she moved gracefully. Lady White Rabbit was surrounded by lumps of light. She had an aggressive aura. The two immortals charged while Duke Mei blocked them first. After a few rounds, Lady White Rabbit found a flaw and went around Duke Mei to fight Duke Tong. Duke Tong was disrupted. He had no choice but to cancel the bronze ring's killer move and fight White Rabbit. The 4 immortals separated and regrouped. They were locked in battle. Duke Mei and Duke Tong had rank 8 cultivation level. Even though their battle strength was on par with Qin Dingling, they were not pseudo-venerables like Duke Long Dragon's Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar regained their freedom. They charged towards the immortal graveyard and wanted to destroy it first. Rumble. These 2 immortal goo houses had just charged forward when they were repelled by a goo immortal. This goo immortal had a calm gaze. He had a high nose and deep eyes. His shoulders were like 2 small mountains on them. With me, Uncle Feng, here, don't even think of destroying the immortal graveyard. Uncle Feng blocked the path of the 2 immortal goo houses. He gave off an aura of being able to defend against 10,000 enemies alone. Fang Yuan's subordinates were not resigned to this. They continued to control the immortal goo houses to attack. But Uncle Feng's style was similar to Lu Weiyin. They were both skilled in defense. Even when the 2 immortal goo houses charged forward, he could barely block them. What do we do now? The goo immortals in Red Heavenly Altar were troubled. Right now, Fairy Meow Een and Lady White Rabbit were fighting against Duke Mei and Duke Tong. The heavy responsibility of destroying the immortal graveyard was left to the 2 immortal goo houses. No matter, he has already been hit by our method. The immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle snickered. GUH. The moment he said that, Uncle Feng's expression turned ashen. He spat out pieces of soul fragments. This is a soul path method. Uncle Feng frowned. In his era, there was no such thing as soul path. At this time, a newly awakened Gu Immortal flew out of the immortal graveyard. It seems that I woke up at the right time. This female immortal was a soul. She did not have a body. She blew a breath of air at Uncle Feng. As soon as the grayish-blue aura touched Uncle Feng's body, it quickly fused into his soul. Uncle Feng felt a sense of relief. The injuries on his soul healed rapidly. Oh no, this is a soul path great expert of spectral souls era's celestial court. She is on par with Thunder, Ghost, True Monarch, Very Charming Soul. She is most skilled in healing methods. The Gu Immortals in Dragon Soul, Dark Castle changed expressions. The Immortals in Red Heavenly Altar gritted their teeth. Kill this healing Gu Immortal first, otherwise, no matter how hard we work, she will destroy us. The battle started again. The two immortal Gu houses targeted Fairy Charming Soul. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed. Uncle Feng resisted with all his might. The two sides fought intensely. Winds blew everywhere. During the stalemate, another immortal woke up and joined the battle. This immortal had a round head and large ears. He wore a loose robe. His chi path aura was overflowing. Boom, boom, boom. With a huge explosion, the chi path immortal charged into the middle of the two immortal Gu houses. Take my move, jagged fiendish chi. The chi path immortal roared. His sleeves fluttered as countless fiendish chi blew out. These fiendish chi condensed and formed into huge rocks, forming strange mountains that surrounded the two immortal Gu houses. Red, Heavenly Altar, and Dragon Soul Dark Castle charged forward at the first moment, destroying countless fiendish chi mountains. But after these mountains were destroyed, they gathered together again, blocking the two immortal Gu houses. This is Senior 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. Uncle Feng and Fairy Charming Soul were overjoyed. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch was a famous chi path expert. After becoming rank 8, he roamed the world, searching for fiendish chi sea springs and refining fiendish puppets from them. He refined a total of 99 fiendish puppets, forming an army with great momentum. These fiendish puppets could be used with his immortal killer moves. They had countless uses and were almost unstoppable in that era. The current Shabi 95 was one of them. After a long time, its strength had grown to legendary immemorial beast level. With 7 fiendish primeval monarchs' help, Celestial Court finally defended the immortal graveyard. Next, more and more Gu immortals woke up. Celestial Court got through the initial danger and started to counterattack. Many Gu immortals went around the small battlefield and went to reinforce Book Mountain. Giant Sun Immortal, are you inside? Come out and see me. Golden Hooped Immortal Wang shouted furiously. He had once invited Giant Sun Immortal to tour Celestial Court, but at that time, Giant Sun Immortal used this method. During the Fate War, when this method was used, it allowed Longevity Heaven to launch a surprise attack on the Celestial Court's territory, causing great damage. 95, come here. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch blocked Demon Immortal Chi Ju as he beckoned to Shabi 95. Master. Shabi 95 was filled with respect and fear. It came to 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch with injuries all over its body. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch caressed it lightly. Shabi 95 immediately felt refreshed. Its injuries were almost healed. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had a grim expression. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch's appearance destroyed his hopes of capturing Shabi 95 alive. Stop him! Right at this time, Fairy Ming Hao shouted. Jean Budu was like a mad dragon that had appeared. He had already killed his way from the southeast corner to the middle of the mountain. Behind him, Qing Cho chased with all its might, but it was obstructed by Frozen Frost House and Red River Pavilion. It could not catch up to Jean Budu. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch breathed in deeply. He is one of the clones of the current generation giant demon Fang Yuan. I want to meet him. Just as he was about to move, he was stopped by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. The latter snickered coldly. You think you can leave? Seven fiendish primeval monarch had a solemn expression. Since Senior insists, I will risk my life and ask for your guidance. Where do you think you're going? Guyue Fangjing shouted. Demon Judgment Board, which was fighting everywhere, quickly arrived. Bam! With a loud sound, Demon Judgment Board was knocked over by Unbreakable Fortress. Protect Jean-Budu and kill his way up the mountain. The other Gu Immortals saw the opportunity. They attacked with all their strength, blocking the obstructing Celestial Court Gu Immortals for Jean-Budu. Fairy Ming Hao saw this and sighed deeply. She had no choice but to move. She flew down and blocked in front of Jean-Budu. Wait, get lost! Jean-Budu shouted as he swept his arm. Bam! Fairy Ming Hao's body shined with starlight. Even though she blocked this attack, her entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. She crashed through a large number of rocks on Book Mountain before stopping. Chapter 2202. Fairy Ming Hao's body shook. She quickly stood up. She was not injured, but the biggest problem was that she could not stop Jean-Budu. In this situation, Jean-Budu's threat far surpassed those immortal Gu houses. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Fairy Ming Hao stomped on the ground and flew up. She waved her hand as dozens of stardust flew out. Jean-Budu did not dodge. He allowed the stardust to hit him. He was like a ferocious tiger. His target was the peak of the mountain. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. She had no choice but to fly towards Jean-Budu again. Jean-Budu kicked and sent her flying again, ignoring her. He is going up. Some Gu Immortals saw that Jean-Budu had reached the peak of Book Mountain and were overjoyed. They were about to cheer when starlight flashed in front of them. Jean-Budu was covered by the starlight. He vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already at the foot of Book Mountain. The Immortals were shocked before understanding. This killer move was not unfamiliar. It had been used in the Fate War before. As expected, Jean-Budu raised his head and saw that above the peak of Book Mountain, there was a small and exquisite immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house was like a chessboard. If it was not Star Constellation chessboard, what else could it be? Star Constellation chessboard let out waves of starlight. Any enemy that got close to the peak would be covered by the starlight and forcefully sent far away. Fairy Ming Hao pounced at Jean-Budu again, trying to stall him. She was very nervous. I hope no one can break this move. This move had been used before. The more times a Gu Immortal used this method, the greater the risk. Jean-Budu's gaze sank. He quickly made up his mind. He endured Fairy Ming Hao's frenzied attacks as he charged forward again, climbing rapidly. It seemed like he was returning without success, but he had already succeeded. Fairy Feng had been collecting the primordial domain with all her strength, but now she had to multitask and control Star Constellation chessboard. Her efficiency was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan's side had to continue pressuring her and distract her. Fairy Ming Hao had an outstanding combat system. The more stardust she had, the more damage she would receive. When Jean-Budu first tried to resist the stardust, he couldn't even break his skin. However, after several hundred stardust, his entire body was already soaked in blood. By the time the stardust broke 1,000, the wounds on Jean-Budu's body were already so deep that bones could be seen. During this time, he charged continuously and failed 3 times. They were all teleported away by the Constellation chessboard. It seems that no one has been able to break this technique. Fairy Ming Hao relaxed. During this period, it was not that no Gu Immortals took action, but this killer move of Star Constellation chessboard had been slightly modified by the Celestial Court. It was still in effect. We can't delay any longer. Qi Ancestor had been fighting with Fairy Yuxiu. Seeing Jean-Budu's situation, he made up his mind. He waved his sleeves, and a phantom appeared to replace his true body to deceive Fairy Yuxiu. Fairy Yuxiu quickly saw through this fake body, but Lu Wei-yin quickly flew in front of her and tried to stop her. Fairy Yuxiu was delayed for a while, but a secluded domain of heaven and earth suddenly appeared above Chi-Si ancestor's head. Who land? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and 7 fiendish primeval monarch who were fighting turned around at the same time, exclaiming in shock, "Get out of the way!" Chi-Si ancestor's robe fluttered. His beard fluttered as his face turned red. Lu Wei-yin quickly dodged. Chi-Si ancestor suddenly changed his direction and targeted Book Mountain. Oh no! Fairy Yushio's heart jumped when she saw this. She quickly used her killer move and blocked between Chi-Si ancestor and Book Mountain without fear of danger. Immortal killer move, Hu elevation. Hu land shook intensely as boundless chi currents erupted from it. The chi currents surged and were grand. There was righteous chi, evil chi, blood chi, strange chi, and others. Under the effect of Hu land, they gathered into one force. They were inseparable and closely connected. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. Ghosts and deities were shocked. A chi pillar shot out. It was extremely thick and terrifying. It charged towards Book Mountain as if it could split heaven and earth. Fairy Yushio gritted her teeth as she used the strongest defensive method in her life. Clear wisdom path inscriptions revolved around her, illuminating the world. As the chi pillar approached, the wisdom path inscriptions quickly melted and engulfed Fairy Yushio's tiny body. The chi pillar was obstructed and its power weakened by 30%. But it still approached Book Mountain with an unstoppable momentum. Don't even think about it. At the crucial moment, Bai Tsang Shui controlled a rank 8 Immortal Gu House to charge forward. Amidst a loud explosion, Celestial Court's rank 8 Immortal Gu House only lasted for a few breaths of time before it started to break apart. On Book Mountain, star constellation chessboard shot out a pillar of light, following the cracks of the Immortal Gu House. It enveloped Bai Tsang Shui and brought her away. Without Bai Tsang Shui's control, the Immortal Gu House quickly turned into scraps under the Chi Pillar's attack. Next, these scraps were all destroyed by the Chi Pillar. The Chi Pillar's power weakened by another 20%. It was less than 100 steps away from Book Mountain. At the crucial moment, a green-gold giant appeared. It was Ching Cho. Ching Cho raised its shield and blocked the Chi Pillar. There was a loud bang. The Chi Pillar sent Ching Cho crashing into Book Mountain, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of feet deep. As the Chi Pillar dissipated, its remaining aura spread throughout the battlefield. Ching Cho did not move. Its shield was destroyed and a huge hole was left in its chest. It could be seen from the inside out. Divine Emperor City quickly rushed over. Green light flickered on its surface as a whirlpool appeared, absorbing Ching Chao's corpse. On the other side, starlight flickered beside Fairy Ming, as Fairy Yushio appeared. Fairy Yushio's hair was disheveled. She was in a sorry state. Her face was pale. Her body shook as she staggered and half knelt on the ground. Chi-Si ancestors, whose elevation killer move was terrifying. In one move, he defeated Yushio, destroyed the Immortal House, and killed Ching Cho. But Chi-Si ancestor's condition was also quite bad. After using this move, his immortal essence storage fell by 30%. He lost over 10,000 Chi Path Dao marks. Chains stretched out from the space around him, tying up Chi-Si ancestor. Chi-Si ancestor's killer move is too powerful. It caused limitless arrangements to take effect. Lu Wei-yin saw this, and his expression changed. If this Hu elevation did not land on Book Mountain and was defended by Celestial Court, it would have dealt a destructive blow to the entire great world. It would have severely interfered with Limitless Demon Venerable's final deduction. Thus, Limitless Demon Venerable activated his arrangements and immediately restrained Chi-Si ancestor. Chi-Si ancestor wanted to struggle, but he found out helplessly that he could not move. There were chains in his mind that blocked his thoughts. There were also chains in his immortal aperture that sealed his immortal essence. Lu Wei-yin quickly went to his side to protect him. The peak of Book Mountain was still not taken down. The phantom of primordial domain in the sky became more solid. But Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly inside Calamity Luck Altar. Celestial Court is out of tricks. At the crucial moment earlier, even though Celestial Court blocked Hu Elevation Killer move, it was exhausted and had no trump cards left. Bing Sai Chuan saw the situation and immediately said to the 8 extremities behind him, "The opportunity has arrived. Attack Book Mountain." Heaven Extremity Guy Mei, Earth Extremity Gon Ni, Black Extremity Sun Minglu, Yellow Extremity Jiaohua, Space Extremity Changbai, Ian Extremity Man XNE, Flood Extremity Uee, and Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan were all mobilized. Once they left Calamity Luck Altar, the 8 of them activated an ancient battle formation. 8 extremities. This ancient battle formation was very special. Ordinary ancient battle formations gathered the strength of the Gu Immortals into one. But this ancient battle formation distributed the strength to the Gu Immortals, causing the 8 extremities' battle strength to rise rapidly, rising from rank 7 to rank 8 elite Gu Immortals. The 8 extremities had just moved out when another group arrived from Yellow, Earth Great World. They were led by Fong Yuan's Enslavement Path clone Wu Shuai, as well as the giant formed by the 12 Zodiac battle formation. It turned out that Fong Yuan had been observing the battle from the back. When he saw the opportunity, he immediately sent his backup. Celestial Court's pressure immediately increased. To prevent Gu Immortals from breaking through, most of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals flew out of their immortal Gu houses. For a moment, the battle surrounding the Book Mountain reached its most intense moment. Killer moves were activated with almost every breath of time. Countless killer moves shine together, creating dazzling fireworks. Killing intent shone from the dazzling lights of all colors. Red Heart Traveler suddenly raised a blood sun that shone in all directions, protecting 9 Spiritual Fairy. 9 Spiritual Fairy gave a clear shout. The 9-colored light barrier on her body shook. The 9 layers of light fused into one, becoming extremely dazzling and colorful. Next, the mixed-colored light spear suddenly changed. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into a rainbow-colored rhinoceros. The rhinoceros had a large head and a small body. Its body shone with all sorts of colors as it spoke. "Thank you!" Saying so, it charged towards the 12 Zodiac giant. Rumble. The 2 colossal creatures clashed, causing dust to fly and rocks to tumble. 9 Spiritual Fairy had just left when Yellow Extremity Jiao suddenly appeared behind Red Heart Traveler. Whoosh! Flames surged. Red Heart Traveler was caught off guard and was hit by Yellow Extremity. His defensive killer move was pierced and he suffered heavy injuries. How can this be? Red Heart Traveler was shocked and quickly counterattacked. But at the next moment, Yellow Extremity pierced through space and rapidly escaped. Red Heart Traveler's heart sank when he saw this. He recognized that Yellow Extremity cultivated Fire Path, but could use space path methods. So, Longevity Heaven's 8 Extreme Killer move can not only connect the thoughts of the 8 extremities and share their vision, they can also share killer moves. Under the 8 Extreme Killer move, the 8 extremities cooperated and displayed unimaginable battle strength. Red Heart Traveler became extremely vigilant and dodged sharply. At the next moment, the densely packed army ants surged like a tide, drowning from the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain. Wu Shuai did not ascend the mountain. He was manipulating it outside. Countless Divine Being soldiers flew out of Divine Emperor City and fought with the army ants. In the chaotic battle, a figure moved like a sea dragon leaving its nest, creating raging waves wherever he went. He was wearing a blood-colored cape. It was Jean Budu. Fairy Yuxiu had already gone to intercept the 8 extremities, while Fairy Ming was swept away by Jean Budu again. "Stop him!" Fairy Ming shouted. Ruan Dan was nearby. She hesitated and did not dare to move forward. Zhou Xiong Xian gritted his teeth and stood in front of Zhan Budu. Immortal killer move. Triple humans become tiger. The fierce tiger roared and pounced at Zhan Budu. Zhan Budu inhaled and sucked the fierce tiger into his stomach before arriving in front of Zhou Xiong Xian. Zhan Budu's fist directly pierced through Zhou Xiong Xian's chest and came out from his back. Zhou Xiong Xian's eyes opened wide as he died on the spot. Zhan Budu swung his arm and flung this corpse away before encountering the awakened Gu immortal fairy delicate soul. Zhan Budu shouted. Under the monstrous power of his iron fist, this fairy charming soul was shattered into pieces. Her soul dissipated. Zhan Budu finally reached the peak of the mountain. This time, star constellation chessboard also stopped firing. No more star pillars shot out. Chapter 2203. Venomous Goo Master is calling for monthly votes for Little Dragon. Currently typing. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 2204. Venomous Goo Master will be updated at 9 p.m. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 2205. The childhood star constellation was giggling. She wandered around the back mountain, walking among the beautiful mount of flowers, playing with the sweet spring water. She played with a young leopard cat that was full of intelligence. She had accidentally saved it. During this period of time, whenever she had time, she would come to the cave to look at it, feed it, and play with it. "You're playing again." A voice suddenly came from behind her. The child star constellation's body shuddered. Her hair turned numb as she slowly turned around, seeing primordial origin immortal Venerable dressed in a white robe with a solemn expression. "Master." Star constellation lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. "Stretch out your hand." Primordial origin immortal Venerable took out a ruler. Star constellation gritted her teeth, stretching out her small white hand. Slap! The ruler hit her palm, leaving a red mark. Intense pain assaulted her, but Star Constellation did not cry. "Your homework has been a mess recently. Instead of practicing killer moves, you're playing with a kitten?" Primordial origin immortal Venerable looked at the little leopard cat behind Star Constellation. The child Star Constellation's eyes were brimming with tears. "Master, don't be angry. Don't chase little yellow away. Its injuries have just healed. I promise I will practice killer moves obediently in the future." Primordial origin immortal Venerable focused on Star Constellation. But at this moment, Star Constellation mustered her courage. She was ready to protect the little leopard cat with her life. Primordial origin immortal Venerable had a stern expression as he lifted the child Star Constellation up. "Follow me." Star Constellation felt the intense wind blowing at her. She could not open her eyes. After an unknown period of time, the howling wind suddenly stopped. She felt her feet touching solid ground. "Open your eyes and take a look." Primordial origin immortal Venerable's voice resounded. Star Constellation opened her eyes, seeing that she was standing in ruins. Her pupils shrunk to pin size. What entered her eyes were burning houses, corpses of men, women, old and young. This village was originally quiet and peaceful, but because it was close to the regional wall, a group of variant human bandits charged in and slaughtered everyone. Primordial origin immortal Venerable said, "Do you know how often this happens?" Primordial origin immortal Venerable asked. The child Star Constellation was very shocked. She subconsciously shook her head. "Almost every day, this kind of situation happens." Primordial origin, immortal, venerable side. Not just the periphery of central continent, even central continent's interior still has variant human remnants. They often appear and kill humans. Now that the celestial court has been established in the central continent, the humans have the upper hand. The super forces of the mutants have either gone into hiding or fled the central continent. What about the other 4 regions? The outsiders were still in power. Do you know why? The young star constellation didn't think too much and answered, I know. I've long heard from my senior brothers and sisters that Master has dominated the 5 regions and attacked all the super forces of the mutant humans. No matter how many variant human goo immortals there are, they cannot defeat you, but they are all hiding. We can't find them. Not bad. Primordial origin, immortal, venerable nodded. Once the immortal aperture is placed in heaven and earth, it will shrink to a point. Searching it is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It is extremely difficult. That's right. Even though the human race has an immortal venerable like me and is invincible, it's still difficult to effectively eradicate those mutants. Even though our human race has taken control of central continent, the other 4 regions are still not liberated. Because our population is too small, we can't compare to the variant humans. Even if we attack the variant human goo masters and mortals of the 4 regions and slaughter them all, as long as the blessed lands and grotto heavens of those variant humans still exist, we can easily nurture a vast number of variant humans. Once the blessed lands and grotto heavens were hidden, they were hard to find, and the time inside was much faster than the outside world. This caused the population inside to increase rapidly. Every once in a while, the blessed lands and grotto heavens would open their doors and release the excess population into the 4 regions. The immortal apertures of these goo immortals are the foundation of the variant humans. If we can't find their exact location, after I die, humanity will still be in a precarious situation. The tragedy of the past will repeat itself. Primordial origin, immortal, venerable sighed deeply, caressing the young star constellation. This is why you need to work hard. Fate has declared that you will be the future immortal venerable of humanity and create Wisdom Path. With Wisdom Path, we can deduce the location of most blessed lands and grotto heavens. We can kill these variant human goo immortals and truly establish the golden age of our human race. O star constellation, you need to understand that every moment you waste playing here, there are humans dying under the butcher knives of the variant humans. Among them, there are many old people, and there are also many people who are about the same age as you. While you are playing, children of your age can only lie in pools of blood, unable to see tomorrow's sun. The young star constellation's expression was pale as paper. She bit her lips and remained silent. Primordial origin, immortal, venerable, activated his killer move again and brought her back to the back mountain. He did not continue lecturing her and let her go alone. Several days later, the young star constellation and the little leopard cat Little Yellow parted. Even though Little Yellow was very attached to her, she still sent it back to the forest. When she was alone again, she squatted on the ground and hugged her knees, sobbing softly. Even though Master is right, I am only a child. My senior brothers and sisters can play. Why can't I? Is it because fate decreed that I will be a future immortal venerable? The young star constellation cried for a long time, all the way until night fell. The summer night was filled with stars. She slowly stood up, tears still lingering on her face. A lump of starlight appeared in her heart. Star constellation took out this lump of starlight and threw it into the back mountain. This lump of starlight vaguely contained her image. The young star constellation said to this lump of starlight, I actually do not want to be an immortal venerable, but fate cannot be changed. Everyone is so good to me. I have to think for their sake. I also want to make the entire human race happy. If there is a next life, you can play to your heart's content and make up for my regrets in this life. The star's shadow hesitated and did not leave. The young star constellation looked at her and said, "Let me give you a name. Since Master often praises me for my bright eyes and white teeth, I will call you Ming Hao." The star shadow seemed to be very happy after getting a name. It quickly flew away. The young star constellation had already grown into a young female immortal. She did not just stay in closed cultivation. She often traveled around and broadened her horizons. There was no use in hiding, because what she needed was not to inherit primordial origin Immortal Venerable's legacy, but to create wisdom path. When she disguised her identity and traveled in Eastern Sea, she met a Gu immortal. By chance and coincidence, she met this Gu immortal many times. They worked together to fight enemies, exterminate variant human tribes, explore deep underwater trenches, and so on. Their friendship deepened and turned into feelings for each other. However, you are actually a variant human. Star Constellation saw her sweetheart's true appearance and retreated in shock. Xing Air, I did not hide it on purpose. Listen to my explanation. Her sweetheart was extremely anxious. Star Constellation shook her head and flew into the sky. Her sweetheart chased after her, but due to his heavy injuries, he finally fell from the sky. When he woke up from his coma, he found himself lying on a beach with Star Constellation beside him. "You saved me, Xing Air. It must be you. Where are you? Come out and meet me." Her sweetheart was overjoyed. He struggled to get up and shouted with all his might, but there was no response. Eventually, he could only stagger away from the island. Under the setting sun, looking at his lonely figure, Star Constellation stood on the beach and revealed her figure. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was reluctant to part with him. "Why do you have to be a variant human? How good would it be if you were a human? Do you know that I already want to marry you? According to the customs, Master has already prepared an embroidered tower for me as a dowry. But I cannot, because I am Star Constellation. I will be the future Immortal Venerable of humanity. I want to eliminate variant human Gu immortals for humanity. If I were your wife, how could I do it? If I tolerate variant humans, what will happen to humanity?" Her master's expectations, the hope of humanity, the hopes of everyone around her, they were all on Star Constellation's shoulders. But her heart still ached. The pain of not being able to love her was almost tearing her soul apart. Starlight surged out of Star Constellation's chest. She took out the ball of starlight again. She murmured to Xing Ying, "Since you're praising me, I'll give you the name Yuxiu. If there is a next life, please live well for me. Don't care about the future of humanity. Don't think about the safety of all living beings. Just live for yourself once. Be selfish for yourself. Love to your heart's content. Cry to your heart's content." The star's shadow rippled with light, seemingly replying. In her later years, Star Constellation had already become a venerable. In the hall, she sat on the main seat, looking at her senior sister who had always been supporting her and taking care of her. They were like mother and daughter. "Let me go," the senior sister shouted. "Ah, Sue, you are a grand immortal venerable. You cannot sacrifice yourself to fuse with Providence." "No." Star Constellation shook her head. "Precisely because I am an immortal venerable, I must do this." The senior sister had tears in her eyes. "Ah, Sue, when you first became my disciple, you were only 3 years old. I have been taking care of you. I watched you grow up step by step, until you finally became the human race's Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No one knows the bitterness and pain of this process better than me. The price you have paid for this is too much. You have already done very well now. You have already satisfied everyone's expectations. Don't sacrifice yourself anymore. You still have a lot of time to do what you want to do. Don't you always talk to me? In this life of yours, even though you have endless glory, even though you are praised by everyone, you have many regrets. You should go and live a better life, Asu. You have sacrificed too much for humanity. It is time for you to live for yourself." Therefore, this time around, let your senior sister assimilate with the heaven's will." Star Constellation smiled, her figure flickered, and she was already standing in front of her senior sister. She gently wiped away her senior sister's tears and took out a star shadow from her chest. "Senior sister, you have been praising me recently, saying that I am very magnanimous. This star shadow of mine will be called Fongya. Let her accompany you in my place. I was an orphan when I was young. You took care of me as I grew up. You are my elder sister and also my mother. How can I sacrifice you? Anyway, I have sacrificed so much. I am already used to it. Haha. Let Fongya stay by your side and help me make up for my regrets. I have left behind 3 star shadows. It is actually a setup for my rebirth. I do not want to be reborn one day. If the situation deteriorates to that extent, I will be reborn again. I will listen to you, senior sister. I will live for myself. I don't care about this world. I don't care about humanity. I also want to be selfish for once. Crazed Demon Cave. When Ming Hao, Yuxiao, and Fengya woke up, they received a huge nightmare. Fate Gu was destroyed, Celestial Court had fallen to rock bottom. Fang Yuan had turned into a demon, Righteous Path was declining. Demonic Path was rising, Central Continent was filled with danger. I had once sworn to myself, I want to live for myself. I want to live for my own happiness, for my own love, for my own happiness. Is there anything wrong with that? I have already completed my mission. I have already created Wisdom Path. I have already exterminated most of the variant human Gu immortals. I have already led humanity towards prosperity. I need to rest. But why? Why did I subconsciously start to plan and make arrangements? Why am I still fighting here? Why? Fairy Ming Hao looked at the smoke in the sky as she pouted. Fairy Yuxiao looked at Demon Immortal Qi Ju, the 8 extremities, and the rest with a cold gaze. Fairy Fengya looked at John Budu, who was charging at her, as she smiled lightly. At this moment, starlight shined on the 3 of them, shining upon each other. The 3 immortals chanted in unison, not benefiting oneself in one's life, helping one's life, sacrificing one's life. Starlight illuminates the world. Resurrecting one's world. The 5 continents are different. One's heart is only one. 3 avatars pull the sky down. The starlight linked together and fused into one, shining in the sky. Soon, she turned into an immortal with peerless grace and shining eyes. Star constellation, star constellation, star constellation. P.S. A late update. I edited it again in the middle. I am still not satisfied with this poem. Even though the meaning was expressed, it does not rhyme. I hope everyone likes it. Chapter 2206. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At the peak of Book Mountain, the 3 stars fused into one and turned into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The immortals who were fighting in a bloody battle were shocked. Even though the immortals had expected this, Fate Gu was destroyed and a Venerable's revival was possible. But when the Venerable revived in front of them, the immortals could not help but feel an intense shock in their hearts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the only female among the 10 Venerables. She created Wisdom Path and inherited Primordial Origin Immortal Venerables will. Developing Celestial Court and assimilating with Providence, she helped Celestial Court resist the 3 demon Venerables of later generations. Her name was engraved in human history, shining brightly and had never dimmed. But now she had revived. Star Constellation, eat my fist. Jean Budu did not hesitate. He stepped on the mountain peak and charged toward Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with a thunderous voice and ferocious momentum. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival did not surprise Fang Yuan. In fact, he had already guessed the identities of Ming Hao, Yuxiao, and Fengya. These 3 were too strong. They were all pseudo-venerables. Just this point was enough to explain the problem. Celestial Court was determined to restore fate. They had worked hard for over 1,000,000 years. But during the crucial Fate War, only one pseudo-venerable, Duke Long, was left to guard Celestial Court. Now, Celestial Court suddenly had 3 pseudo-venerable battle-strength experts in crazed Demon Cave. It meant that they revived after Fate Goo was destroyed. If not for that, why would they not participate in the Fate War? Since they were revived and were pseudo-venerables, they would definitely leave their names in history. But these 3 were very mysterious. And most importantly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was nowhere to be seen. Combining these clues and deducing with Feng Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, the possibility of the 3 immortals being Star Constellation became more and more obvious. Just like how Feng Yuan could create Qi-Si Ancestor, Zhan Budu, and Wu Shuai, why couldn't Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? It was just that Star Constellation's 3 avatars were one level more profound than Feng Yuan's avatars. When the 3 fairies combined into one, they could transform into a constellation. Facing the resurrected Star Constellation, Zhan Budu was not afraid. Before his fist even landed on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the strong wind from his fist blew Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's long hair into the air. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. In the next moment, Zhan Budu struck the constellation, but it passed right through. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure vanished like a bubble. This was fake, just an illusion. Zhan Budu realized this and quickly used investigative methods, but he could not find Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body. Star Constellation, slow down. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Rays of golden light danced in the air, revealing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used a killer move. Inside his immortal aperture, Fairy Foam Yez Talent Goo, Fairy Yushio's Seriousness Goo, as well as the Learning Goo that he took out from Divine Emperor City, activated. Immortal Essence expenditure was intense. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure turned illusory. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's golden light could not obstruct her any longer. Under everyone's gazes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew into the sky, all the way to Primordial Domain. Damn it! Zhan Budu gritted his teeth as he chased after her. However, even though he caught up to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter was like a phantom. She was not affected by Zhan Budu's interference. She quickly entered the depths of Primordial Domain. Zhan Budu even passed through Primordial Domain. Without any special methods, I can't enter Primordial Domain. Zhan Budu's eyes were spewing fire. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. But she did not attack Zhan Budu, instead choosing to escape into Primordial Domain. She was a Venerable. She could not attack casually, otherwise she would be suppressed by limitless Demon Venerable's methods like Qi-Si Ancestor. She directly ignored the Celestial Court's Immortals, Book Mountain, and the entire battlefield. Avoiding battle was a fatal blow. Lu Wei-Yin's expression was dark and unsightly. The Origin Realm was the key to the battle in the crazed Demon Cave. The reason they'd attacked Book Mountain so madly was to stop the Celestial Court from obtaining the Origin Domain. To think that even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not collect Primordial Domain, she could directly ascend and enter it. In the end, Zhan Budu's methods were lacking, and it was difficult to stop him. In fact, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not stop Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even after taking action. What should we do? Lu Wei-Yin was at a loss. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered Primordial Domain, she would naturally replenish her lost attainment level and quickly become a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, regaining her status as a Wisdom Path Tao Lord. Is the situation of the world still going to be controlled by the Celestial Court? Bing Sai Chuan sighed in disappointment. That might not be the case. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sneered, "Let's go!" At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar released a threatening golden light. Golden light shot out in all directions, converging into a path that extended upwards. This was Calamity Luck Altar's killer move. Luck-changing golden light, great path. At the same time, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, which had been staying at the center of savage, wilderness great world, also released a grand light. Ever since Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace fell into crazed demon cave, it had actively participated and cooperated with limitless demon Venerable's deductions, becoming more deeply involved in the evolution of the world. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace's light shone on Calamity Luck Altar, causing the luck-changing golden light path to undergo a profound change. Along the golden light path, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun flew out of Calamity Luck Altar and also entered Primordial Domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not stop star constellation Immortal Venerable, but he had the #1 luck path attainment in the world. He actually used Calamity Luck Altar and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to truly enter Primordial Domain. Longevity Heaven's immortals were overjoyed at this sight. Without it, how can I obtain freedom? How can I get rid of fate, goo's restriction? Self goo had once eaten a mouthful of betrayal goo. This is the meaning of betrayal. I have been dissatisfied with it for a long time. Great strength, true Marshall's ability, goo shouted. Experts would instinctively be dissatisfied with themselves. Self goo has flown away. We can't see it anymore. Let's chase it. Carefree wisdom heart reminded. The three started running, chasing after Self goo. Self goo ran very quickly, entering a river. The river's surface was calm. There were pieces of floating ice of all sizes floating on the water. This is the river of time. There are truthful floating ice pieces floating on the river. Ren Zhu and the other two quickly recognized they had gained a lot of knowledge from Qian Kuin Crystal Wall. Ren Zhu looked far away, saying, I feel that Self goo is hiding at the center of the floating ice. Let's go and find it. Chapter 2207. Ren Zhu's trio stood by the river and observed. Every piece of floating ice on the surface of the river of time was a fact. Ren Zhu observed for a long time before pointing at a piece of floating ice. This piece of floating ice is neither big nor small. Its surface is smooth. Let's step on it. But great strength, true Marshall said, this piece of floating ice is clearly very small. It can't even fit the three of us. Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head. This piece of floating ice is very big, but there are many icicles on its surface that will pierce through our feet. The same fact could be big or small, light or heavy, difficult or easy to different people. Some could accept it, some could not. Ren Zhu's trio discussed for a long time before finally choosing a piece of floating ice, and everyone stood on it. When Ren Zhu stepped on this piece of ice, he immediately burst into tears. While great strength, true Marshall roared in anger, Carefree Wisdom Heart laughed heartily. It was the same fact, but different people would feel and feel differently about it. Ren Zhu's trio could only endure it. Every piece of floating ice on the surface of the river of time is a cold and silent fact. But we humans have hearts. Once we come into contact with facts, we will feel emotions. When facts and emotions are added together, it becomes a matter for each of us. Carefree Wisdom Heart recalled the knowledge in her mind. The floating ice carried Ren Zhu's trio and floated for a while before gradually becoming smaller and sinking. Let's jump onto that piece of floating ice. Ren Zhu pointed to the left. Thus, before the floating ice beneath them sank, the trio jumped onto the second floating ice and continued to move forward. This fact caused Ren Zhu's trio to feel different emotions. The longer they stood on the floating ice, the more these emotions accumulated. As the floating ice continued to sink, the emotions the trio felt would also change. Some went from anger to happiness, some from happiness to melancholy. I can't hold on anymore. My heart feels very uncomfortable. After enduring for a while, Ren-Zu clutched his chest and shouted, "Let's jump onto that piece of floating ice." After the trio jumped, Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly said, "I can't stand this the most. My heart is also uncomfortable. I want to die." Ren-Zu's trio hurriedly switched to another floating ice. No matter what the truth was, if they clenched their teeth, they would be able to endure it. What he was most afraid of was feeling upset. Once the heart couldn't take it, the person wouldn't be able to continue living. After a few more ice flows, great strength, true martial, couldn't take it the least. "I feel fine," Strong Gu said proudly in his heart of ambition. "There are too many things in this world. It has always been the weak who suffer more than the strong." Fortitude Gu shouted, "This has my contribution, because I have been helping you all along." Fortitude Gu could suppress emotions. Suddenly, 2 Gu worms grew out of Carefree Wisdom Star's palm. The Gu in the left hand was called good. The Gu in his right hand was called bad. "Oh, humans, we can help you discern what is good and what is bad." Good Gu and Bad Gu said together, their voices tender. Thus, with the help of Good Gu and Bad Gu, Ren-Zu and the other two were always able to find good floating ice. Standing on the floating ice, the 3 of them felt very happy. When the floating ice sank and good things turned into bad things, the 3 of them jumped away in advance. Like this, Ren-Zu and the other 2 gradually became happy. They became extremely happy. They were overjoyed and did not leave. They were immersed in this joyous mood. The 3 of them forgot about their situation until the truthful floating ice under their feet completely sank and they all fell into the river. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. She land. Who land? The 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth each let out a faint white light. The lights intertwined and connected into one, forming a horizontal pillar of light. The final step. Feng Yuan activated his killer move as he let out a breath of turbid air. The aura flew into the pillar of light as a whirlpool formed at the center of the pillar of light. The whirlpool shot out and shot into the sky. When the white spiral light touched the surface of primordial domain, it spread out like a lump of light fog, enveloping the entire primordial domain. Feng Yuan followed the white spiral light and entered primordial domain. Amazing, amazing! Primordial domain is between She Land and Hu Land. Using these 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth, we can accurately locate primordial domain. Lu Wei-yin praised as he followed behind. Next were Zhan Budu, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, Chi-Si Ancestor, and other pseudo-venerable battle strength experts. When the immortals entered primordial domain, the white spiral light dissipated. The other Gu immortals who were eager to enter were very disappointed. Feng Yuan floated in primordial domain, frowning deeply. Once he stepped in, countless insights appeared in his mind. But this was not something that happened naturally. It was like being forcefully instilled into him. Feng Yuan felt an indescribable pain. This pain did not come from his body or his soul. It came from his heart. His mind was like a lake. It was originally calm and calm like a mirror. But now it was like a raging sea, surging with terrifying waves. This was like a baby who only knew how to eat, drink, sleep, and excrete, but the baby was forced to learn the joy of jumping around and playing. If the baby was allowed to jump around and play, it would hurt itself. It was also like a child who felt that toys were the most precious, but was forcefully instilled with the concept of an adult. Money was the most important. Gu cultivation attainment levels were very difficult to raise. Feng Yuan entering primordial domain was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It was going against nature. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring it strenuously. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who had entered primordial domain earlier, were nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan did not care about these two. He quickly inspected his body and comprehended. Many paths' attainment levels are rising rapidly. Refinement path is also among them, but rule path is rising the most. Fang Yuan thought about it and started to move around primordial domain. He activated his method. His body was like a bird, flying freely in primordial domain. Everywhere he went, primordial domain broke apart. Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. Although primordial domain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was extremely fragile. Fang Yuan did not take the initiative to attack. It was just that he had too many Dao marks. Primordial domain could not bear it. But fortunately, before primordial domain was destroyed, the attainment levels contained within were all transferred to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. I need to find the correct direction as soon as possible. If the refinement path part of primordial domain is destroyed, it will be terrible. Fang Yuan was not familiar with primordial domain, but all kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind. His deep wisdom path attainment allowed him to quickly understand his situation. Primordial domain contained the profundities of all paths. Any Gu cultivator could benefit from it. Fang Yuan adjusted his direction nimbly, roaming in primordial domain, gaining a lot of refinement path attainment levels. He was moving in the correct direction. Soon, among the several attainment levels that increased at the same time, refinement path attainment level rose to the first place. Fang Yuan's current feelings could not be described clearly with words. He was in extreme pain and his mind was unstable, but he also felt fulfilled and satisfied. At the same time, he was feeling increasingly thirsty. This thirst was for knowledge, for attainment levels. No wonder the legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was not satisfied with knowledge. He kept instilling it into himself, causing his mind to reach its limit and explode. Fang Yuan had a similar feeling towards Renzu. Soon, Fang Yuan endured the pain and revealed a joyful expression. He had a strong premonition that he was only a small distance away from refinement path, supreme, grandmaster attainment level. Rumble. Right at this time, primordial domain shook and large pieces of it collapsed. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was rising, but it stopped abruptly. Giant sun, star constellation. Fang Yuan's gaze suddenly became extremely cold. He saw that immortal zombie giant sun and star constellation immortal venerable were fighting far away. They had chosen a good location to fight. It was definitely a crucial location related to refinement path. With this part of primordial domain destroyed, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level could no longer rise. In the previous fight, Fang Yuan had probed many flaws of longevity heaven and celestial court. Similarly, his foundation was also seen by immortal zombie giant sun and star constellation immortal venerable. They understood that Fang Yuan wanted to develop in refinement path. Since he had arrived at primordial domain first, how could these two venerables just sit back and watch? Thus, by fighting each other, they also cut off Fang Yuan's future. Star constellation immortal venerable had definitely taken the initiative to attack. Although immortal zombie giant sun had an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan, he would definitely be happy to see this happen. When star constellation immortal venerable saw Fang Yuan's main body, she immediately pointed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of blue flying stars shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan roared as his body shone with 7-colored radiance. Immortal killer move, 7 kills rainbow. Metal paths yellow light, wood paths jade light, water paths light blue light, fire paths red light, earth paths brown light, wind paths green light, lightning paths dark blue light. These 7 paths radiance intertwined and shot out in a spiral. Rumble. 7 kills rainbow destroyed most of the flying stars and shot towards star constellation immortal venerable. Star constellation immortal venerable's body flickered with starlight as she blocked this killer move, but she still staggered and showed a shocked expression. What killer move is this? It was naturally a compound killer move. This move, 7 Kills Rainbow, was an improved version of the previous 5-technique Rainbow. The latter had been used by Feng Yuan before. It was during the battle when the Righteous Qi Alliance attacked Eastern Sea's Xiaoclan headquarters and attempted to recover their lost territory. It was just that 5-technique Rainbow used the 5 paths of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth, while 7 Kills Rainbow went one step further. It included swift wind and furious lightning. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not defend against such a killer move. Because to defend against this move, she had to consider the 7 paths of metal: wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Even though many of the killer moves seemed to involve many paths, they were all superficial. For example, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable fought against Limitless Will in Crazed Demon Cave, he used a killer move that imitated the power of other paths. The essence of the killer move was still one path. It was just that it imitated other paths. To deal with such a killer move, one only needed to deal with Theft Path. But the killer move 7 Kills Rainbow contained 7 paths in the truest sense. Just one move from Feng Yuan made the great star constellation Immortal Venerable feel troubled. On one hand, the compound killer move was hard to defend against. On the other hand, Feng Yuan had a vast accumulation of Dao marks. He had too many Dao marks. Maybe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body could match him in the past, but the current star constellation had just revived. The 3 avatars combined into one. The total number of Dao marks was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's current Dao marks. Evidently, Star Constellation's Dao marks could not compare to Feng Yuan's. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.